The story starts off with a huge number of people digging big holes under burning hot sunlight, while the guy supervising them orders them to pile on the mud and pull the sand. He also orders them to bring up the water and put straw in the holes. He shouts at the people, telling them to quickly get it moving, calling them slaves. The guy in charge is a goblin, laughing, sitting on a log held up by two men, and one of them finds it extremely hurting, thinking relentless lashes tearing into his shoulders, blood and sweat all over his body. He, the protagonist of the story, seems frustrated as he finds that this long life of slavery is unbearably harsh. He's the strongest man in the world, the man who seized the champion title at the age of 27 and held the position of the world's best fighter for the past 2 years. The announcer said that the towel has been thrown in, an undefeated record, 23 wins, and 0 loss. The heavyweight champion of the world's largest MMA league, the man who even completed the last defense match before his retirement without a single defeat. Victory for athlete Choi Hyun-seok of the Republic of South Korea. The protagonist thinks that Choi Hyun-seok is he. But as soon as he retired, he got hit by a large truck while crossing a road and unfortunately died. He cried, questioning if he died from being hit by a truck, as the money he saved up for his retirement gone just like that. Hyun-seok kept frustratedly shouting, saying he worked so hard up until then, as he died single, only fighting until his death. 30 minutes later, he calms down a bit and says yeah, this is better now that he's dead. He won't have to train, and no defense matches. The only saving grace is that he has no family or friends, so no one will be sad over his death. But right at that moment, all of a sudden, a bright light starts flashing before him, which confuses Hyun-seok. Then a portal opens before him, and an angel excitedly comes out of it, apologizing to him for being late, calling him SSS class hero. The angel tells him with a bright smile that she's Rachel and giggles. She explains to Hyun-seok that she's a headhunter who scouts people whose lives have ended on Earth. So he requests her to explain a bit in detail. Right then, Rachel goes up to him and holds his hand, telling him yes, he has 2 choices. One is to accept death just like that, and wait for his reincarnation into his next life as a pitiful old bachelor. And the other one is to be immediately resurrected as a hero, designed to save this world that has been waiting just for him. Hearing that, Hyun-seok bashfully says this is too sudden, so he requests her to give him some time to think. At that, Rachel asks if he's really thinking about passing up the opportunity of a lifetime. As if he just listens to her, he'll gain wealth, honor, and beautiful women. She continues trying to sell it to him this way. While Hyun-seok nervously wonders, in any case, if he doesn't have to fight if he becomes a hero. He barely just retired. But if she wants him to fight again, so he thinks he'll just comfortably die and reincarnate. Right then, Rachel grabs his attention, saying attention please, as it looks like he's not getting it, so she'll explain to him properly. She tells him that if he becomes a hero in the other world, the village chief will run to him barefoot and serve him food as soon as it begins. He'll look fondly upon him and coolly resolve the easy quest he gives. Then in that moment, the touched chief will say this, as Rachel imitates an old man's voice and says, "Hero, my daughter is well known as the most beautiful woman in this village. If you'd be so kind as to take my humble daughter, this old villager will have nothing more to ask for," while Hyun-seok quietly listens to her. Seeing that, Rachel irritatedly wonders if he's still not reacting even with this. At this rate, she's worried about her headhunting bonus. So she understands that she has no other choice but to use plan B then, and starts acting as if she's leaving, telling Hyun-seok to forget it if he doesn't want it. She'll assume he isn't taking it, so she'll leave now. At that, Hyun-seok hurriedly tells her no, to wait. But Rachel tells him to just accept his life ending as an old bachelor and cheer up for his next life. However, she adds with a smug look on her face, well, although there's no guarantee that he'll be reincarnated as a person in his next life, which shocks Hyun-seok. So he hurriedly grabs hold of Rachel's feet as she proceeds to leave, and begs her, telling her he'll do it. Hearing that, Rachel says with an arrogant smile, sorry, as she didn't hear that. Then Hyun-seok screams out loud, desperately telling her he said he'll do it. He'll become that hero. Hearing that, Rachel excitedly says, "Oh my," and asks if they shall get to it right away then, as she raises her hand to use some kind of magic. And Hyun-seok asks pardon. Then, a huge magic circle shows up below him and starts shining brightly, so he stutteringly asks if she's saying right away, right now. She tells him of course, as she asks what there is to wait, as the wonderful other world. Hearing that, Hyun-seok screams his lungs out, tells her to wait, as she can't just send someone off without any preparations like this. But Rachel ignores him as she finishes her sentence, telling him is waiting for him, calling him a hero, and sends him to the other world. Then she tells him to have an awesome adventure and giggles. Also, she dismissively asks if he's going there anyway, why he's thinking so much about it. Right at that moment, Rachel gets a call which startles her. Then she tells the person on the other side, yes, prospective hero number 137421 Choi Hyun-seok just completed his transmigration, and asks if it isn't right that they're going to send her the bonus immediately. Some time later, Hyun-seok hears a sound, telling him to open his eyes, to wake up, and Hyun-seok thinks a voice is calling for him. So he wonders if this is the village chief that the angel was talking about, as the development is too obvious from the beginning. But then, as he's taking too long to get up, the guy calling him punches him in the stomach hard, telling him he'll dig his eyes out, as if he won't wake up, which badly hurts Hyun-seok. Then he hurriedly gets out of his bed and asks what kind of crazy person has such a death wish. But at that moment, Hyun-seok gets frightened to see a humanoid monster with a bull face, infuriatedly asking how he is to keep sleeping in the slave dormitory. He wonders if this is the village chief who has the most beautiful only daughter, as anyone can tell he's a monster he must kill. Then he nervously tells him that he's a hero, which surprises the monster. He looks closely at Hyun-seok and asks if heroes these days are stupid, while Hyun-seok keeps sweating heavily and seems amazed by his build. But he frustratedly wonders what's going on there, if something went wrong. Then he thinks no, there's no way that beautiful angel would do that to him. In that case, Hyun-seok wonders if that cowhead is his tutorial quest. But then, as he looks back at the monster, he frighteningly thinks, as he thought, and tells himself to calm down, as if he has figured it out to his extent. The next thing he must do as a Korean, he says is to act. The monster asks what he just said. Right then, Hyun-seok throws a kick straight at his face, furiously telling him to die, calling him a flimsy tutorial monster, and excitedly thinks that's it, it went in. However, it barely landed a scratch on the monster's face, and the monster pulls his leg away, burning with anger, asking if he didn't just call himself a hero. The monster tells Hyun-seok he's so tired of that nonsense now, and questions where these crazy bastards keep popping out from, as he squeezes his leg tightly, and Hyun-seok finds it very hurting. After that, the monster furiously tells him that he'll get back to his senses once he gets a good sleep, calling him a dear self-proclaimed hero as he punches him in the face, while Hyun-seok seems terrified. Some time later, at the underground prison, Hyun-seok shouts from his cell, telling the monsters to open the door, calling them lunatics. To bring that cowhead back again, they should fight another round. Then, a goblin slams open the door and walks in with his sword, annoyedly asking just who keeps quacking around. And Hyun-seok frighteningly moves back, seeing that it's a real sword. The goblin plants the sword on the floor and tells him that if he screams once again, he'll boil him whole into a soup. Seeing the sword's sharpness, Hyun-seok hurriedly tells him that he'll be quiet. After that, the goblin walks back out, telling him that he's watching him, so to look after himself, and Hyun-seok terrifiedly says yes, he understands, as the goblin shuts the door close. Then Hyun-seok frustratedly questions this so-called awesome adventurer is another world trash, where it all went wrong. He worriedly wonders, at this rate, let alone the daughter of the village chief, if he'll die a virgin for the second time. Right at that moment, another guy from the cell beside his calls him and asks if he's a newcomer. Hearing that, Hyun-seok asks who he is, and the guy asks if he's asking him, as he's his senior who's about to be a hero. And he adds with a smile on his face that they're at the Demon King's army fortress that enslaves humans, which shocks Hyun-seok. Then he frustratedly asks his Sunbi Nim what's going on there, why they fell into this place from the beginning. At that, the other guy laughs and asks if he really wants to know. After that, he shouts out loud, calling the other inmates self-proclaimed heroes, and asks if they're still alive, as the real hero who's come to save them is there. Hearing that, the other inmates start calling for the true hero, telling him to save them. As they're a hero, they beg him, saying it's true. Hearing that, Hyun-seok confusedly asks his Sunbi Nim what in the world this is, and the other guy tells him it's as he sees. There are 100 heroes who fell into the Demon King's army fortress. He explains that the red cowhead that he was looking for is the head of that place, Reincarnation. And the prisoner guard he saw earlier is called Jark. He's notorious for his cruelty, so he tells Hyun-seok to be careful. And the other guy also explains to him that the reason why all ended up like that is because of that wicked demon called Rachel, which shocks Hyun-seok even more, and he asks sorry. The other guy infuriatedly says if that damn demon hadn't sent them to the wrong place, to which Hyun-seok gets confused. He shouts at his Sunbi Nim, asking what he means, so if they're not supposed to start in this place. The other guy tells him, yeah, he's sure of it. The heroes who got captured in other places told him. He explains that according to them, there's another starting area only for heroes, and most heroes start in cities or rural villages. They typically live normally without any powers, but still, none of them begin their journey right in the middle of the Demon King's army like them. Then, Hyun-seok infuriatedly wonders if that means that the reason why he fell into hell was all because of that angel. Now, in the 2nd Slave Squad, under the 3rd Battalion of the Demon King's army, Hyun-seok chants, "They are the great Demon King's army. They should crush the humans. They should devour the humans," as he's struggling carrying a log on his shoulder along with another guy, with a goblin on it who's ordering them around. Then, as it starts to get dark, the goblin loudly rings a bell in his hands and shouts, telling everyone that this is the end of that day's work, so they should go back, excitedly calling them slaves, while Hyun-seok frustratedly thinks, this short and fat goblin bastard, one day he'll make sure to. Some time later, after he returns to his cell in the underground prison, he lies down and releases a sigh, as he exhaustedly says prison is actually better. Then Hyun-seok gets up, wondering if that angel didn't rant about special hero privileges and whatnot. She told him that if he chooses to become a hero, he'll be given a status window as a special privilege. He looks at his, saying that normally in this situation, a popular slogan will. Then he looks at his hand and extends it to the front, thinking about the status window. Immediately, Hyun-seok gets surprised to find a status window pop up in front of him. He looks closely at it and sees strength 28, agility 29, stamina 31, mana 10, so he questions if these numbers are his status. He also seems confused seeing ability pickaxe D. Right then, the guy from the cell beside his surprisedly asks if he already has stamina 31. Hyun-seok tells him yes, maybe, and his strength is 28. The other guy tells him that he said he were a champion before, but as expected, he's different, as he excitedly says he already has over 30 stats even when he's level 1. Hearing that, Hyun-seok uninterestedly tells him that he's just a slave regardless though, as he puts away his status window. The other guy tells him no, if it's him, he'll definitely be able to escape this place and become a real hero, while Hyun-seok lies down holding his ears and annoyedly tells him yes. The guy from the other cell continues telling him that normal people will only get pickaxe skill by now. His case is so rare, but Hyun-seok tries to ignore him by closing his eyes and telling him to have a good sleep. As he releases a deep breath and thinks even so, he's still going to just be level 1, so he wonders how he will even run away. Some time later, in the middle of the night, Hyun-seok finds that the guy in the cell beside him is finally asleep, so he brings out his status window, thinking right, he should check it out again, just in case. Looking at it for a bit, he believes that there are 2 places that seem promising at the moment. Mana that grants superhuman strength, and this unknown hero point. Hyun-seok finds that even those fake heroes don't know about this hero point, and surprisingly thinks it seems no one has even obtained points in the first place. Right then, out of nowhere, a bright light starts flashing before him, which startles him, and he wonders what this familiar light is. Then someone's projection shows up there. At that, Hyun-seok frightenedly asks what, and the other person tells him, "Oh my, long time no see," calling him Sir Hero. After that, Rachel tries acting cute as she excitedly asks if she should tell him about hero points. She explains that hero points are an important feature to make the hero's life easier. They can be obtained by completing quests, and he can use them too. Right then, before she could finish her sentence, Hyun-seok grabs her tightly, making it hard for her to speak. After that, he infuriatedly tells her that he doesn't care about hero points or whatever, but she deserves a good beating first, which scares Rachel. A bit later, Rachel tells him she's sorry. She never would have guessed that her magic circles were broken because she spilled a bit of coffee while she was having a snack. By that time, Hyun-seok puts soundproofing magic around the cell and asks Rachel if, as a punishment, she became his manager. Rachel explains personal fairy. To be exact, she has to stay by his side and help him until he defeats the Demon King. At that, Hyun-seok proceeds to sleep, telling her sorry, but he doesn't care about the hero business anymore, to which Rachel worriedly asks what he means. Hyun-seok tells her that he doesn't intend to defeat the Demon King, as he asks if he can't just live a normal life there. Rachel nervously tells him, of course, there are a lot of prospective heroes who decide to live like that, but he has an SSS level potential. But Hyun-seok tells her that doesn't mean he's obliged to do anything, and he never felt like it was his mission in the first place. However, Rachel tries to say something more. Right then, Hyun-seok shuts her down, telling her he doesn't want to live while fighting like in his last life, and good night. Rachel gets shocked by that and wonders if he has always been like this, if he wasn't an idiot who knew nothing besides fighting and women. But she wonders what about her then, as she recalls frustratedly asking if she's Hyunsuk's personal fairy. Rachel told the fairy mother that she might have made a mistake, but to make someone of her experience a personal fairy is too much. On top of that, she asked if she wants him to stay with him until he kills the Demon King. The fairy mother told her that this is final. Rachel understood the duties of a personal fairy as a subordinate to the assigned warrior. One must actively cooperate and go through success and failure with the assigned warrior. Then the fairy mother told her to go now. She'll send her to the demon's fortress where Choi Hyunseok is right now, as she started the teleportation magic to send her, and Rachel asked what. The fairy mother told her not to come back until she has completed her assignment. At that, Rachel screamed out loud, saying no, and frustratedly asked if she's getting thrown into the dirty human world. That's how she ended up there. Now Hyunseok asks if it isn't right that a personal fairy has to obey every word of their warrior. Then she should contribute to his plan, and Rachel annoyedly says yes, sure. Right then, Hyunseok hears some footsteps approaching his cell, so he hurriedly grabs Rachel and hides her behind him, which chokes her. The goblin guards outside shout at him, telling him to wake up right now, calling him meat. At that moment, Rachel frustratedly tells Hyunseok using telepathy that she can use stealth magic on her own and uses it to hide herself. Then Hyunseok wonders, roll call is over, so why that bastard is there, as Jark enters the cell and tells him with a wide grin on his face that Sir Reincarnation has called for him, calling him human. After that, he takes Hyunseok to Reincarnation's office, where Reincarnation tells Hyunseok he has heard that he's working hard these days. Jark told him so, that he got a nice mount. Both Hyunseok and Rachel get shocked to hear that, while Jark remains seated on his shoulders. Looking at him, Hyunseok surprisedly wonders if this stinky bastard of a goblin complimented him. Then Reincarnation tells him he thought he was simply a crazy human at first, but it's good to see him working so hard. That's why he asks what he thinks about becoming head slave, which shocks Rachel even more. And Hyunseok worriedly asks what this is about now. Reincarnation gets up from his chair, telling him he's suggesting this because the work speed has become so much slower these days. At that, Rachel worriedly asks Hyunseok if it isn't right that he won't do it. If he isn't going to reject him immediately, she frustratedly tells him to listen, as he asks how a hero can grovel to the Demon King's army officers. Both Jark and Reincarnation notice that, and Reincarnation asks what that sound was right now. Immediately, Hyunseok lowers his head so fast that he bashes his head on the table in front of him, thanking him in a loud voice and telling him to leave it to him, as he'll do his best to get those humans to work. Rachel shouts no, and Reincarnation tells Hyunseok good. Unlike his first impression of him, he has come to like him, so to do well, and he'll write him a special admission letter to the Demon King's army. Then Reincarnation tells Hyunseok that he can go now, while Hyunseok frustratedly thinks, damn it, goodbye, his escape plan. A few days later, Hyunseok shouts, telling the other slaves that they are the great demon army, defeat them, eat those humans, offer their bodies and lives to the Demon King. Suddenly, he calls out a group carrying water on their shoulders and yells at them, telling them to move faster. He adds with an evil look on his face that even his grandma can run faster than that, so he asks the slaves how they'll fill their quota that day like that. At that moment, the system notifies him that by leading many people for a long time, his hidden ability, charisma, has increased. Seeing that, Hyunseok says oh nice, while tossing his apple away. He excitedly shouts, saying that being the head slave is the best, and the others think that guy finally lost it. One says he heard that he used to be a hero and asks another if he thinks that's true, which surprises the other guy. Rachel furiously asks if he has gone mad, as they're going to be in big trouble if he keeps going like this. But Hyunseok tells her to trust the process, as he asks how a sparrow like her can understand the intentions of a phoenix like him. Right then, he calls out another slave, who's on the ground, and asks if he skipped lunch, as why he's crawling around like that. At that, the system notifies him that Reincarnation's favorability toward him has risen. He's just a few steps away from achieving his goal. So then, Hyunseok turns toward Reincarnation's outpost and salutes him, thanking him for the opportunity. Right at that moment, Rachel furiously shouts in his ear, telling him she thought he wanted to go on adventures, escape this place, so she asks if this is what an adventure or an escape looks like for him. Then Hyunseok tells her that he's just doing as the system told him to do, and asks if following the system isn't part of a hero's duty. But Rachel asks, increasing the Demon King army officials' favorability toward him, if he really wants her to believe there's a hero quest like that. Hyunseok says he's telling the truth and asks if he wants him to read it out loud. Then he shows it to Rachel and reads it out, saying, "You, who have found yourself inside the Demon King's army fortress because of some idiot's mistake, At that, Rachel shouts no, that way of speech is definitely weird, as the system is a kind program that only uses neutral language, but Hyun-seok says in a harsh tone, it's the truth, and asks so what she wants him to do. At that, Rachel starts crying, saying no, she means no, still. Last night, as Hyun-seok went back to sleep in his cell, Rachel frustratedly told him to wait and asked if he's crazy, as she asked how he can accept the offer so gladly, which interrupted Hyun-seok's sleep. So he got up and tightly grabbed hold of Rachel, infuriatedly telling her that he's not the crazy one there. She is, as he asks whose fault this is in the first place. Right then, the hero quest popped up before him, telling him to gain the favor of the Demon King's army officer, Reincarnation, as a true hero must learn how to use their enemy. Reward, 100 hero points. Seeing that, Hyun-seok confusedly asked what this is about. Now, he laughs and tells the slaves to listen up, to start singing the Demon King's Third Army Corps song. While Rachel seems shocked, wondering if that's really his quest. He understands that only the higher-ups have the power to change the quest's contents, so she confusedly wonders why they did that for Choi Hyun-seok. Right then, someone arrives there and calls Hyun-seok a mount. Hyun-seok looks back and gets surprised to see that it's Jark. Jark tells him with a smile to follow him, as Sir Reincarnation has called for him, and after that, he takes him to Reincarnation's office. Inside, Reincarnation gladly tells Hyun-seok he has heard that the slave's productivity has increased drastically. Hyun-seok tells him it was nothing. He's just a humble, uncivilized human. This is all thanks to his wise choices. At that, Rachel says geez, hopefully he doesn't really believe that such cheap flattery will work. But right at that moment, the system notifies Hyun-seok that he has reached his favorability goal. The hero quest has been completed. He has received 100 hero points, and beginner's hero store has been unlocked. Both Hyun-seok and Rachel get shocked by that, as they both think it worked quite well though. Then Hyun-seok thinks anyway, this is working out well, the favorability quest is done, so it's time to move on to the next part of the plan. So he nervously calls Reincarnation and asks if he doesn't mind, if he may start training the slaves. Reincarnation gets confused by that, and Hyun-seok tells him to just imagine it, a group of elite worker slaves moving in unison. He excitedly explains that slaves, who are experts of discipline, doing the job of 3 without a trace of laziness. With these slaves, the construction of the fortress can be done within a week. However, Reincarnation says that humans are physically too weak to work and train simultaneously. But Hyun-seok adds that then the commander will tell him, Reincarnation, you did great. Hearing that, Reincarnation immediately tells him that he'll allow it, and Hyun-seok gladly thanks him for that. After that, as Rachel returns to Hyun-seok's cell with him, she keeps crying, saying she's sure her hero has gone mad. First, he's groveling to the Demon King's army, and now he's even training the slaves. She questions how she can live when she feels so depressed and hopeless. At that moment, Hyun-seok irritatedly tells her seriously, she's so loud. Then he tells her to listen, as he has a plan, and Rachel frustratedly asks if he's planning to make a fool out of her again. Hyun-seok asks if she thinks he's her or what. He tells Rachel to look as he's planning to use the slaves to start a rebellion. Rachel surprisedly asks what, a rebellion? He explains that his fortress has 3,000 human slaves. The number of soldiers from the Demon King's army is only about 500. Moreover, there's a human alliance base not far. In the chaos of the rebellion, they can ask for support from the human alliance. Hearing that, Rachel amazedly says so he wasn't just a dumb man who just thought about muscles and fights, as she's touched. Then Hyun-seok says with a serious look on his face, all that's left now is to check the reward from the quest. Rachel surprisedly asks if he really got hero points, if the whole thing wasn't a lie. Hyun-seok tells her he told her so, and now there's even this thing called Hero's Store. Then, he excitedly asks if they shall take a look, as he opens the Hero's Store using his status window, praying to it to give him something good, thinking of it as his lifeline. After that, Hyun-seok amazedly thinks, it's done, he finally got his hands on a hero skill, as skills in the hero shop start to show up. But then, he and Rachel both get shocked to see skills like Hold Your Breath, which can help hold his breath better, and Trash Holding, which can hold his trash better. Hyun-seok infuriatedly says the rest are cooking, cleaning, laundry, and asks if these are the abilities that a hero needs, while Rachel starts laughing, saying it's because it's still a level 1 store. She explains that if he collects more points and levels up his store, he will definitely find something useful. Right then, Hyun-seok tries to grab her, furiously telling her to shut up, calling her a swindling fairy, and Rachel tries her best to escape, screaming and crying for someone to save her. The next day and morning, Hyun-seok brings all the slaves at that fortress together and forms them into lines, as he tells them, "Attention," and they form into lines, saying salute to the Demon King. Then Hyun-seok tells them that they will sing the Third Army Corps song, and orders them to do it by shouting, "Begin." Immediately, they all start singing, "We, the great Demon King army, let's defeat humans, let's eat humans, forget all the suffering when you catch them, nothing under the sky is greater than the affection of the Demon King." Looking at all that from the outpost tower, Reincarnation says with a smile that he's glad he allowed Hyun-seok to train them. But right then, Jark hurriedly enters the office and tells him that he has something urgent to report. He informs him that the human army is advancing that way, and it is said that the 8th Division that confronted them has already fallen into their trap and retreated. Reincarnation understands that the 8th Division is the largest unit in their area, so if the 8th Division had been defeated, it would only be a matter of time before those bastards got there. He finds it hard to believe they might have to give up the fortress when it's almost finished being like this. Right then, Jark desperately tells him there's no time. He must evacuate now, but Reincarnation tells him to wait a minute. He looks out the window at Hyun-seok training the slaves and explains that since ancient times, war has been said to have been battles of military supplies. And the first rule of war is never to lose a competent supply of officers, so Reincarnation tells Jark to go ahead, as he'll take care of Choi Hyun-seok and follow him. Then he kicks open the window in his office, while Hyun-seok was asking the slaves if they're not going to run as his command, and wonders what's with that sound. Seeing Reincarnation coming out, Hyun-seok thinks it looks like that day's combat training will be cancelled again because of his surveillance. Also, his abilities have increased a bit, but this isn't enough to start a coup. So he annoyedly wonders if there's no sudden event that can help him raise his abilities. But right then, Reincarnation jumps straight at him and shows up behind him. Before he could realize what's happening, Reincarnation calls him, and he seems surprised to find that it's Sir Reincarnation. He tells him in a serious tone that there's no time, so to go with him right now, and Hyun-seok worriedly asks pardon, why all of a sudden, where they're going. Right at that moment, a human commander from just outside the fortress area commands his soldiers, shouting, "Attack," as victory is within their reach. Then the human soldiers start rushing forward, holding their spears, aiming at the front, and tear through groups of goblin warriors. Then the commander looks at Reincarnation and shouts over there, "That bastard is Red Nightmare Reincarnation." And Reincarnation looks back at him. After that, the commander orders the common soldiers to get back, as the knights will take on the enemy, and orders the knights to charge, as victory is right in front of them. While Hyun-seok wonders why there are human troops. Then he thinks no, maybe now is his chance, the chance to stab the Demon King's commander in the back and return to the human society. But right at that moment, as a knight comes rushing at Reincarnation holding his sword, shouting at him to die, calling him Red Nightmare, Reincarnation grabs hold of his face, which shocks and terrifies him. Then Reincarnation starts crushing the knight's face with his bare hands and activates his magic, Reincarnation Combat Arts, 7th movement. The next moment, he bashes the knight's face to the ground, and immediately, a big area ahead of them starts breaking apart, as he uses his skill, Explosive Destruction Wave, which destroys the whole area and demolishes the knights who were caught in the attack. After that, Reincarnation looks back at Hyun-seok and asks if he's alright, while he looks completely unharmed. And Hyun-seok hurriedly salutes him, nervously telling him that he'll be leaving right now. After they escape and the fortress is destroyed by the human soldiers, soldiers of the Marriott Kingdom tell their citizens to come his way, and a soldier of the Darsan Empire calls his citizens to come his way. At that same time, some soldiers ask the reincarnated heroes if they're warriors, and the heroes surprisedly tell them yes. Then the soldiers request them to come another way, as they treat warriors and normal captives differently. The heroes follow that way, asking if really, as they thank him so much and excitedly say they're finally being treated like warriors. Then after they walk forward a bit, someone else shows up and thanks them for coming. The Duke of Drasen Empire, commander of the Allied forces, Olaven Grimir, tells them that it's nice meeting them and introduces himself to them. Right at that moment, a soldier calls him commander and informs him that the evacuation of civilians has been completed, and Olaven tells him with a smile, "Good job." The soldier adds that they have drafted all those who called themselves warriors. Hearing that, Olaven walks past him, telling him that then they should start. And the soldier says yes. After that, he orders all the soldiers there to get into position. They will now annihilate all the warriors in front of them, as they drag out their weapons and start slaughtering them. Some time later, in the deep parts of the forest, some carriages driven by goblins are heading somewhere. Inside one of the carriages, Hyun-seok cries, thinking, farewell another world, farewell his adventure, farewell his second life. He looks at Reincarnation and frustratedly thinks that bastard blew off all the heads of those coming after them, so there's no more pursuit. At that moment, Rachel tries to console him, requesting him to come to his senses, as times of crisis are opportunities. They should go to the demon's headquarters and properly grasp the Demon King Army's situation. Hyun-seok yells at her, telling her to shut up, calling her a liar. At that, Reincarnation wakes up, saying whoops, he fell asleep, and asks Hyun-seok if he said something. Hyun-seok hurriedly tells him not at all. He was just mumbling to himself what an honor it is to be able to go with him, calling him sir. Hearing that, Reincarnation tells him with a smile that he's glad he thinks so, and they're almost at the Third Corps headquarters, so to keep looking forward to it. He explains that when they arrive, he will officially enlist him in the Demon King Army, so they should continue getting along, which shocks both Hyun-seok and Rachel. Then Hyun-seok tells Reincarnation it's an honor, seriously, it's an absolute honor, while he's devastated inside, and Rachel screams out loud while hiding her presence. Some time later, as they reach the headquarters, the guard says that Sir Reincarnation has returned and orders the others to open the gate. After Reincarnation gets out of the carriage, he tells Hyun-seok to follow him as he will take him straight to the commander. Hyun-seok gets out of the carriage as well and tells him that it's an absolute honor to be able to meet the commander this quickly, while he still seems devastated inside. Then Reincarnation tells him it's indeed an honor, but to be mindful of his conduct in front of the commander, unless he wants to die, which terrifies Hyun-seok. He nervously thinks, yeah, they say that as long as they keep their wits about them, they can survive even in a tiger's den, so he decides that he'll never give up. After that, Reincarnation takes him inside the headquarters and standing outside of the commander's office, he tells Commander Hemis that it's him, Reincarnation. The commander tells him from inside to come in, and hearing that, Hyun-seok surprisedly wonders if that's a woman's voice, if it could be that the commander was a woman. After that, they enter the office and Demon King Army 3rd Corps Commander Hemis excitedly says while lying on her chair, "Oh my, look who they have there." She tells Reincarnation he's back. Hemis amazedly adds that he gained even more muscle. Then Reincarnation tells her that her beauty has become even more stunning, while Hyun-seok seems shocked as he wonders if a beauty like this is a commander. Hemis thanks Reincarnation for his sweet words, while Hyun-seok worriedly wonders what he should say, if he should also praise her beauty as his little guy starts rising up. Then Reincarnation tells Hemis that he's ashamed how he couldn't protect this fortress, but Hemis tells him it's okay. As she carefree says, that's because of the 8th Division's commander, it's not his fault. But then, Hemis says in a terrifying tone while radiating an intense aura that she should have made a bag out of his skin already, as he came back alive as a loser. Hyun-seok gets startled by her intense aura, and he frightenedly thinks he can't breathe. He clenches his fists, as he finds that this pressure, it's an entirely different level than the ones he's met. Then Hemis gets up from her chair, saying whatever, and asks Reincarnation who is that human he brought. Reincarnation tells her that he is Choi Hyun-seok, the one he reported about before. He brought him to enlist in the official demon army. Hemis gets really close to Hyun-seok, telling him he's cute, and questions, a talent personally chosen by Reincarnation, if she should look forward to this, which makes him really nervous, and he hurriedly tells her he'll do his best. However, Hemis tells him that with that body, he won't last long in the demon army, and asks Reincarnation if he doesn't think so. Reincarnation tells her he agrees, others will devour him, which worries Hyun-seok. But Reincarnation tells her that a human joining a demon army isn't unprecedented, so with her permission, he'll personally train him. However, right then, Hemis tells him no. He can't waste his time on a human, as she rips apart her face, and a terrifying, monstrous mouth comes out from it. Hyun-seok seems shocked to see that, while Hemis brings out a magical beast from the mouth and tells him, from then on, he'll be assigned as her pet caretaker. The beast immediately starts growling at Hyun-seok, while Hemis tells him that his name is Bobo and asks if he isn't cute. Hyun-seok wonders if it's a pet, how that's a dog, if she's sure it's not a demon bastard who came from hell. Reincarnation amazedly tells Hemis that he senses great power, even though he's a baby. He can sense the elegance as well. Hemis says, of course, and asks Hyun-seok if he sees, as Reincarnation gets it. But seeing Hyun-seok looking worried, Hemis sounds surprised and asks in a terrifying tone what that reaction is, if he doesn't like it. Immediately, Hyun-seok salutes her, saying applicant for Demon Army, Choi Hyun-seok. It's an honor to take care of Bobo as a human. Hemis happily says that's what she likes to hear and tosses Bobo at his shoulder. Then Hemis tells him that he's growing right now, so not to forget to feed him. He gets angry when he's hungry. Assigning a new caretaker is too much work now since he's been eating them all, and Hyunseok tells her yes ma'am. After that, he takes Bobo to his house, and Rachel shouts out loud, asking if there's a new hero quest. Hyunseok shushes her, telling her to keep quiet as he's going to wake Bobo up. Looking at the hero quest, which tells him to survive by earning Bobo's affection and wish for a better future. Hyunseok says this quest gives 200 hero points, and the objective is, he terrifiedly looks at Bobo, thinking he has to earn affection from a commander's pet now. He wonders how this is a hero. Right then, someone knocks on the door and enters the room, calling him human. Immediately Hyunseok bows before him, telling him it's nice to meet him. His name is Choi Hyunseok. While he skeptically wonders if they sent a goblin as a caretaker, as they are blatantly treating him as a snack. Hyunseok asks the goblin where the other seniors are, and the goblin replies that there are none, they are all dead. So from then on, the two of them will prepare a meal for Bobo. Hyunseok worriedly asks if that's all, and the goblin tells him that's all. Then, he tells him that if he understood everything, to get their backs too. But right at that moment, Bobo shouts up right before him and starts licking the goblin's head. Immediately, the goblin hides behind Hyunseok, frightenedly asks Bobo if he's awake, and shows Hyunseok, telling him this is a fresh human prepared for him. At that, Hyunseok frustratedly calls him a crazy goblin and asks what he's doing. But the goblin yells at him, telling him to shut up, calling him a human. The goblin frustratedly adds that one of them is going to die anyway. Then Hyunseok tells him that he's the one dying, as he picks up the goblin and tosses him straight at Bobo, telling Bobo that it's a snack for him, while Bobo seems really excited to get a meal. Then he starts feasting on the goblin, while Hyunseok says he likes it and Rachel says yeah, looking the other way, as they both find it hard to watch. After a while, Rachel flies around, frustratedly asking why and saying this is too much, as Bobo is chasing after her. She screams at Hyunseok, telling him to save her, and Hyunseok tells her not to run away for too long, as he'll get hungry again, while he's busy looking through the hero shop. Suddenly, he notices something, an extra large bone that can attract the Kennedy type of monster, required hero points 30, so he purchases it, thinking wait, this might be useful. After that, Hyunseok calls Bobo and shows the bone to him, nervously asking if he wants this. Then he tosses it far, aiming for behind Bobo, which startles him. Still, he immediately jumps up high and grabs hold of the bone using his mouth. At that moment, Rachel finally gets a breather and exhaustedly asks Hyunseok how he even found an item like that, as she wishes he had found it a little earlier. Hyunseok proudly says it's all because of his genius brain that doesn't miss minor details. This quest should be easy. But then, Bobo jumps right past him, tearing up a bit of cloth from his collar, which shocks him, and Rachel asks if he said easy. Then Bobo looks back at them with an infuriated look on his face, and Hyunseok nervously says he doesn't think the bone was enough. Then Bobo bares his sharp teeth at him, and Hyunseok stutteringly says he guesses he needs fresh meat. At that, Rachel asks if he's thinking about bringing him outside. He says well and starts thinking hard about it. He keeps telling himself to think, if he doesn't want to be eaten. A magic word that can calm an angry dog. Then he says in a loud voice, walk, and immediately, Bobo's mood changes. He gets totally calm as he seems really happy to get the chance to walk outside, and so he hugs Hyunseok. After that, Hyunseok takes Bobo outside and confusedly wonders where the kitchen is, as he can't tell which way it is. But Bobo keeps walking fast, so he hurriedly goes after him, telling him to calm down. Rachel looks in every direction, saying she doesn't smell any food, so she wonders where it is. Right then, she notices a goblin walking by that area and asks why they don't ask him over there, and Hyunseok says sure. After that, Hyunseok runs up to him, telling him to excuse him and asks if he can help him with directions. Seeing him, the goblin surprisedly asks who he is, why a human is there. Right then, Bobo barks at him. The goblin immediately falls to the floor looking really terrified, and Hyunseok excitedly says it's Bobo's walk time. Then, as Bobo starts licking the goblin confusedly asks why a human is with Bobo, and Hyunseok tells Bobo that he can't eat him. After that, Bobo walks away, and Hyunseok explains to the goblin that he's taking care of Bobo starting that day. Then he asks if he knows where the kitchen is. The goblin still seems confused that a human got the job. The goblin shouts, telling him to his left, and he runs away from there as fast as he can. Both Hyun-seok and Rachel seem speechless for a moment, then they both start laughing, as Hyun-seok asks why he's so scared, and Rachel says that's what she's saying. After a while, Hyun-seok wipes tears from his eyes because of the laugh, and says he guesses they just have to find meat from the kitchen then. Rachel says it is funny, but she asks if it isn't right that he's not going to take care of a dog forever, and Hyun-seok asks with a smile what she's saying, as he has a dream of fatefully meeting a blonde lady and marrying. But right then, he looks to the side and finds Bobo nowhere there, which stuns him. Hyun-seok seems to be stuck for a moment at the marrying part, then he frustratedly shouts, asking where the hell the dog is. He cries, saying he's a disaster if he looks away for even a split second, so he keeps asking where he is, while Rachel keeps looking in all directions. Then she tells him over there, as Bobo hurriedly runs back straight toward Hyun-seok. Seeing him, Hyun-seok sheds tears of joy, happily calling him his baby, and telling him that he made him worry. However, Bobo excitedly runs back to him with blood all over his mouth and body. At that moment, a goblin soldier worriedly tells everyone that Commander Regis is dead, and others ask who did it, as they'll do the same to them. At the same time, Bobo stands before Hyun-seok, wiggling his tail, looking really happy, and Rachel says she guesses Bobo is the one, while Hyun-seok starts sweating heavily. Then he picks up Bobo and they both start running from goblin soldiers, as Rachel frustratedly asks if they're going to die like this. If they're done for, Hyun-seok tells her to shut up and run if she has time to yap. After running for a while, he suddenly finds a dead end in front of him, so finding no choice, he stops. Then the goblin soldiers slowly approach him, excitedly saying, "The human that murdered the commander. They'll eat his arm like a chicken wing." And Hyun-seok nervously calls them his fellow comrades. The goblins add that they hope Commander isn't digested fully yet, as they always wondered what he tasted like. They'll rip apart both the dog and the human first, then they'll share. At that moment, Hyun-seok frustratedly tells himself to focus, as a man is all about the spirit. So then, he infuriatedly asks them, shouting as loud as he can, "How dare they?" which startles all the goblin soldiers there. Showing Bobo to the goblins, Hyun-seok asks them if they don't know who this one is, while Bobo seems confused. One of the goblins stutteringly asks if it isn't just a monster. Immediately, Hyun-seok furiously asks the goblin, "What? How rude?" as he raises the dog, putting his head forward, and shouts at the goblin soldiers, telling them that this is Bobo. The goblin asks if he said Bobo, the pet of Commander Hemis, as there's no way. It's a trick from the human, but another goblin asks what if he's telling the truth. Then Hyun-seok puts down Bobo, asking the goblin how he could not tell who Bobo is, and tells him shame. At that, the goblin worriedly asks what he's doing. After that, Hyun-seok excitedly tells Bobo, "Beast mode on," and he immediately becomes ferocious. Then he points at the goblin, telling Bobo that it's him, so to bite, and Bobo immediately lunges at him, completely opening his jaws and letting out a roar, as he starts mercilessly tearing apart the goblin and eating him. Seeing that, Hyun-seok nervously says, "A dog without a muzzle is bloody." After a while, as only the bones of that goblin remain, Hyun-seok asks the rest of the goblins if there are any other demons in doubt of Bobo. All the goblins bow before them, telling them sorry, as they didn't know. Right then, the system notifies Hyun-seok that with excessive charisma, he subdued many demons. Hidden attribute charisma increased, and Hyun-seok surprisedly questions if he gets the credit for this. Nice. At that moment, someone familiar arrives there and says she was wondering why it's so noisy outside, which startles Hyun-seok. He recognizes that it's Hemis, as she says with a smile that a cute newbie is doing some interesting stuff out there. After that, Hemis takes Hyun-seok to her office and amusedly asks so if he used her name and Bobo to survive. Hyun-seok hurriedly bows his head before her and tells her that he has committed a grave sin. But Hemis gets surprised by that as she tells him that that was a compliment, which confuses Hyun-seok. Then Hemis walks up to him and lifts up his chin, saying she guesses he's a human after all. He's clever, unlike the idiots there, and he has balls too. Hyun-seok nervously thanks her for that. Then Hemis sits back on her chair and explains to him that the demon army tends to solve everything by force, which causes many troubles. He seems confused by that, and she tells him that he will soon find out. Then, she asks Hyun-seok with a smile on her face, so, if he has thought about becoming an executive. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear that as he asks if she wants him to be an executive. With his skills, all of a sudden. Hemis tells him that right now would be hard, as she can't let him keep selling her name and Bobo. She explains that the demon army has a decisive battle that lets they take the opponent's rank. She can protect him for a month, but after that, he'll have to win against the opponent chosen by her. Every win he gets will extend her protection by a month. And she adds, if he slowly climbs up the ladder to maybe a battalion commander, maybe he'll be useful by then. But Hyun-seok worriedly asks what if he loses. Then, Hemis tells him not to expect a peaceful death, as she says with a creepy look on her face that he'll wish he had died during the battle. After a while, he walks out of the office, sadly telling Rachel that he had to accept, since she seemed like she'd kill him if he said no. She even chose the opponent on the spot, so Rachel says it looks like he'll be saying farewell to her in a month. But Hyun-seok irritatedly tells her she said his potential talent is rank SSS. However, Rachel asks if he doesn't know what potential means. She annoyedly tells him that it's a possibility, not a definite power. At that, Hyun-seok tells her that she calls herself a personal fairy and won't even cheer. But right then, he notices something. He finds big doors with blood splattered all over them, and axes dug into them, so he wonders if this is the kitchen. After that, he slowly enters the kitchen, nervously telling people, if there are any, to excuse him, and asks if there's anyone there. Right then, a powerful-looking demon inside tells him that he must be the human the commander talked about. He introduces himself, telling Hyun-seok that he's the chef, Kulkin, and asks in a serious tone what he's there for. Hyun-seok nervously tells him he was wondering if he could get a snack for Bobo, a fresh meat if possible. Hearing that, Kulkin asks so if Bobo's caretaker changed again. But he tells him no, which shocks Hyun-seok. Kulkin asks why he would help him, as the only order from Commander Hemis was not to lay a hand on him. However, Hyun-seok asks if there's a way to make this work, as it's for Bobo. Then Kulkin thinks for a bit and tells him, while looking to the side, that if he really wants meat, then to get it himself by hunting, as goblin soldiers present there are preparing a feast using the meat of their fallen comrades. One goblin asks what meat this is, as he excitedly says it's so soft. Another giggles and tells him that that's the belly from Patel, who died the previous day, as he's tasty compared to what he looked like. Hyun-seok seems clueless seeing all that, as he wonders if they are the cook there, as they look like butchers. And he looks at Kulkin, looking at him with a serious look in his eyes, and wonders if he said he would hunt it himself, as what that even means. Some time later, Hyun-seok heads out with the goblins for a hunt. Suddenly, a huge boar comes rushing at them, and the goblins shout, saying to kill it, as that's their dinner that night. Hyun-seok frightenedly wonders how he ended up in this position. Right then, the boar knocks away one of the goblins, and the others shout that pig killed Morgan. Hyun-seok thinks that they call it a hunt, but all this thing does is charge non-stop, while a goblin shouts, telling the others to avenge Morgan. At that moment, Hyun-seok says, looking at Morgan, he can't tell who's supposed to be the dinner like this, while Morgan is in his last breath. Then Rachel asks Hyun-seok what they do, if they should just run. At that, Hyun-seok nervously laughs and asks if she really thinks he can run away from a crowd this big. But looking at all the blood around him, he understands that she's right. He's in danger, he has to move. Right then, the demon chef calls him, and Hyun-seok hurriedly salutes him, telling him yes, he'll go next. However, Kulkin tells him no, there's no need to. The hunt is over, as the boar they were hunting is lying dead. Seeing that, he thinks he thought they were mindlessly charging at it, so he wonders how they did that. Then one of the goblins comes up to Kulkin and tells him, progress report, 12 dead, many injured. Hyun-seok thinks the damage is too much. However, Kulkin says okay, amazing, they'll look for the next prey after a short break, which shocks Hyun-seok as he thinks he doesn't care. After a while, as he's alone with Rachel, he calls her and tells her that he thought about it, and escaping isn't an option anymore. Rachel gets surprised to hear that and asks what. She worriedly asks if he's going to hunt a monster with them. With his trashy stats, Hyun-seok tells her no, and asks why he would do that. He explains that he was thinking about it. That stat only goes up when they level up. That means he just needs EXP to level up of. Rachel tells him he's right, but she asks where he's going to find EXP in this situation. But right at that moment, Hyun-seok asks, so, the EXP, if he still gets it if he only does the last hit, which leaves Rachel speechless. Then she stutteringly tells him yeah, it doesn't, but that's so sloppy. However, Hyun-seok immediately turns around and starts walking, thanking her for answering his question, as they should go. He understands that he doesn't have many choices there, as he has to get stronger within a month, if the commander was being for real. After that, Hyun-seok goes up to the Kulkin and calls him chef with an excited look on his face, which surprises the Kulkin as she tells him he thought he ran away. Hyun-seok nervously tells him that he would never do that, while he wonders if he knew he was thinking about it. Then he tells Culkin that he was thinking about joining the next hunt as part of the brave demon army, as he can't just sit out because he's a human. Hearing that, Culkin calls him human in a serious tone, which worries him. He wonders if he crossed the line, as Reincarnation liked it when he did this, but then Culkin tells him that he likes it and starts laughing out loud. At that, Hyun-seok laughs as well and tells him that it's all thanks to the amazing chef. Then Culkin tells him that he'll take the lead on the next hunt, which shocks Hyun-seok. Culkin shows him a thumbs up, telling him that the leader is the most honorable position. Normally, they don't let a noob stand there, but he's a special case. Hearing that, Hyun-seok hastily asks how he could stand in front of the noble demons, as the other cooks will complain if he takes the lead. But right then, a goblin comes running there, calling the chef, and Culkin looks at him, asking what's wrong. The goblin shouts, telling him that it's a monster invasion. Then as he stands and catches a breath, Culkin hears a sound and says, "This cry, damn, and you're an herb came." Hearing that, Hyun-seok worriedly asks if they're in danger, and Culkin tells him not really, but urine meat isn't good, which shocks Hyun-seok. Then, Culkin takes out the butcher knife hanging on his back, saying whatever, and tells everyone to take out their weapons, as they should go and add urine stew to their dinner menu. Hyun-seok excitedly thinks nice, he has to stay close and get the last hit. Then Rachel tells him to take this too, as she uses a magic buff spell on him, and immediately, the system tells Hyun-seok that health and strength slightly increased. Duration 3 minutes, which surprises Hyun-seok. Rachel laughs and tells him that he doesn't have to thank her, but right then, Hyun-seok punches him on the head, infuriatedly asking why she didn't use this before. After that, he heads off, excitedly saying they should go, as the last hit is his, while he thinks to motivate himself. Hyun-seok tells himself to think, blonde noble lady, no more and no less than 5 children who look like bunnies. Then launches himself forward as fast as he can, right into the action, and lunges straight at the Urons, thinking he'll protect his retirement. As he lands a punch on an already dying Uran. Right then, the system notifies him that Uran died and keeps leveling up. Hyun-seok surprisedly wonders if 4 levels went up for one last hit, so he thinks with a wide grin on his face that with this speed, he can hit level 20 that day. He can finally get stronger. Some time later, a goblin is exhaustedly standing in front of an Uran on the brink of death, as he lifts up his blade to finish it off. But right at that moment, Hyun-seok comes at the goblin out of nowhere and excitedly pushes him out of the way, saying oopsie daisy. His elbow slipped. Then he giggles while looking really thirsty for kills, as he says last hit. Every last hit in this world is him, which frightens the Uran. After some more time, as all the beasts have been taken care of, and their meat is done being salvaged, Rachel asks Hyun-seok if they're done now, as she seems completely drained, and seeing her, Hyun-seok calls her buff bot and tells her nice work. He looks around, saying they killed every monster, and it seems like they are done butchering it. Right then, the goblins excitedly start eating the meat they just butchered, and some even ask to bring them a bigger one, which shocks Hyun-seok. At that moment, Chef Culkin puts a hand on his shoulder, calling him Choi Hyun-seok, and asks what he's staring at, as he's also enjoying a piece of meat. Hyun-seok hurriedly turns toward him and asks if they're allowed to eat the army's food like that. At that, Culkin asks if he doesn't know that's part of the cook's privilege. Monster meat goes bad after some time. He also asks when he thinks normal soldiers like them can taste fresh meat like this, and delicious meat is the reason he lives for. Hyun-seok gets confused hearing about privilege, and that they would die for this, as he wonders if they don't have a labor union. So then, Culkin offers Hyun-seok a piece of meat, telling him to eat as he fought as a warrior, and he has the right to eat the meat. Hearing that, Hyun-seok shakes as he puts forward his hand to hold the piece of meat, wondering if every cook risks their life for this meat. Then he grabs a bite and thinks the meat itself isn't too bad. The smell is strong, but they could call it a flavor. He realizes that it's too bland and chewy, and if it was sold in Korea, it wouldn't last long. So he looks at the goblins, excitedly running around holding meat in their hands, and wonders if they are risking their lives for this sloppy meat. Then, something comes to his mind, and he questions what if he can make a dish much better than this. At that, Rachel asks what he said. Hyun-seok excitedly thinks that maybe he can control them by earning their favor, as he'll be the god of the kitchen, while Rachel frustratedly asks if he can hear her. Right then, Hyun-seok opens the hero shop, which shocks Rachel. After that, Hyun-seok browses through the shop, thinking he has 70 points left after buying Bobo's toy. He excitedly decides to spend them all for a skill and an item. Seeing that, Rachel worriedly asks what he bought. Then Hyun-seok thinks that he'll show them, thinking of them as foolish demons, as he bought the cooking skill, and an item, seasoning loaded with MSG, the peak of Korea's cuisine. Seeing that, Rachel infuriatedly asks if he bought a salt, if he has points lying around. But Hyun-seok tells her that she has to look at the bigger picture. Then he tells her to just take a look, as seeing is better than hearing it, as he starts roasting the meat. He puts salt on the meat, saying that this will play around with their tongue with primitive tastes. As he is busy cooking the meat, he says with a wide grin on his face, "The mat's so gum." Some time later, Hyun-seok excitedly says it's done, and thinks the juiciness, smell, and the Maillard, he proudly thinks that he's the god of the new world. After that, he takes it to Chef Kulkin and requests him to try the meat. Kulkin thanks him for it but tells him that he's really full right now, so he asks if he can try it later. Hyun-seok tells him with a serious look on his face that he put his heart into it, and he can die without regrets if the great Kulkin tries it. Hearing that, Kulkin nervously tells him, okay, he'll try a bite, as he grabs the meat and tries eating it. Immediately, he thinks this taste, he remembers that he was particularly introverted at a younger age. He remembers someone calling him her cutie, Kulkin, and asking if he wants meat for dinner that night. As he grew older, Kulkin got accustomed to others, and her remembers the person telling him that they should go meet the chief first. And at some point, the person told Kulkin that now, he's an adult. Kulkin cries while eating the meat Hyun-seok offered, as the taste reminds him of his mother. After that, they head back to headquarters kitchen, where Kulkin hands Hyun-seok a ton of meat. He leaves, thanking him for that, and Kulkin tells him the freshness stays for 2 days, to come see him if he needs more. Then Hyun-seok goes to Bobo's house and peeks inside, trying to tell Bobo that he's there. But right at that moment, he frightenedly screams out loud, as Bobo comes rushing straight at him. Hyun-seok immediately brings out a piece of meat, and Bobo bites into it deep while looking furious. But then, he calms down and excitedly starts eating the food. Seeing that, Hyun-seok gladly tells him to eat it all she wants, calling him his baby, and Rachel tells him he's basically a dog master now. After that, Hyun-seok lays out all the meat he brought with him before Bobo, telling him that he'll bring more the next day if he wants more, which makes him even more excited. Then he looks at Hyun-seok with affection, and right at that moment, the system notifies Hyun-seok that Bobo's affinity increased. Affinity reached the requirement. Hero quest completed. Earned 200 hero points. Seeing that, Hyun-seok thinks it's just as planned, and excitedly says, finally. Rachel surprisedly asks if he completed a quest, and Hyun-seok proudly tells her yes. He feels confident now. Also, he'll save this as an emergency fund. He looks at the hero shop in the status window and says that he has a bunch of points saved up. But Rachel tells him that that increases his stats, and asks if he hasn't used it, as he wasted 20 points worth his life. However, Hyun-seok asks why he would use it without knowing what it does. He glances at Rachel, asking if she doesn't think it's because some idiot skipped the tutorials, and Rachel nervously tells him that they can still do it. Then she says, here they go, the instructor Rachel's explanation. He can use bonus points on the 4 basic stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. She explains that strength increases his power, stamina increases his endurance and tenacity, agility increases his reaction and swiftness, and mana is what he imagined, magic. But right then, Hyun-seok asks what charisma is, and Rachel immediately tells him that that's a hidden stat, so he can't level it up with bonus points, only through right training. She explains to him that basically, to just level them equally. Hyun-seok asks if really, as it's usually better to just only increase strength. Rachel asks what, as she tells him maybe at the beginning. But towards the end, mana is very important. It's obvious that a mana-enhanced body is stronger than a pure muscle-trained body. Hyun-seok thinks about it and asks then if he should do it like this, as he puts +9 on strength, +3 on stamina, and +5 on agility and mana. Seeing that, Rachel says not bad. Then she tells Hyun-seok to go to the shop and buy fundamentals of mana control. Hyun-seok surprisedly asks what mana control is. Rachel explains that it basically teaches him to control mana. It's probably around 100 hero points. Hyun-seok looks through the shop, saying he should see fundamentals of mana control, but then he says there is none, which shocks Rachel. Rachel worriedly says no way, as it's a common item in the shop. At that, Hyun-seok releases a sigh and says he thought she could finally be helpful. But he annoyedly asks how she's so useless, as it takes skill to be that useless. Rachel frustratedly tells him no, she swears, it's supposed to be there. 3 weeks later, Hyun-seok exhaustedly says while lying on the floor inside Bobo's house, finally level 100. It took longer than he thought, and Rachel says, obviously, the EXP caps increase as he levels, while Bobo is peacefully sleeping. Hyunseok looks at his stats and sheds tears, asking if there are any other heroes working as hard as him. Hearing that, Rachel asks with a bright smile on her face what he's saying, if he's already a Sainkyor. Hyunseok irritatedly asks if she said Sainkyor. Then he splats her on the floor like a mosquito, furiously asking if she knows how many times he almost died that day. Rachel cries and tells him, but it usually takes half a year to hit level 100. As Hyunseok moves away his hand, Rachel adds that she just wanted to be friendly, and Hyunseok tells her that she asked for it. Right then, a goblin opens the door and enters the house, calling for trainer Choi Hyunseok. He tells him that the commander asked to see him, so to get ready. After that, Hyunseok heads to Hemi's office, where she welcomes him and tells him that he looks better than last time. She says he also got stronger, and his mana seems to have doubled. Hyunseok salutes her, telling her that he tried his best to deliver the highest quality of meat to Bobo every day, but Hemis tells him that he's getting stronger too fast. So she asks if it's because of the level system for heroes. Hyunseok gets shocked to hear that, as he wonders if she knows he's a hero since when. Seeing that look on his face, Hemis tells him not to be surprised, as she knew it since they met for the first time. Hyunseok worriedly asks how, and Hemis replies she knows someone who's really into heroes. Then, Hemis tells him with a wide grin on her face to think for himself, as why he thinks she called him there. Hyunseok starts shaking and sweating heavily out of nervousness, while wondering if it's Bobo's training, last hits, or maybe. He asks Hemis if it's for his battle. Hemis tells him correct, and asks if he remembers their promise. Hyunseok nervously tells her of course, and Hemis asks with a smile if he does. Then she shows her true form by bringing out her monstrous mouth, infuriatedly asking why he's like that. She tells Hyunseok that she already knew he was a hero, and asks if he thinks she had no idea about her fast leveling. Then Hemis puts her hand on his chest, telling him to work harder if he doesn't want to die, as it's for her amusement, while Hyunseok seems really terrified. When he thinks the audience gets most excited, flashy performance, overwhelming victory, no, it's when there's a plot twist. Some time later, Hyunseok sits alone, being thoughtful about Hemis, as he thinks that Monster probably thought the same. He understands that she picked one he can never beat and wished for the odds to be against him. Also, he says she warned him, so he actually stands no chance against it. Then Rachel frustratedly asks what he's going to do if they're dying, to which he tells her to calm down, to let him think. He explains that it's better to learn about the opponent before the day of battle, so he brings out the hero shop, saying he has to study how strong it is. But Rachel worriedly says they only know the name, and the decisive battle is coming up, so she asks how he's going to recognize the face. Hyunseok tells her that there's an item he wanted to buy in the hero shop. It's called Combat Power Meter as he purchases it. The system tells him that it's a lame combat power meter. It measures target strength, stamina, agility, and mana required hero points, 50. Seeing that, Rachel surprisedly asks if it's a power meter for beginners, and Hyunseok tells her yeah, he'll use it to measure the power level and train against a similar power level chef. Rachel releases a sigh and tells him that he's only clever when it comes to stuff like this, but Hyunseok tells her it's better than always being useless, as he puts on the item. Then he looks at Rachel, saying he should see the combat power is. He finds that it's 375. Rachel tells him he can't tell if this is high or low, and asks if they should measure his too. Hyunseok agrees to do that, as he puts the power meter in front of Rachel to let her check his power, and Rachel looks carefully at him. But then, she seems a bit confused. Suddenly, she gets shocked to see something, which surprises Hyunseok. He asks Rachel why, if she doesn't see anything, and Rachel nervously tells him not that, she thinks this is broken. As she asks if not, then how he can possibly be stronger than her. Hearing that, Hyunseok says geez, all this fuzz, and asks if she's sure that she's not the weak one there. Rachel starts crying rivers, frustratedly saying she had a strength of 10,000 a month ago, and Hyunseok puts the power meter on his eyes, asking anyway if it isn't right that it works without a problem. Then he turns toward Bobo, saying he should see how strong their Bobo is, and gets surprised to find his strength 47,422. Thinking about it, Hyunseok starts shaking in fear, and Rachel frustratedly says they're both much weaker than a dog. However, Hyunseok wonders if that's the dog bred buff. After that, he heads out to use the power meter on the others and says, now, he should check out the level of the others there. He looks around at different kinds of monsters and finds that the weakest looking beings are goblins, and the rest have similar stats as him. A monster with 14,300 strength shows up, and a soldier tells everyone that Captain Balkman has arrived to salute, so Hyun-seok thinks everyone with a strength higher than 10,000 is at least at commander level. Then he asks Rachel if she didn't say that his opponent is a platoon leader, and Rachel tells him yes. His name is Kirkin, and they said that he's an orc with the brains of a pig. Hyun-seok says that a platoon leader should have the strength of about 3,000, so he might have a chance if he levels up. But then, he looks to the side and asks if that guy is the so-called pig-brained orc. Kirkin shouts training, grounds, clean, will do, as he repeatedly keeps bashing the ground with a ton of force, and the power meter says that the strength is 6,671. Hyun-seok gets shocked to find his strength over 6,000, and Rachel nervously tells him, well, that's surprising, as it's basically telling him to go and die. Right then, the system throws him a new quest, telling him, darn, the chances of him winning against that pig are near zero, so goal. Reach combat strength of 3,000 in 1 week, reward 300 hero points. Hyun-seok gets surprised to see that, as he says what perfect timing for this quest to pop up, and wonders if it's spying on him. Then he excitedly says alright, it's either do or die anyway, so observer or Hemis. Whoever it is, he's coming for them, as he'll definitely survive. The next morning in the kitchen, Hyun-seok runs up to Kulkin, saying he's there, and Kulkin tells him to come on in. Looking at the power meter on Hyun-seok's head, Kulkin says what an interesting fashion item, and asks where he got that from. Hyun-seok nervously tells him he saw others wearing it, so he got himself one too. Kulkin releases a sigh and questions if that's what is trending among the younger generation these days, then tells him, whatever, to get ready for the hunt, and Hyun-seok tells him yes sir. After that, Kulkin proceeds to brief him on what they're doing that day, while Hyun-seok gets shocked to find his strength 35,230, and wonders why this so high. He thinks that this isn't the strength of some normal captain. Then he looks around and understands that no, it's not just him, he has felt this for a while. But all the chefs there have a high combat strength because they've been fighting against demonic beasts. That means if he spars against someone with a similar strength as Kirkin, he can get a feeling for what level he's at. So then, Hyun-seok bows before Kulkin and requests him to allow him to spar with one of the chefs, which surprises Kulkin, and he asks if he said a spar. Hyun-seok tells him yes, he wants to be of bigger help after learning 1 or 2 things. Kulkin says it's bothersome though, and tells him that he's already strong enough for a human, so there's no need to rush. Hyun-seok proceeds to walk away, saying that if he doesn't allow it, he'll eat all of that day's meat. Right then, Kulkin stops him, happily telling him that he has always been waiting for a man like him, and asks whom he wishes to spar against. A bit later, the goblin chefs get gathered up, so one of them confusedly asks what's going on, as it's soon time for the hunt. Then they learn what's about to go down and get shocked, as they ask what if Choi Hyun-seok is fighting against Galbasim. If Hyun-seok is dying, then they say no, they can't live without his meat. While Hyun-seok stands before Galbasim, ready to fight him, and sees that his strength is 2,620. One of the goblins excitedly suggests that then, they can just kill Galbasim first. At that moment, Kulkin furiously tells them to shut up, calling them idiots. Then he goes up to Galbasim and asks if he understands. He tells him not to kill Hyun-seok, no matter what, not to overdo it, and just do the bare minimum. Hearing that, Galbasim says with a dumb face, Galbasim understood, which makes Kulkin nervous. Then everyone gets into position, and Kulkin says they should start the spar, ready, set. After that, he shouts go, as Hyun-seok looks worried, and Galbasim slowly says, don't kill Hyun-seok. Immediately, Hyun-seok starts rushing toward Galbasim with everything he has, and Galbasim tries to punch him by extending his arm forward with a ton of force. However, Hyun-seok sees it coming and quickly moves out of the way, thinking a fist that merely relies on instincts. Then he turns around in the blink of an eye, questioning if he knows how many fights like this he has won, and lands a powerful kick in his face. Galbasim immediately falls to the floor, and the other goblins surprisedly say Choi Hyun-seok wins. They wonder if Galbasim lost, what happened, as they didn't see it because it happened too fast. At that, Hyun-seok also seems surprised, as he wonders if Galbasim was knocked down by a simple kick, and thinks he might have a chance of winning at this rate. Some time later, at the north of the Black Fortress, Great Forest, the chefs arrive for the hunt, and Hyun-seok, who joined them, still thinks he knocked out an orc with the double strength stat in 1 kick. He gladly believes indeed, combat strength is a mere number, nothing absolute, so if he just becomes a bit stronger, he'll easily win the upcoming fight. Right then, a goblin comes up to Culkin and informs him that a large number of Talas have appeared up ahead. Culkin asks if this was part of the Talas' territory. How annoying. Hearing that, Hyunseok asks what's wrong. If Talas taste bad, Culkin tells him no, their meat doesn't taste all too bad. The marrow of their bones is a great delicacy. But he explains that Talas live in groups, they have especially strong material instincts. So if they lay a finger on their young, they are likely to end up in big trouble. So Hyunseok tells him with a smile that he guesses that Day's hunt ends there. But Culkin thinks about it and says their meat is tasty, so they should just hunt them. Then he pulls out his large chopper and excitedly tells everyone to attack, as that day's snack is Talas' meat. Immediately, the goblins start rushing toward the Talas to hunt them down, shouting Talas' meat, not to let a single one escape. Slaughter them alive, they can't have any bodily fluids escape. Seeing them, the Talas start shaking in fear and screech, but right before a goblin could get to one, Hyunseok pushes him out of the way, saying oops and asking why he's blocking his way, which confuses the Talas. He excitedly thinks that Day's experience point vault opened, and the final blows are all his. Some time later, tons of Talas corpses have already been accumulated, and Hyunseok thinks nice, last one, as he finishes off another Talas and the system keeps notifying him that he leveled up. Then Rachel amazedly asks how good he is at stealing the last blows, calling him Mr. Hero. Hyunseok laughs, saying he knows and asks if it isn't right, as this is why he likes working in the kitchen. But right at that moment, the ground there starts shaking violently, and they can hear loud cries. Hyunseok gets startled by that and hurriedly looks in the direction the cries are coming from. Then he worriedly wonders, what the? One of the goblins shouts, telling everyone that she's there, the Talas queen, as a ginormous monster approaches them. After that, she looks down and gets infuriated to see the corpses of her children. She starts fuming with anger while furiously crunching her teeth. At that moment, Hyunseok puts on his power meter and proceeds to check the Talas queen, questioning just how strong she is for everyone to make this huge fuss about her. Then the Talas queen screams out even louder, while Hyunseok gets shocked to find the meter giving him a warning, telling him not measurable. So he terrifiedly wonders, hold on, if her combat strength is unmeasurable, and if they just mercilessly slaughtered her children. Then he hurriedly turns to the head chef and asks what they do. But then, he gets shocked and screams hell, as Culkin runs away from there as fast as he can, telling all of his comrades that they should make it out alive and meet again, so Hyunseok thinks of him as an irresponsible rascal. Then he hears goblins behind him getting killed and screaming, telling everyone to scatter as they all start running. And the Talas queen starts attacking them. As the goblin chefs are getting slaughtered rapidly, they extend their arms, calling out for help, asking where the chief is. After that, the Talas queen gets even more furious and lets out a powerful screech. Hyunseok hurriedly covers his ears as he finds it very hurting and wonders what kind of spider is so damn loud. Right then, Rachel calls him and hurriedly tells him behind him. Hyunseok confusedly looks back, asking if she said behind him, and gets shocked to find a swarm of Talas coming straight at them. Immediately, he starts running away from them as fast as he can, screaming this won't do. He needs to get out of there, while most of the chefs have already run past him. Some still find it hard to run long, as they get caught by the Talas and get brutally killed, while they shout run and ask for help. Seeing all that, Hyunseok understands that if he stops even for a moment, he'll be dead. He glances back at the Talas and finds them slowly catching up to him, so horrifiedly thinks he needs to run away from there as well. While the goblins keep screaming, no, they don't want to die. After some time, Hyunseok manages to create a bit of distance between himself and the Talas and stops at the mouth of a cave, looking completely exhausted. Then he looks up, questioning if it's a cave, in a place like this, if it's really safe, and Rachel tells him that it's totally empty, she checked it out before. Hyunseok thinks honestly he doesn't trust her, but it should at least be safer than the forest, where they're vulnerable from all four directions. So he walks inside the cave, saying it's pretty deep, and asks if it's a natural cave. Rachel tells him that she doesn't know, plus it's super high. She adds that this is even big enough for the Queen Talas to get in, though, of course, that won't happen, which shocks Hyunseok as something comes to his mind. He worriedly says, wait, not to tell him, as he guesses the worst. Right then, he notices some kind of green goo on the cave wall. Rachel tells him no way, as the head chef said it himself, there's no group of Talas around there, while Hyunseok touches the goo, thinking it's been bothering him since earlier, if these are all spider webs. Then he gets even more shocked to find bunch of eggs scattered everywhere and frightenedly wonders if that means that this place. He questions if this really is Talas' nest. Right at that moment, he hears the loud scream from before and worriedly says this won't do after all. He needs to get out of there right now, but as soon as Hyun-seok turns around, he finds an attack coming straight at him. So he quickly moves out of the way to dodge the attack and starts running. Rachel terrifiedly tells a fully grown Talas is there and Hyun-seok irritatedly tells her he can see that too. As he starts running on the path right in front of him, Rachel worriedly asks if this is the right way. And Hyun-seok tells her that he's there for the first time as well, so he asks how he would know. Suddenly, he steps on the green goo and worriedly wonders what he stepped on. Then he stumbles and falls. So he frustratedly thinks, geez, now of all times. Hyun-seok understands that he needs to get his hands on whatever he can get to use as a weapon, and grabs one of the Tala's eggs close to his hand. Then he throws the egg straight at the Tala's queen without even seeing what it is, frustratedly telling her to get lost. But right as the egg gets close to the Tala's queen, she carefully grabs hold of it using her arms and stands there still so as not to break it. Hyun-seok gets surprised to see that it stopped attacking, and wonders if it got distracted trying to catch it. He asks Rachel why she thinks the Talas is acting that way. Rachel thinks a bit and says she must like what he threw at her, round, moist, smooth. Then Hyun-seok looks back at the eggs and thinks that thing that looked like Talas' eggs. He thinks with a devilish grin on his face. He understands. He picks one up again and tells the Tala's queen in a loud voice that no more of her trash, calling her a crazy bastard, which startles her. She seems really worried and speechless, and Hyun-seok excitedly thinks it's working. It's working. Then he tells her here it goes and tosses the egg straight at the Tala's queen, saying woo, there goes player Tala's catching the ball, as she manages to catch the egg by extending her arm far up. Seeing that, Rachel amazedly says, perhaps because it's a monster, its physique is on another level. Then she asks what is his next choice. Hyun-seok asks what's there to choose, as he says in an evil tone, there's still over 100 eggs to go, and starts throwing every single egg at the Tala's queen. After a while, Hyun-seok mockingly tells her, oh my, they're all cracked, and asks if she's already tired, as even he could do a better job receiving than her, while the Tala's queen seems devastated. Then Hyun-seok tells Rachel to bring him the next egg, but Rachel surprisedly asks if he said the next egg, as that was the last one. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear that, and at that moment, the Tala's queen burns with anger and lets out a loud, ear-piercing screech. After that, she starts heading toward Hyun-seok, so Rachel worriedly tells him that thing's coming that way, and Hyun-seok hurriedly tells her to cast the buff quickly. Then, as the Tala's queen comes really close to him, Rachel buffs him, and Hyun-seok clenches his fist, thinking it's already all out of energy from trying to catch those eggs, so he tells himself to focus, as he can win. Then, as the Tala's queen is about to attack him, Hyun-seok uses his killer move, Paradise Reincarnation shot, and hits straight at her body. The Tala's queen gets shocked by that and is pushed back, making her fall to the ground, unable to move anymore. Immediately, the system starts notifying Hyun-seok that he leveled up, so he confusedly wonders if he won. After that, he starts huffing and puffing massively as he's really exhausted. Seeing that, Rachel worriedly asks if he's okay. Hyun-seok tells her no, he feels like dying after letting go now. Hearing that, Rachel nervously laughs. Then Hyun-seok says that they should go somewhere else right now. Rachel helps him with that, and Hyun-seok surprisedly asks if he can use healing magic now too, as investing in the mana points was really worth it. But Rachel tells him it's not super amazing. It can mostly just stop blood, so to be careful using it. Then Hyun-seok opens his status window, saying alright, now to let him add in the stat points, and then they go back. As he does that, and his stats increase. After that, he gladly says, finally, mana and the other stats are balanced now. He doesn't know how to use it properly, but they should just think of it as an investment for the future. But right at that moment, they hear someone entering the cave, asking, this voice, if it is him, Choi Hyun-seok, and Hyun-seok wonders if this voice could be. After a while, Kulkin laughs and pats him on the shoulder, asking who knew he'd make it out alive, to which Hyun-seok nervously says yeah. Then he asks how come he's there though. Kulkin excitedly tells him that he came in after he saw a cave when he was running, so he asks if they aren't both really lucky. But then, Hyun-seok tells him that this is Talas' nest, which shocks Kulkin, and he stutteringly asks if he said nest. As he tells him not to tell him that those things sticking to the ground are, Hyun-seok tells him, Talas' eggs. This is where it laid them, so they should hurry up and run. However, at that moment, Kulkin picks up one of the eggs and blissfully asks if these are Talas' eggs, as if this rare, super tasty food that only high-ranking officials could dream to have is right in front of him. Right then, Hyun-seok shouts at him, calling him head chef, and frustratedly tells him that he needs to get his act together, as they have to get out of there, which starts Culkin. However, Culkin starts drinking from the egg, telling him that he bets the guys chasing him are already inside the cave. Plus, he needs to be a division commander's level or above to catch a Tala's queen, so it's their last meal anyway. And to have at it, right then, others approach that place, as one of them tells another that it's a room to look, and the other asks if they ran away after all. Then some goblins walk up here and get surprised to see Culkin as they say, "Oh, head chef's there," and Culkin tells them it seems they're ones who barely made it, they're lucky to get to taste this. Hyun-seok gets stunned hearing all that, as he looks at the egg and worriedly wonders if this stuff is really his last feast. Then he frustratedly thinks no, he won't let that happen at any cost. He hasn't even eaten the 5-side dish meal from his future wife yet. So Hyun-seok clenches his fists, as he decides that he can't just die a vain death in a place like this. He'll get out this time as well. Meanwhile, at Hemis' office, Reincarnation goes to meet Hemis and tells her he greets her, calling her commander. At that, Hemis irritatedly says so stiff and formal as always, and asks if he finished the mission he was assigned. Reincarnation tells her yes, he successfully captured the next saintess of the Holy Empire, as she instructed. Hearing that, Hemis excitedly asks if he sees, as she told him that he's incredible, breaking through that fanatical cult in just 3 weeks, seriously. So she pats him on the head, which causes Reincarnation to blush, and he nervously tells her she's too kind. Right then, someone knocks on the door, and Hemis annoyedly asks what it is, as he's interrupting a great moment there. However, a goblin opens the door and worriedly tells her that it's an urgent report. The cooks went out to gather ingredients, and an incident occurred. Hemis says that happens every day, so she asks why he's making such a fuss this time. At that, the goblin tells her that this time, the scale is quite large. He explains that Queen Tala suddenly appeared, and now most of the cooks, including head chef Culkin, are either dead or missing, which shocks Reincarnation, and Hemis seems disappointed. Then, Reincarnation worriedly asks the goblin, "And what about Choi Hyun-seok?" The goblin informs him that Beastkeeper Choi is also missing. Hearing that, Reincarnation nervously wonders if the goblin said Choi Hyun-seok is missing. In the meantime, inside the Tala's cave, the goblin chefs cheer, holding Tala's eggs saying, "For their deaths," and Culkin gladly tells them, "Yeah, to have a drink," while Hyun-seok shakes in disbelief. Culkin adds that he'll see them in Valhalla, calling them brave comrades of the kitchen. But right then, Hyun-seok hits him on the head with a book hard, frustratedly telling him to get a hold of himself already. Culkin finds it hurting and looks back at him, annoyedly asking what the hell, then he gets surprised to find a book in his hand. Hyun-seok tells him that he seemed to have fallen under some wicked spell, so he woke him up with his secret weapon, as the book he's holding is a new item, Beast Encyclopedia, Demonic Beasts Edition. He brings out the pages about Talas and reads from it that it's a spider-type demonic beast that lives in groups, with particularly sturdy legs. To defeat Talas, to target its relatively weaker areas, especially the torso and head. Hearing that, Hyun-seok pauses for a moment. Then he continues that Tala's bodily fluids are highly flammable, with its eggs containing a liquid as combustible as a bomb. Hyun-seok also reads out loud that the caves created with Tala's saliva are also weak against fire, so to be careful not to use flame magic inside them. So, as he closes the book, he asks Chef Culkin, by any chance, if he can use fire magic, which surprises Culkin, and he tells him he can. But it's just basic stuff like shooting flames. Then he releases a sigh and tells Choi Hyun-seok to give it up already, as Tala's carapace isn't something his magic can easily burn through. However, Hyun-seok tells him that it doesn't matter, as he's not planning to burn Tala's, which surprises Culkin, while the goblin chefs are busy enjoying the Tala's eggs, thinking it's their last meal. Then Hyun-seok shouts, telling everyone alright, to listen up. He tells the senior cooks that he has an escape plan. He excitedly asks them if it isn't right that they need to survive, if only so they can keep eating stuff like this. At that, the goblins dismissively say it's a useless effort, they can just gorge themselves on Tala's eggs there. Then Hyun-seok tells them that they should escape, and he, Choi Hyun-seok, will provide unlimited servings of luxurious gourmet demonic beast meat as a survival celebration, which surprises the goblins. They exclaim with excitement and say they should do this. Culkin puts his hand on Hyun-seok's shoulder, telling him that's right. If they want to enjoy a buffet, they need to survive first. So he asks Hyun-seok with an excited look on his face as he starts drooling. what the plan is, and Hyun-seok nervously thinks he did it. Some time later, he tells everyone while holding Tala's eggs to remember the plan. From then on, they must not stop under any circumstances. He shouts, they keep running without rest until they make it outside. And the goblin chefs shout, yes, while holding Tala's eggs themselves. Hyun-seok says alright then, and tells everyone to move out, and immediately they all start running as fast as possible toward the exit of the cave. Some moments later, Hyun-seok says that a swarm of Tal is up ahead, so he tells Chef Kulkin to get ready as he proceeds to throw an egg right beside the Talas, and Kulkin prepares to shoot flames, saying he got it. As soon as Hyun-seok throws the egg to the side, Kulkin's flames hit it, and it causes a huge explosion, so Hyun-seok excitedly says here they go. Then, Rachel gets surprised to find that the Talas are swarming toward the walls, so she asks Hyun-seok what he did. And Hyun-seok explains to her that well, if the fire spreads in the cave and it collapses, the remaining eggs are done for two, so he made sure to leave a few eggs deeper inside on purpose. Then he hurriedly starts running, telling everyone that they should escape while they're distracted, so to keep running. Still, some goblins get caught by the Talas, so they cry in pain. But Hyun-seok tells everyone to run, not to look back, as they can't stop now, to throw an egg to divert their attention and focus on surviving. After a while, he frustratedly thinks now there's only one egg left, and they must find the exit before using this. Right then, Rachel points ahead, telling him over there, there's light over there. And Hyun-seok shouts, telling everyone that way, that's the exit. At that moment, he gets hit by one of the Tala's attacks, but he tries his best to endure it, thinking, just a little more, just a little bit further. Moments later, Hyun-seok sees the light as well, and looks up, gladly saying it's the light. They're really saved. But then, he stops and seems shocked as he finds an enormous Talas waiting at the exit, looking really furiously at them. Kulkin also seems shocked and worriedly says, it's Queen Talas. Then, they hear the Talas chasing them from behind, catching up to them, and Queen Talas gets even more furious, seeing the egg in his hand. Kulkin frightenedly says that the queen has returned, so he asks if it is really the end this time. Hyun-seok thinks no. He finds that the queen isn't attacking, even after seeing them, and believes there must be a reason. Then Hyun-seok raises up the last remaining Tala's egg in his hand and tears up a piece of cloth from his arm, calling Chef Kulkin out loud and telling him to light it up for him over there, which startles Kulkin. Then he tells him he got it and lights it up. After that, Hyun-seok calls Queen Talas and asks if she sees this, as this is the last of her eggs. If it explodes there, everyone's dead. If the cave collapses, her offsprings inside will all die too. So he brings the fire close to the egg, telling her to move aside while he's still asking nicely. And if not, they're all dying together. Queen Talas gets even more infuriated by that, but stands there still. Hyun-seok shouts at her, calling her a trash, and tells her he said to get the hell out of there. However, Queen Talas doesn't listen and puts one of her legs forward, which startles Hyun-seok. Queen Talas lets out a loud screech and proceeds to attack them. Seeing that, Rachel worriedly asks Hyun-seok what they do now, while the flames start spilling on the egg. Then Hyun-seok frustratedly says damn it. Now even he doesn't know, as he throws the flaming egg behind him, and it goes flying straight at a cave wall. Then the egg explodes, and immediately, the whole cave and the ground start shaking violently. At that, one of the goblin chefs worriedly says, this shaking, not to tell him, to which Hyun-seok terrifiedly thinks. The cave is collapsing as huge chunks of rocks come falling down. Then he hurriedly starts running toward the exit, screaming, telling everyone to escape, to just get outside for now. However, at that moment, he stops as a rock chunk falls on one of the Talas behind them, and immediately, the system notifies him that he leveled up. As Hyun-seok remains there standing, Rachel tries her best to drag him out, frustratedly asking why the hell he's just standing there, as if he doesn't get out now, everything's going to collapse. But then, Hyun-seok sees another Talas getting crushed beneath the rocks, and the system notifies him that he leveled up, which surprises him. After that, as explosions continue occurring inside the cave and huge rock chunks come crashing down atop Talas, brutally killing them, the system rapidly keeps notifying Hyun-seok that he leveled up, which makes him really confused. He thinks no way, as he surprisedly wonders if all the Talas became his XP when they died from the cave collapse. He confusedly questions if it is because he's the one who collapsed the cave. Then he again starts running toward the exit, telling Rachel, anyways, they should get out of there, and to give him some buff, to which Rachel annoyedly tells him he has finally put his mind together, and says buff coming right up. After that, Hyun-seok runs as fast as he can, thinking he did come out of that mess, but it'll be challenging to escape with the queen blocking the way. He understands that they need to draw the queen's attention for a while. Right then, Culkin raises up the last Tala's egg he's holding in his hand, shouting, "For the great queen." He tells Queen Talas that he'll offer her this egg in exchange for a way out, while tears of terror are running down his face. Immediately, Queen Talas attacks him using one of her legs and kills him in an instant, while Hyun-seok dodges it and starts running even faster, thinking now he'll survive no matter what, as he quickly slides under Queen Talas and manages to finally get out of the Talas cave. However, Queen Talas hurriedly turns around and throws spiderwebs at Hyun-seok, which grab onto his hand, and Hyun-seok worriedly wonders what this is, if it's spiderweb. He looks back at Queen Talas as she extends one of her legs at him, aiming to kill him, and he frightenedly wonders if it is really the end of him. Right at that moment, Reincarnation shows up to save by stopping Queen Talas' leg and asks if he's alright. Hyun-seok gets surprised to find Reincarnation there, and Reincarnation tells him with a smile that he knew he'd be alive. Then Reincarnation looks back at Queen Talas with a serious look on his face and tells Hyun-seok that he'll take over from now on, as Queen Talas tries her best to push him down. But Reincarnation pulls the leg toward him with an insane amount of force, and it starts cracking. Then the leg breaks, which severely hurts Queen Talas, and she cries out loud in pain. After that, Reincarnation completely tears her apart, killing her without much effort, and Hyun-seok amazedly thinks, "Wow, awesome." So the outcome of the incident, the Demon King's army chefs, out of a total 105, survivors 6, 99 dead or missing, including Chief Chef Culkin. Some time later, at the Black Castle, Bobo gets on top of Hyun-seok and starts licking him crazy, seeing that he's safe, and Hyun-seok tells him now there's his big baby boy. He has come back from the dead to see him. Rachel seems relieved as she says they were fortunate to come back alive thanks to that cow head. And Hyun-seok tells her she might as well enjoy the time she has, as they might really get killed soon. Rachel surprisedly asks if he said soon, why that is, and Hyun-seok tells her with a nervous smile that well, the finals aren't that far away from them. But Rachel asks if he hasn't grown a lot too. Hyun-seok tells her that's true, thanks to the cave collapsing. He attained 75 levels in one shot. It's exactly 200 now. Rachel thinks about it and says it seems a bit lacking. Hyun-seok asks if it isn't right that she thinks so too, as the opponent has over 6,000 battle power, and he's about 3,500. Right then, Rachel excitedly tells him a pop quiz and asks if he will attain an orc-like strength if he gains 6,000 battle power. Hyun-seok gets thoughtful and says it doesn't depend on only battle power. Rachel tells him correct and explains that that kind of power uses not only strength, but also magic, so if he wants to face that opponent, he has to use magic as well. Hyun-seok releases a sigh and tells her, easy for her to say, as it isn't as easy as it seems. But Rachel tells him that he has experience of using magic in the past and asks if she's wrong. She says well, she has to admit it was a bit too lame to be called magic. Hyun-seok confusedly asks if she said when, then he remembers killing the first Talas by punching it after Rachel buffed her, and wonders, that sudden strong power he felt, if that was magic. Right at that moment, Reincarnation opens the door to the room and walks in, asking if he's in there. And Hyun-seok and Rachel both get shocked to see him there. Then Hyun-seok surprisedly asks what brings him to such a lowly place like this, and Reincarnation tells him to follow him, as they should go meet the commander. After that, they head to Hemi's office, and Hemi surprisedly asks Reincarnation what brings him there, as the reason for the meeting being described as personal is quite unusual. Then Reincarnation calls Hemi's commander, and tells her to let him teach Choi Hyun-seok the art of battle himself, which shocks Hyun-seok as he wonders what. Hemi's finds it intriguing and asks Reincarnation if there are any reasons why, and Reincarnation replies that Orc Kirkin is a platoon leader, but he has seen him differently lately and believes he's fit for the role of deputy battalion commander, and if things continue like this, Hyun-seok will definitely lose. However, Reincarnation explains to Hemis that he has great potential, and he wants to check out his future. Hearing that, Hyun-seok nervously wonders what the hell this confession is, as there's no way the commander will accept this. But then, Hemis excitedly tells Reincarnation, okay, she accepts, which shocks Hyun-seok even more, and Reincarnation thanks her very much. Then Hemis turns around and tells him that if he's done talking, to move along, as she has some work to do. After that, Reincarnation leaves the office, and as Hyun-seok leaves, he tells Hemis that he thanks her for her great generosity, calling her great commander, and they'll be going then. After he leaves, Hemis says with a smile, Choi Hyun-seok, he's become twice as strong as the last time they met. It's fun meeting a being which grows this fast, but it kind of irritates her that he's growing too fast. Because of that, Hemis gets up from her chair, saying that Kirkin might really lose if Ryeodran helps out Choi Hyun-seok. So she decides that she herself should grant Kirkin something too to make things equal, as she brings out her true terrifying face. Some time later, Ryeodran takes Hyun-seok to a place outside the castle and tells him that this is his personal training ground. Hyun-seok looks around at the vast area and surprisedly wonders if he uses this place by himself, as Hemis must adore him so much. At that moment, Ryeodran looks at him and thinks there's already a massive amount of mana in Choi Hyun-seok's body, but he still can't use any of it. He understands that he got stronger too fast, so it's optimal to teach him the basics, but he clenches his fist, thinking that the battle is in 4 days. There's not enough time. Then Ryeodran believes that the only way is he rushes at Hyun-seok and is about to hit him with his fist, telling him that pain is part of growing, so to stay focused, which frightens Hyun-seok, and he asks what. He finds himself too slow to react, as he gets hit straight in the face and is about to fall to the ground. And as he's falling, he frustratedly wonders, the hell, if he's crazy, as why he's beating him after saying he'll train him. Ryeodran again comes rushing at him, telling him to focus, as he'll die if he doesn't block with mana. And Hyun-seok hurriedly tells him to wait, while putting up his hand. Then Ryeodran tries to kick him hard to the side, and Hyun-seok manages to block the attack with his arm. But he still finds it hurting and gets pushed back far. Seeing that, Ryeodran thinks it's strange. His body strength isn't special, but his reaction time and vision are at the level of an experienced knight. He also finds that his spirit is exceptional, so it's not a coincidence that he couldn't dodge his kick. Ryeodran amazedly thinks his sense in combat is amazingly trained, and decides that he has to trust his senses there. Then he again rushes at Hyun-seok, telling him that he made a bet with Commander, but he can't beat Kirkin without mana, so it's better to die there, instead of losing in front of everyone, as he hits Hyun-seok with an insane amount of force and sends him flying. Getting hit so hard, Hyun-seok understands he's not joking. He might die if he gets hit one more time, but he frustratedly thinks he's not even married yet. He still hasn't had the chance to see his cute child. Then Ryeodran comes at him even in the air, shouting, calling out his name, Choi Hyun-seok. And he understands that it's either die or block it, and he decides to throw a punch at him with everything he has, begging God for it to work. Then, as the punch hits, it creates an insanely powerful shockwave, which breaks the ground and creates a huge crater. After a while, as the dust from the impact settles, Rachel goes up to Hyun-seok and worriedly keeps calling him, Hero, hero, as he's fallen on the ground and is not moving. Ryeodran also walks up to him and tells him that he controlled his mana, if he asks if he didn't notice. Then Hyun-seok slowly lifts up his hand and shows a thumbs up toward the sky with tears in his eyes, saying God answered his prayer. Ryeodran tells him good, he'll win if he stays on track, and holds his hand, telling him to stay still, as he'll heal him. But as soon as he tries healing, Hyun-seok yelps and holds his neck with his other hand, as he feels like he's choking and finds it very hurting. Immediately, Ryeodran remembers that he forgot dark mana is like a poison to humans, and he forgot Hyun-seok is a human, so then he hurriedly picks him up, telling him that he's sorry, and to stay alive for a second, as he carries him inside for help. It is known that there are counters to powers that form this world. Dark mana counters mana, mana counters divine power, and divine power counters dark mana. Mana belongs to humans, dark mana belongs to demons, and divine power is for those who worship God. The Church of Tusis, with the largest congregation, caused religious wars and brought every other religion under their control. They now became the divine empire called Gatran. Gatran chose who could hear God's voice, and treated her as the saintess. One of the goblins in the demon headquarters says he heard that the next saintess is imprisoned in that room. Another asks if really. While the next saintess of the divine empire captured by the demon army, Abelson Marriott, hears them gossip while she's trapped in her room. One of the goblins tells the other that she hadn't even prayed for days now, so he asks if she really is a saintess. But the other goblin tells him there's no way Sir Ryeodran made a mistake. At that, Abelson questions if he said prayer, and wonders what the point of praying to God is. As she thinks that this is better, it's better than staying in that church. Right at that moment, Ryeodran comes inside the room, carrying Hyun-seok and telling her to wake up, calling her saintess. At that, Abelson frustratedly says how rude, and asks what he's doing there. But Ryeodran desperately tells her that she needs to heal this human. Meanwhile, as Hyun-seok remains unconscious, he finds that his head hurts, and wonders what Ryeodran did to him. He disappointedly thinks there's no way the last hand he gets to hold is a man's hand. He should have at least held Rachel's hand. Then Hyun-seok slowly opens his eyes and gets surprised to see Abelson before her, as she wonders who this is, a silver-haired beauty. He believes that he must have died again and ended up in some random place. He really thought he was doing something this time. Then Hyun-seok starts sobbing, telling Rachel that he'll never forgive her, and tells Abelson that he would rather become an archmage at the age of 30, as this is not right. And he also requests her to put Rachel in eternal hell, as she is a demon wearing an angel's mask. He calls her a manic, while Abelson seems confused. And Hyun-seok continues that he has one more wish before he reincarnates. He asks Abelson if she's planning on making him become hero again, if she can marry him beforehand. Hearing all that, Abelson says holy, and tells Hyun-seok with a disgusted look on her face that he's pathetic, which startles him. At that moment, Reincarnation, standing beside Hyun-seok, raises him up from the bed, excitedly tells him that he's awake, while Hyun-seok confusedly keeps looking at Abelson. Then Reincarnation hugs him tightly, which hurts Hyun-seok, and he tells him that he's killing him again, while he confusedly wonders why he's not dead, then if that's an actual person, and if he just said all that in front of her, as he looks back at Abelson. After that, Reincarnation pushes away Hyun-seok and asks Abelson if he's fully healed. Abelson tells him not fully, and he probably noticed too. She explains that the dark mana is not leaving his body, and she doesn't know what's going to happen to him, while Hyun-seok is shedding tears because of the embarrassment. Then Reincarnation asks if she can't erase it with her divine power. Abelson explains that he will die if anything goes wrong, and the dark mana can fade over time, so they should just wait. Reincarnation again hugs Hyun-seok tightly, telling him he's sorry, he'll repay it with training and growth. Hyun-seok tells him he doesn't need to give such treatment to a lowly being like him. Then he cries in pain. After that, Reincarnation drags him out of the room, telling him that they should go, and Hyun-seok desperately tells him to wait, while Abelson says, a human trained by a demon, and questions who he is. Some time later, in Bobo's room, Hyun-seok thanks him as he heard he destroyed his home and ate a soldier who came to feed him. He thanks him very much, while Bobo is licking his head. Hyun-seok devastatedly says if it weren't for his separation anxiety, he'd probably still be at training, and so many things happened to him that day. He cries, saying, so many, there is still dark mana inside him. He gets up and asks Rachel if it isn't a huge problem, if he's going to die. But then, he gets confused to find Rachel sitting in a corner, sobbing and frustratedly saying, ruined, corrupted. Her hero is not the same anymore. Hyun-seok asks why she's crying, as he's the one who really wants to cry. Rachel wipes away her tears, saying, whatever, it's all her fault, the dark mana in his body, and his near-death experience. She adds it's all because she's a demon wearing an angel's face, and a crazy maniac who deserves to suffer in eternal hell, while Hyun-seok starts sweating. Then he nervously tells her that he was joking. There is no buff item like her, so to chill. But Rachel covers her face and yells at him, telling him to shut it, as she knows he doesn't mean any of them. She's done at that. Hyun-seok frustratedly wonders how he lulls her. He thinks he's going to go crazy. 3 days later, Abelson tells Hyun-seok that he'll heal him if he's done training, and Hyun-seok tells her she looks beautiful as usual, while he's crying and is completely exhaustedly after training. Hearing that, Abelson again seems disgusted at him and says holy, and Hyun-seok apologizes to her for that. Then, as Abelson starts healing him, Hyun-seok nervously tells her that he has a favor to ask before the battle the next day. He asks if she can pray for him not to die the next day, and if she's okay with it, if she can come watch him fight, which surprises her. The next day, at the Coliseum, as Hyun-seok walks in, the announcer tells the demons greetings. He's Zack, their host for this Commander content, while the demons keep dissing Hyun-seok. Hemis finds it enjoyable as she says she likes the vibe and asks Reincarnation who he thinks is going to win. Reincarnation replies Choi Hyun-seok, as he did his best and his talent is extraordinary. Then Hemis asks if he wants to make a bet that if Choi Hyun-seok wins, he can keep training him. Reincarnation asks, what if he loses? Hemis sounds surprised by that as she says she thought he said he was going to win, and tells him then he has to kill him with his own hands. That's the responsibility he must take for his words. Reincarnation tightly grips his armrest, as he says he understood. Hearing that, Hemis excitedly says good. It's been a while since she's this excited. At that moment, the announcer tells everyone, now introducing that day's contenders. First, he turns to Hyun-seok, questioning if a human dares to challenge for the commander position. While Hyun-seok thinks his condition is at best, he's not nervous either. Then the announcer calls his name out loud, Choi Hyun-seok, while he checks his status window, thinking he has got a new skill and trait. he's much stronger than before. His skill is Reincarnation combat, the martial art developed by Reincarnation, based on the Cowden dueling art passed down through the Cowden lineage. Proficiency level, 8%. He understands that the proficiency level is a little low, but he nervously hopes it's okay, as he looks back at Abelson and thinks that he has to win this fight and go on a date with a silver-haired saintess. At that moment, Rachel, who's right beside him, frustratedly calls him hero and asks what he's thinking about, which startles him. After that, the announcer tells everyone that the one who will punish Choi Hyun-seok's arrogance, contestant Kirkin, as Kirkin enters the arena looking really scary and furious. Looking at him, Rachel worriedly asks what that is, and Hyun-seok nervously says he looks a little different from before. Reincarnation also gets worried as he realizes something and hurriedly tries to get up, asking if that is what he thinks it is. However, at that moment, Hemis tells him that he can't back down now and stops him. Meanwhile, Kirkin lets out a thunderous roar. At the same time, Hyun-seok uses the power meter and finds that his combat level is 10,573. He frighteningly says his combat level exceeded 10,000 in just a few days, which shocks Rachel, and she says that Lip Monster must have done something. However, Hyun-seok says with a smile, of course, nothing is too easy, as he gets ready to fight. Understanding that the battle has already started, he has to do this. Then the announcer announces to everyone that let the fight begin, and immediately Hyun-seok starts rushing straight toward Kirkin at his maximum speed. Seeing him coming, Kirkin swings his club at him, trying to hit him. At that, Hyun-seok thinks one hit with that club, and he's dead. But he understands that his motion is big and predictable, so he quickly moves to the side and proceeds to kick him, thinking he just has to stay calm and dodge, to look for the right opportunity, as he manages to land a hit and believes that that must hurt, even for Kirkin. Then Hyun-seok proceeds to punch him, saying here's another, and manages to land it as well. But then, he gets shocked to find that Kirkin didn't even flinch. At that moment, before he could realize it, Kirkin swings his club, aiming at his side, and Hyun-seok says wait. He tries his best to dodge the attack by quickly lunging backward, but still gets hit. Hyun-seok yelps due to the pain and gets worried, realizing that his left arm is broken just from that one hit. And he gets even more worried looking at Kirkin, as he finds that he seems normal, and his moments are still predictable, as he rushes straight at him. However, Hyun-seok understands that he has taken something worse than this before, so he tells himself not to be afraid, and to remember what he has learned. Combat arts is using mana with martial arts. That's how one can smash the ground or crush a rock with a single punch. But Reincarnation explained to him that combat art isn't just about strength. The important part is, combat art is a technique to kill his opponent. He told Hyun-seok that he doesn't know where he learned his martial arts, but he can't beat Kirkin with that. He doesn't have the intent to kill. He added that without a straight intention of killing, his attacks are meaningless. So Hyun-seok thinks that he remembers now, as Kirkin gets really close to him. He understands that the important part is the intention to kill whoever is in front of him, as he goes at Kirkin with everything he has, and manages to punch him in the chest, furiously telling him to die. The punch sends an insane amount of force, and at that moment, Hyun-seok activates his magic. Reincarnation-style combat. First form, instant obliteration, which creates an enormous explosion that can be felt throughout the stadium. Because of that, the Saintess finds that the stage is covered with dust, and worriedly wonders who won. After a while, as the dust starts to settle, Kirkin can be seen fallen on the ground, not moving anymore, and with a huge hole in his chest. Then the announcer tells everyone that that day's winner is, he surprisedly says, a weak human, Choi Hyun-seok, while Hyun-seok has lifted up his arm and it's covered in blood. As Rachel comes up to him, he seems completely worn out and says, this damn skill is going to kill him if he uses it twice. Rachel excitedly tells him that he did it. He went straight through his heart, and Hyun-seok carefully tries to get back up, asking if he actually won. But right at that moment, the announcer tells everyone, no way, Kirkin is still standing. This is a miracle. As Kirkin's body starts rising and his heart comes out of his body, which frightens Hyun-seok. Then, as Kirkin faces him while on his feet, Hyun-seok worriedly wonders how he can still move when he pierced his heart, and believes that Commander must have done something. Meanwhile, Reincarnation looks at Hemis and nervously thinks she shared her dark mana with Kirkin, and placed the curse of undying on him, so he wonders what she's thinking. Then Hemis says with a wide grin on her face that Hyun-seok mastered combat arts in such a short time. His talent is incredible. But she expected as much. At that moment, in the arena, Hyun-seok looks at Kirkin and worriedly asks if he's alive. Rachel tells him no. He's moving because of the curse. However, the curse shouldn't last much longer. Then Kirkin lets out a roar and comes rushing straight at him, and Hyun-seok asks with a smile if it's the same attack again, as this is too easy. However, right as he's about to move, the bones in his feet snap, making him unable to move on time. Immediately, Kirkin grabs him by his neck and lifts him up, then he starts punching him rapidly. But Hyun-seok manages to find an opening and tightly grabs onto the arm holding him, using his hands and legs. Then he twists it with a lot of force, telling him to just die, and breaks it. Hyun-seok thinks that's it. Still, Kirkin seems unfazed. Then he tosses him away with a lot of force using his magic, and Hyun-seok hits his back against a large rock, which badly hurts him. He finds that it's a similar sensation to that time he almost died. It feels like every bone in his body is crushed. Right at that moment, Hyun-seok hears the Saintess Abelson, telling him to stand up. Immediately, he looks up and finds her sitting within the crowd of demons, and she tells him that he can win. Hyun-seok surprisedly asks if she said he can win. Then he clenches his fist and thinks, right, the fight's not over until it's over. He tries his best and slowly gets up, thinking he can't embarrass himself in front of the girl he asked out. If his bones are broken, he decides to cover them with mana, like armor, as he lets out a mana surge and engulfs his body with it. Right then, the system notifies him that mana control increased from F to E, mana control increased from E to D, and after that, Hyun-seok shouts, calling the Saintess and requests her to go out with him, as he puts his hands together and lunges at Kirkin, trying to hit him with everything he has. Then he manages to hit him on the head, telling him to die, and Kirkin gets bashed straight into the ground. The impact from the hit causes him to bleed profusely, but he still doesn't stop. He gets even more furious and lets out a thunderous roar. However, seeing that, Hyun-seok tells him with a smile, instant obliteration can shake the ground with its pressure. He focused all that pressure on his head, and he excitedly adds that it seems like it's working, as he again hits Kirkin's head with his fist, bashing his head into the ground. Then Kirkin stops. Seeing that, all the demons in the audience seats seem speechless, as they find it hard to believe that a mere human like Hyun-seok could kill off Kirkin. Hemis asks Reincarnation if he taught him that too, and Reincarnation tells her no. He has never seen anything like it. At that moment, Hyun-seok exhaustively says date, 1 night, 2 days, dinner and hotel included. Then he falls unconscious to the ground. At the same time, Hemis tells Reincarnation then to be careful, as that is a monster. She says about Choi Hyun-seok with a wide grin on her face, a hero in the demon army. He reminds her of the face she hates. This will be fun. Some time later, Hyun-seok comes back to his senses and hurriedly gets up. There he confusedly tries to ask where he is. Rachel asks where he thinks, as it's his cabin, and Bobo is also there. Hyun-seok asks what about the fight, and his EXP. Rachel tells him that he won. The Saintess healed him and left. Then Hyun-seok hurriedly opens his status window, saying he needs to see his stats. At that moment, Rachel tells him she could have healed him too, but Hyun-seok is busy looking at his stats, as he amazedly says he leveled up so much. His level went up by 12, and other stats increased as well. Then he finds that mana control increased by 2, to which Rachel gets confused, as she has never seen that before. At that, Hyun-seok tells her that she's overreacting again. Rachel frustratedly asks what he means, as mana control doesn't improve easily like other skills. Right at that moment, Hyun-seok gets surprised and questions what this is. Meanwhile, in Abelson's prison room, Saintess Abelson looks outside the window at the starry sky and says that it was unnecessary. She thinks that Hyun-seok is so strange. He discovered mana in 3 days and learned combat art. Abelson understands that a knight would take at least a month to achieve all that, and a normal human can't do that. So she believes that Hyun-seok has unknown potential. But she seems thoughtful as she says that his personality is a little weird, maybe a lot. Maybe a god answered her prayer, or it was purely his talent. She understands that it doesn't matter anymore. He changed his fate by winning that battle. So she thinks maybe he's the hope she has been searching for, as she puts on a cloak and heads toward the door to that room. Getting close to the door, Abelson knocks on the door from inside, and the demon guarding outside asks her what she needs, calling her a saintess. Then Abelson tells the guard that she has a favor to ask, and she wants to go on a walk. At the same time, Hyun-seok reads from the letter sent by Abelson, as it tells him to see her in the courtyard after sunset, so he excitedly wonders if this is a rank SSS ask-out letter. Abelson thinks that she needs to see with her own eyes whether that man will become a variable that turns the world upside down. Some time later, in the courtyard, Hyun-seok waits, as he keeps saying it's a real date, and worriedly wonders what he should do, while Rachel frustratedly tells him just to ignore those damn notes and stay in his room. She adds that he always ignores her words like this. Right at that moment, Hyun-seok hears someone approaching and hurriedly grabs Rachel, trying to hide her. But then, he gets shocked to see that it's Abelson, as she came there accompanied by 2 demon guards, and asks if she's there. He nervously asks, by the way, who the people behind her are, and Abelson tells him that they are her escorts. They told her she couldn't go out alone. Hyun-seok turns around, saying he understands. After all, she was a saintess captured by the Demon King's army, but hides his face and starts crying. At that, Abelson releases a sigh and asks if they shall take a walk first. After that, as they start walking, Hyun-seok thinks, damn, it was already nerve-wracking enough. He doesn't know what to say anymore because of those big guys behind them. Then, Abelson calls him Mr. Choi Hyun-seok and asks if it isn't right that he's a hero. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear that and asks how she knows that. Abelson explains that in their world, only heroes or demons have black hair, they also grow bigger. She adds that at any rate, it seems like he has a lot of questions about her, so she requests him to go ahead and ask away. Hearing that, Hyun-seok thanks her and bashfully asks, then, if a man like him is possible. Abelson again seems disgusted about it and tries to tell him something. But right then, Reincarnation comes rushing at them, calling Choi Hyun-seok. Hyun-seok gets shocked to see him there and thinks, damn, he ruined the great mood. Reincarnation comes up to him and hastily tells him that the commander wants to see him right away, so to follow him. Hyun-seok starts crying and asks if it has to be right now, while Abelson seems disappointed. After that, as he leaves with Reincarnation to meet Hemis, Abelson wonders if she can trust someone like him. As Hyun-seok reaches Hemis' office, Hemis giggles and tells him that she enjoyed watching him duel, seeing how he comes back every time without dying. Their great hero's lifeline is truly tenacious. Then she asks Hyun-seok if he remembers what she offered. Hyun-seok nervously replies yes, in return for fighting the opponent she has chosen, she will protect him. Hemis tells him that's right, and to which Hyun-seok replies he will become an executive and work under her. Hemis says that honestly, the executive thing was something she said for fun, since she thought he would die soon anyway. But she says with a devilish grin on her face that she changed her mind. Hemis turns to Reincarnation and asks if he didn't say that Choi Hyun-seok is a talent who can become the commander of the Demon King's army. And Reincarnation nods in affirmation. So Hemis looks back at Hyun-seok and says this time, instead of a duel, they should try something else, as she asks if it isn't right that they can't employ such a talented person as a mere platoon leader. She explains that as they know, the cooking company suffered a devastating blow this time, so there was a big disruption to the meat supply for executives. Hemis disappointedly adds, at this rate, they will really end up eating one another. Hearing all that, Hyun-seok starts sweating heavily as he tells her he understands that, but he asks why she's telling him. Then Hemis tells him that from then on, he is the squadron commander. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear that and asks, pardon? Hemis adds, to be exact, the cooking squadron commander. She puts her hand on his shoulder and tells him to pick whichever cook he wants, and by the day after that next day, to return the kitchen to normal. Hemis asks if it isn't right that he can do that, and Hyun-seok tells her he will do his best. While he is breathing heavily as he finds Hemis' hand on his shoulder stimulating and feels sorry for his own situation. After he walks out of the office, Rachel infuriatedly asks who they have there, if he isn't the Demon King's army squadron commander despite being a hero, and asks if he's happy because he's so successful. Hyun-seok annoyedly says yeah, he likes it so much he could die, and tells Rachel he sees that she is still holding a grudge, as it's not a bad thing, and Rachel shows her anger at him. Then he puts his power meter on his eyes and says, now they should start the squadron commander's work. After that, Hyun-seok goes to the kitchen and finds an older-looking goblin sitting close to the entrance, busy with something and not giving him attention, so he calls him a punk and asks what he's doing. The goblin looks and irritatedly asks if he called him a punk, as if the meat-grilling slave has finally gone mad. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear him call him a slave, then he tells him that he has got it wrong, again calling him a punk. He tells the goblin that from then on, to call him commander, as he kicks him right in the face hard and tosses him far back. After that, he orders everyone to gather right now, and all the remaining chefs gather in front of him. Looking at all of their combat powers, Hyun-seok finds that the average combat power of the cooking squadron is around 2,000, and wonders if the strongest one is 3,500. Still, he frustratedly wonders why there are so few people left. He starts sweating inside, wondering if there weren't 300, by now there are less than 20. But Hyun-seok understands that he has to do this or else he will be killed by the commander, so he keeps a calm composure and tells everyone to raise their hands if they know who he is, calling them bastards. One goblin says Choi Hyun-seok, another says Barbie Que Machine, then a dumb-looking goblin excitedly says they're all wrong. That guy is a delicious human. Immediately, Hyun-seok kicks him in the face with an insane amount of force and makes him hit his back against the wall, and badly hurts him. Then Hyun-seok asserts that he's their commander and calls them stupid bastards. He shows the appointment letter from Hemis and tells everyone that this is his order as their cooking squadron commander, to treat him like heaven from then on. And anyone who knows why there are only this many cooks, to stand up and explain. One goblin salutes and tells him that they went out hunting without orders and got done in by demonic beasts. Hyun-seok annoyedly says it makes sense, since they always charge first. Then he asks, last question, who there is the best cook? Immediately, everyone says it's Galron, and it's the first goblin he saw after entering the kitchen that day, and he looks terrified. Then Hyun-seok says that Galron will be the vice commander and asks if there are any objections. The chefs say no sir, and Hyun-seok tells them good, then to disperse. After that, he sits at a bench and thinks the minimum number of people required for a kitchen is 200. To gather that many people in one day, he gets thoughtful, realizing that, as expected, there's only one way. The next day, Rachel frustratedly asks if that way is Bobo, if he's trying to threaten them using Bobo, and Hyun-seok tells her, oh ho, this is plan B. He looks around, thinking that there's only one condition for choosing cooks, sons of guns who are easy to replace and those who can never rebel against him, as he says he found it, and kicks him in the face by rushing straight at him. Then Hyun-seok calls the guy a mole, and tells him to become a chef. The goblin gets furious to hear him call him a mole. He says that this insolent human has gone crazy, so he's going to. But before he could do anything, Hyun-seok again kicks him in the face from below, telling him to stop acting up. The goblin finds it very hurting. Then Hyun-seok tells him, still, he's the first recruit that day, and asks if he knows what that means, while the goblin seems confused. He tells him that the military is all about seniority and downward harassment. He asks if he knows that, but he excitedly tells him that if he joins now, there aren't many people above him. So he tells the goblin to go and bring some juniors to get beaten up in his place. The goblin surprisedly asks juniors. Then Hyun-seok tells him yeah. So, to go and bring friends, as he explains that if he brings 5, when others are hit 10 times in the future, he will only get hit once. It's Hyun-seok's plan A, Pyramid. Some time later, as commander of the Demon King's Army Corps, 3rd Separate Battalion, Doras is enjoying his meal, saying, how peaceful, and this elegant meal is the proof of peace. A goblin soldier suddenly comes rushing into his room and tells him that they're in trouble. Hearing that, Doras wipes his face, annoyedly asking if he can't be more elegant, and what it is this time. The soldier informs him that most of their battalion members are gone. At that, Doras tells him not to tell him that they deserted their posts, as they don't even have any work except for serving him. The goblin soldier worriedly tells him that's not it. Apparently, they've all been drafted as cooks for the army. Doras resumes eating, asking if it isn't right that the chief cook soldier is a human that Commander Hemis cherishes, so he tells him to just tell them to be careful next time, as they should end it at that. However, the goblin soldier desperately tells him that this isn't a matter they can let slide so easily, as they already took away 200 of their soldiers as cooks, which shocks Doras, and he asks what. Meanwhile, at a training site outside the headquarters, all the demon army chefs are gathered. Rachel excitedly tells Hyun-seok that they already have over 200 people gathered, and Hyun-seok proudly says this is why they gotta be smart. He tells the soldier that's enough, calling them culinary soldiers, and asks if they shall wrap up the recruitment now. Right then, Hyun-seok hears someone coming at him from the side. He looks in that direction and finds Doras walking toward him, looking furious, along with the soldier who informed him, so Hyun-seok nervously thinks that this looks bad. He puts on his power meter, saying he doesn't know what this is about, but that guy's clearly furious about something. But as Hyun-seok tries to measure Doras's combat power, the power meter notifies him that this measuring device cannot measure combat power above 50,000, and Hyun-seok sounds surprised. Still, he tries to check Doras's combat power, and the power meter notifies that if used beyond its capability, there are chances of it malfunctioning. So Hyun-seok says this is bad, they should wrap things up and run. But right then, Doras shouts at him, calling him Choi Hyun-seok who serves Bobo Nim, and asks if it isn't right that he's there. Hearing that, Bobo lets out an excited woof, and Hyun-seok annoyedly thinks, "Geez, seriously." Then he hurriedly stands before him, saying yes sir, and asks what brings him there. Doras tells him, well, he's Doras, the commander of the 3rd Separate Battalion, and questions if he asks him what brings him there, as he infuriatedly asks what the hell he was thinking when he took away all his battalion members, as he points at all the newly recruited goblins he gathered. Hearing that, Hyun-seok irritatedly hopes it's not the case that these rascals, they brought all their friends from their own unit. Then Doras yells at him, telling him to go with him. They should talk in his office, and Hyun-seok says, yes, battalion commander, while he frustratedly thinks no wonder he thought things were going way too smoothly. After that, at Doras's office, he asks so if he's saying he didn't do that on purpose. Hyun-seok firmly says yes sir. He merely picked the bravest of soldiers, but they just all happened to be part of the great 3rd Battalion. Doras thinks about it and understands that the Army Corps commander favors this human, so it's better to let this matter slide peacefully there. So then, he happily says he understands. In that case, nothing they can do about it, and tells Hyun-seok to just take and use the personnel he selected as he likes. Hyun-seok excitedly asks if really, and thinks he has a good feeling about this. But then, Doras tells him that he has a condition, which makes Hyun-seok anxious, and he thinks he has a bad feeling about this. Doras adds that while he's at it, to take another one of his soldiers with him, and giggles. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear that he wants to take another one of his soldiers, as this reeks of him passing some loser onto him. Seeing that look on his face, Doras asks with a terrifying look on his face, what's wrong? If he doesn't want to, after he took all his soldiers. Hyun-seok nervously tells him no. He was just so happy that, right then, the floor starts shaking violently. As Doras says he understands, it's decided, he'll introduce him to them. At that moment, the door slams open, and Doras tells Hyun-seok that his name is Yuzaru as the guy enters the room. He explains that he's an adorable hybrid born between an ogre and an orc, as Yuzaru excitedly tells Commander that he's there, while the power meter tells Hyun-seok that combat power cannot be measured. Doras says in a low voice that his flaw is that he's very stupid, but he tells Hyun-seok that he's strong, so to make good use of him, while Hyun-seok seems stunned. Then, as Yuzaru tries to enter the office, he hits his head against the door frame hard and says he hurt his head. Both Doras and Hyun-seok find it worrying. After that, Hyun-seok takes Yuzaru outside to the place where all the other newly appointed chefs are gathered, and tells them that he's Choi Hyun-seok, the tamer of Bobo Nim, the new head army cook. Looking at Bobo, the soldiers worriedly ask, so if that's the rumored Bobo Nim. At that moment, Hyun-seok bribes Bobo with the bone item from before to make him keep following him and tells him good job, good boy. Then he tells the soldiers that from then on, they'll reorganize the unit. He has prepared a new roster, as he puts on the roster and tells the soldiers to check it and line up accordingly. Rachel surprisedly asks if he even prepared a roster, and what his criteria were. Hyun-seok tells her, well, he figured their intelligence levels are pretty the same, so he listed them in order of combat power. He explains that he assigned the weak guys and those with long cooking experience to kitchen duty, and proudly asks if it isn't a genius assignment. Right at that moment, someone shouts, calling him head cook, and tells him that they're done. Hyun-seok excitedly asks if really, as if they shouldn't see. Then he tells the others there that right squad is the culinary unit and left one is the combat unit. He's sure no one has a problem with their assignment, and if there is, to come out right now. Immediately, one measly goblin raises his hand, saying he has a problem. He wants to hunt too. He wants to eat freshly caught meat right there. And then, hearing that, Hyun-seok says while keeping a smile on his face, geez, what a headache, and tells him to come there. The goblin seems confused but slowly walks toward him. Then as he gets close, Hyun-seok kicks him straight and tells him there he goes, his entrance exam. The goblin cries out as he finds it very hurting and says it blew up his future, and Hyun-seok tells him that he couldn't hold out, so he fails. Right then, the system notifies him that with excellent leadership and command skills, he reorganized and stabilized the unit. Hidden ability charisma level has increased, leadership ability level has increased. After that, Hyun-seok asks the rest of the demon soldiers if there are any aspirants, which frightens them, and they step back. Then Hyun-seok clears his throat and shouts at them, telling them, if all's confirmed now, combat unit, to get their weapons, as it's time to go hunting. Some time later, as the north of the Black Fortress, at the Great Forest, Hyun-seok, along with Bobo and his newly recruited chefs, set out to hunt demonic beasts. Hyun-seok tells everyone that the forest is especially quiet that day. Rachel says it's probably because of Bobo or Yuzaru. Maybe their extremely strong presence scared them away. Hyun-seok looks at Bobo's cute face and Yuzaru's confused face and says that's quite plausible, but also says that those two are their top soldiers, so he doesn't think he can just leave them behind. Then Rachel suggests that they can lure them with bait. Hyun-seok asks if she said bait, as if they had the meat to do that, they wouldn't have come to hunt in such a rush. Rachel tells him not that sophisticated kind of bait, and giggles. She shows him the new recruits, explaining that the bait she's talking about is bio bait that'll lure the demonic beasts all the way there. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear her say something like that and asks Lord, what on earth resulted in this child of his growing up to be this way? After that, he goes up to the soldiers and tells them, alright, numbers 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7 from the list, to step forward. Rachel asks how he chose the number this time, and Hyun-seok weeps saying, the serial numbers of the lottery he left behind on Earth, as what if he was the winner. Then he sniffles and shouts at everyone, telling them anyway, the operation starts now. Immediately, Yuzaru starts rushing forward, as Hyun-seok tells him to catch number 14. The goblin with serial number 14 worriedly asks what if he has gone crazy. Right then, Yuzaru grabs him with his hand and lifts him up. As Hyun-seok tells serial 14, alright, now to go, intercontinental ballistic goblin, and Yuzaru tosses serial 14 really far away as he keeps screaming. Hyun-seok proudly wonders if they throw the weak guys as bait like this, if it shouldn't draw their attention. Then he orders another demon, alright, now to light fire, so that their lost comrade can see the smoke and return, and the demon hurriedly salutes him, saying yes, head chef. But Rachel asks Hyun-seok if they won't die if he throws them like that. Hearing that, Hyun-seok says well, he's sure 1 out of 6 will make it back alive. Seeing all that, the rest of the soldiers there start trembling in fear, and say the human head chef has gone mad. They want to live a long life. One of the goblins says that they better run away now, and starts stepping back. But then, he gets shocked to find Bobo right behind him and hurriedly tells him no, it's not what he thinks. He'll dedicate his life to the Demon King's army. However, Bobo starts eating him, and the goblin cries out for help, while Hyun-seok says they're late. It's about time the guys he sent first came back. Right at that moment, one of the goblins that got tossed far away comes back running as fast as he can, screaming and calling for help, as a few demonic beasts come chasing after him. Seeing that, Hyun-seok says with a smile, he's back, now he'll leave it to the soldiers and then he just needs to deal the last blow but before he could even finish his sentence, Yuzaru starts rushing toward the demonic beasts, which shocks Hyun-seok. He strikes them with a single, insanely powerful swing of his club, decimating them in an instant, shouting that he loves fighting. Rachel astonishedly says what blow, while Hyun-seok remains standing there, completely stunned. After that, as Yuzaru excitedly plays around with Bobo, Hyun-seok frustratedly says there's nothing there, no gains at all, they're all smashed to bits, so he can't even use them as meat. And Rachel amazedly says it takes Bobo and Yuzaru just 1 strike to take down most monsters. Hyun-seok regretfully says that he needs to come back the next day without those two, and Rachel says that only 1 day remains until head chef duties are back to normal operation, so she asks if he's sure about this. Then he tells everyone that they'll return now, so he orders them to gather again early the next day morning. Some time later, he goes to the kitchen at the demon headquarters, and Rachel asks why he came there after returning. Hyun-seok replies that he needs to see if the smashed meat can be of any use. First, he clears his throat and then kicks open the door hard, shouting and asking where these rascals are slacking off, as he tells everyone to gather there right then. Glarom hurriedly comes running and asks what the matter is, calling him head chef, and Hyun-seok asks if he got the meat that was hunted that day. Galram nervously tells him yes, they did, but its state is kind of right then. Hyun-seok tells him with a scary look on his face that craftsmen isn't picky with their tools, and Galram hurriedly tells him yes sir. Hyun-seok asks, even with his experience as a military chef, if he doesn't know how to prepare minced meat. And Galram explains well, the cooking squadron's main job is to secure ingredients. So, unless they're a personal cook for battalion commanders, they can't dream of actual cooking aside from grilling some meat. Hearing that, Hyun-seok tells him they have it pretty rough too, and tells him to get it, then to go. Immediately, Galram heads off, telling the other to gather right then to light the firewood. While Hyun-seok thinks, so it seems everyone below the rank of battalion commander survives on these tasteless meals, and gets excited, understanding that if he plays his cards right, things might go easier than he thought. Some time later, Hyun-seok knocks on the door to Abelson's room and tells her it's him. Abelson gets a bit surprised to find him there and tells him to come in. He enters the room and nervously tells her, "Hello, it's nothing else. He just came to see her." and Rachel infuriatedly asks him if all of it wasn't just an excuse to see this woman. Then Hyun-seok shows Abelson the delicious-looking meat dish and asks if it isn't right that she hasn't had dinner yet. He tells her that thanks to her support, he was able to win the final match, and as a token of his gratitude, he'd like to treat her to a meal. Abelson thanks him for it and tells him, in that case, she'll just have a little. After that, as she cuts a piece and brings it close to her mouth, she finds that it smells better than she expected, so she wonders if she can actually look forward to this. Then Abelson puts the meat in her mouth and gets shocked, as she thinks it's delicious, way better than what she had in the castle. Such an astonishingly tasty lingering flavor. After some time, as Abelson finishes eating, Hyun-seok tells her it seems the food suited her taste, seeing as she cleaned her plate completely. He adds with a smile, then, if she's done, he'll take his leave now. But then Abelson stops him by calling his name, and asks what he's planning to do when he leaves this place in the future. Straight away, Hyun-seok bashfully replies, marriage, which shocks Abelson. She disappointedly says she understands, and he can leave now, but then Hyun-seok clears his throat and tells her, actually, there's another thing he wants to do, and Abelson looks back at him. He nervously asks what about her, what she's going to do when she leaves there. Abelson replies in a low voice, she doesn't know. When she leaves this place, she doesn't want to do anything. Meanwhile, at the Gartran Divine Empire capital Gradium, a theocracy governed by the Pope of Ducey's church, an attendant goes up to the Pope and informs him that they've located Abelson Marriott, the next saintess, calling him Your Holiness. He tells him that the saintess is reportedly detained at the Black Fortress where the glutton lives, and the Pope surprisedly asks how the next saintess ended up in such a wicked place. Also, if there's no word from the Demon King's army yet, the attendant replies not yet. He doesn't understand what they're up to, detaining her without making any demand. The Pope gets up from his chair, explaining that in the history of wars between humans and demons, there are only a handful of times when humans managed to breach the Black Fortress. And even then, it was always when the glutton, Hermes, was absent, so attacking head-on right now would be reckless of them. So the Pope decides that they should send a rescue team in secret. Emperor of Gartran and Pope of the Ducey's Church, Orvin IV, orders the attendant to summon their hero, Sir Osold. Some time later, Hyun-seok brings out his whole cooking squadron to the forest behind the Black Fortress, while he keeps wondering just what on earth Abelson meant by she doesn't want to do anything. After walking for some time, he stops and says alright, this place should do. Then he calls the platoon commanders and tells them to come to the front. Hyun-seok brings out a few pieces of meat and shows them, telling them alright, now to eat it. The platoon commanders get shocked to see him offering meat and worriedly wonder if this is some new kind of bribery, or if he's just giving them his leftovers. Seeing them hesitating, Hyun-seok annoyedly asks what they're doing, if they're not going to eat immediately. The platoon commanders go ahead and start eating the meat, telling him they will. But then, they all think wait, this taste is, they all excitedly think, it's ecstasy. After that, the platoon commanders kneel before him and tell him that they swear to be loyal to him, and beg him to let them have one more bite. However, Hyun-seok tells them that their chance to taste it is over now, and giggles, as from then on. He orders them to go, as only the platoon with the most number of demonic beasts caught alive will get to eat with him. And immediately the platoon commanders start running, shouting run, no way they're starving that day, as now's the time for dinner roulette, so to catch the demonic beasts. Seeing them get to work so fast, Hyun-seok giggles and says he was right, all living things are slaves to their appetites. Plan successful. After some time, as the demon soldiers under him brought back quite a lot of demonic beasts alive, Hyun-seok kills the beasts one after another, and the system notifies him that he leveled up. His stats also starts increasing and wipes off his sweat, saying he just kept slashing them, and before he knew it, he leveled up by 10. Right then, one of the platoon commanders excitedly laughs and asks, so who the winner is, calling him head chef. Hyun-seok turns toward him and announces, alright, the winner is the Wolfkin platoon, and the Wolfkin platoon will have an amazing meal with him, which excites them. One of the goblin soldiers of another platoon raises his hand and asks, what about the others? Hyun-seok asks what he cares, and tells them to scavenge the leftovers. After that, he tells everyone to pack up, as they're going to move all the slaughtered meat to the kitchen, and the soldiers say yes sir, as they leave together for the Black Fortress. Some time later, inside the Black Fortress, someone enters the tower and kills all the demon guards leading up to Abelson's room. And as he reaches the room, he says, finally. Inside, Abelson worriedly says she shouldn't have said that to Hyun-seok, after all. But she can't just keep hiding it forever. Right then, someone knocks on the door. Abelson gets surprised by that, Then the person quickly enters the room and calls her Abelson Marriott-Nim. Then he puts away his hood and tells her with a smile that he's there to rescue her. She gets startled to see that it's Sir Jeffen and asks if the Pope sent him. Jeffen laughs and tells her, well, more or less, yes, he supposes. However, Abelson tries to step back and hits her back against a table, telling him she's sorry, but she won't go back, so she requests him to leave. Hearing that, Jeffen keeps smiling as he tells her that he would like to go back too, but a mission's a mission, so he asks what he can do. Abelson nervously tells him that as he knows, the glutton lives in that fortress, so if he takes her away. Right then, Jeffen goes up to her and asks, then what? And Abelson stutteringly tells him that she'll use her holy power and get her to come there. Immediately, Jeffen grabs hold of her by her neck and lifts her up, as he infuriatedly calls her saintess and tells her that he told her it's a mission, so he's not a prince right now, he's a soldier. He adds with a scary look on his face, now to sleep tight, because when she opens her eyes, she's going to be in the capital. Finding his hand tightly around her neck and being unable to use her magic, Abelson worriedly wonders if he can use holy magic. How come? She starts to lose her consciousness, thinking, no, she can't go back there again. Right then, Hyunseok shows up there and punches Jeffen right in the head, furiously telling him to get his hands off her, calling him a bastard. At that, Jeffen bleeds but doesn't budge. Then he looks at Hyunseok and asks if it's a fist infused with magical energy. He looks like a human though, so he asks just who he is. His movements are pretty good compared to the magic he possesses. Hyunseok infuriatedly asks what the hell he's on about, and tells him to just get his hands off her right now. Immediately, Jeffen kicks him in the chest hard, putting him to the ground, saying it's not his mission. But they can always use some useful material, so he's coming with him too. Hyunseok tried his best to block the attack, but still finds it badly hurting. Then Jeffen lets go of Abelson and looks at Hyunseok, saying, trivial little vermin keep annoying him. Seeing all that from outside the entrance, Rachel terrifiedly questions if he took out the hero in one blow, and wonders what she'd do if she should bring Bobo there. Right then, she gets shocked to sense something behind her and questions what that presence is. Meanwhile, Jeffen brings out a long scroll with a magic spell written on it, saying he didn't expect this to happen, but there is nothing he can do about it. He looks closely at the spell and says to take another person with him. He needs to fix this scroll a bit. Right then, someone calls him from behind and asks if there's something not working well. Standing at the entrance, Hemis asks Jeffen if he wants her help and giggles. Seeing her, Jeffen hurriedly raises his guard up, asking if it's the glutton, Hemis, while he thinks he's pretty sure he blocked the saintess's holy power. Hemis asks with a smile if he can call her a gourmet while he's at it. Jeffen terrifiedly thinks he can't sense any magical energy from this woman, and wonders if this is because of the difference in their level. He understands that Hemis the glutton, the story about her devouring thousands of soldiers in one day might actually be true, as he puts the scroll in his mouth and gets ready to defend against her attack. At that moment, Hemis removes some of the strings used to stitch her mouth as she steps forward asking Jeffen, alright, now if they should see how skilled their guest there is. Immediately, some kind of dark miasma spreads throughout the room and envelopes Jeffen. He tells himself not to panic, he just has to focus on dodging her attacks, and when he gets the chance, he'll take the saintess out with him. Right then, Jeffen gets hit by something. He wonders if it's dizziness, if it could be from before when she arrived. Right at that moment, before he could even see it coming, Hemis sends an energy slash at him, which cuts off his right arm and he frustratedly says he's too late. Hemis tells him with an excited and terrifying look on her face that he likes his writing, and asks if he'll make it even more fun for her. At that, Jeffen tightly bites into the scroll in his mouth, thinking considering the state of his body right then, it's best for him to get out of there all alone. So he activates the magic spell and leaves the Black Fortress all alone, understanding that the mission's a failure. Seeing that, Hemis disappointedly says oh my, the guest just ran away, even after he asked him for a favor. But she adds with a wide devilish grin that that's alright, because the really fun stuff is going to start now. The glutton, the ancient monster, and the ageless witch, all of these were insults attached to Hemis, the Demon King Army 3rd Corps commander. Through the endless flow of time, countless demons were born and perished. But the Demon King and Hemis, these two remained unshaken like huge mountains. However, the infinite passage of time had dulled many things, and this was far too cruel for any sentient being to endure. A few days later, during training, Hyun-seok gets punched in the stomach hard by Reincarnation, which badly hurts him and he falls to the ground, finding it hard to move. Seeing that, Reincarnation tells him that his attacks and even the way he wields magic are still too straightforward as always. He explains that he needs to be more flexible, not to trap himself in a rigid box, to which Hyun-seok cries, telling him that he'll keep that in mind. Reincarnation tells him, another thing, no matter how strong he becomes, there will always be someone stronger than him. So not to hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve victory, as he grabs his hand and helps him get back on his feet. At that moment, Reincarnation tells him to remember that a fair victory is a privilege only for the truly strong. After that, he tells Hyun-seok with a smile, alright then, that's it for the day, good job, and leaves the training ground. After Reincarnation leaves, Hyun-seok sits on the ground completely exhausted, and Rachel worriedly asks if he's okay. Hyun-seok tells her no, he feels like he's dying, so he requests her to heal him. Then Rachel starts healing her, and Hyun-seok happily tells her, finally, he can breathe. At that, Rachel irritatedly asks if she's now just a potion to him. At that moment, Hyun-seok gets thoughtful as he recalls Abelson telling him that this is all she can tell him. She told him to become strong, as only the belief that comes from his own strength will protect him, calling him Hyun-seok SSI. So Hyun-seok says, like Abelson SSI said, he needs to get stronger, and Rachel frustratedly asks if he's still talking about that woman, as she tells him that he almost died because of that saintess, or witch or whatever the hell she is. Hyun-seok tells her that she could get divine punishment for saying that. But Rachel says that that assassin used holy power, so he asks if she was really a saintess, as why he would attack her, while she continues healing him. Hyun-seok thinks about it and says she's right, there's something weird, the next saintess should be a valuable existence. Then he annoyedly says whatever, enough of this, which makes Rachel even more infuriated, as she asks, but why, if he likes that woman that much? She shouts at Hyun-seok, calling him a woman-crazed moth. At that, Hyun-seok covers his ears, telling her, enough of her jealousy, and Rachel asks if he wants to die for real, as where he lives. A while later, Hyun-seok is sobbing like a baby, and Rachel and Bobo both seem worried. Hyun-seok says it's over for him, and requests Rachel to let him be born as a rich family's cat in his next life, which confuses Bobo. At that, Rachel asks if he's worried, and says she guesses he even takes someone like that as his master. Bobo seems curious about it, and Rachel tells him fine, so what happened to that fool was. 30 minutes ago, in Hemi's office, Hemi's told Hyun-seok that she has a huge dilemma. She's bored, which frightened both Hyun-seok and Rachel. Then Hemi's told Hyun-seok, so she wanted to see something fun. She ordered him that he has 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. Hyun-seok started sweating heavily and stutteringly asked if she said the battalion commander. Hemi's asked with a smile, what's wrong? If he thinks he can't do it, if he wants her help, like how she helped Kirkin. Hyun-seok immediately bowed before her, hitting his head with Hemi's table hard, telling her not at all. He'll handle it all on his own. Now, Rachel tells Bobo that's what happened, and to say his goodbyes, as he won't be seeing him for long. Hearing all that, Bobo feels sorry for Hyun-seok, while he keeps sniffling. Then Rachel tells him it's about time he accepts his fate, as how he expects to beat the battalion commander with a combat power of just 9,000. And Hyun-seok irritatedly says he's already crying there, so if she wants to die at his hands. Rachel explains of course, he has grown drastically, but the battalion commander is on a different level, and Hyun-seok thinks about it. He says that the average battalion commander has a combat power in the high 40,000s, and there's no way he could catch up to that number in such a short time. He looks at Bobo with his power meter, wondering how great it would be if their precious dog there could fight in his place, as he could fight on equal footing with the battalion commander, or even win. But Rachel tells him that the main fight is supposed to be a duel, and Hyun-seok releases a sigh, saying yeah, it is, a duel, while Bobo gets on his back. Right at that moment, something comes to Hyun-seok's mind as he wonders, wait a minute, the main fight, if it's a duel. He asks Rachel what the corps commander said, and Rachel confusedly replies that he has 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. Then Hyun-seok excitedly says that's right, she never mentioned there would be a main fight, which shocks Rachel. He adds that means it's fine as long as he defeats him, no matter how he does it, like with a sword, bow and arrow, Bobo, poison, to which Rachel nervously asks if he's sure he should be interpreting it as he wishes. But Hyun-seok ignores her as he's biting his fingernail, thinking he'll lure him out and ambush him with Bobo. That's the only way. Hearing that, Rachel asks if he's clever or just a coward. but she asks how he'll lure him out if someone sloppy like him even has a way to persuade the battalion commander. Hyun-seok proudly tells her, of course, he does. She should know that he recently met him. He's a pig who likes to enjoy elegant meals while he holds the jar of tasting salt in hand. Rachel asks if that's it. At that, Hyun-seok asks if she wants more. As for that, they should take a look at the ultimate braised short ribs to lure the battalion commander. They should look at Hyun-seok's daily life together. He explains saying, here's the ultimate braised short ribs recipe. Soak the urine short ribs in water with honey to remove all the blood. Once the blood is drained, to put the meat into a pot and give it a quick boil. Then he says, while it's being boiled, to finely chop mushrooms and green onions, as he uses many-eyed mushrooms in the cooking. Next, Hyun-seok says to add water, sugar, soy sauce, and garlic, as he uses garlic drake for the garlic and gushing fish for soy sauce. Then Hyun-seok says to throw everything into the pot with the meat and let it simmer, and after at least half an hour of boiling, Bobo keeps running around in order to train Hyun-seok, and Hyun-seok tries his best to keep him under control but finds it impossible to do so. After doing that for some time, Hyun-seok seems exhausted and disappointedly questions how he could lose in terms of endurance when he's a human, as this is humiliating, while Bobo seems confused. Right at that moment, Rachel calls him and tells him that the food is burning, which frightens Hyun-seok, and he screams out loud. After he finishes cooking, he says soft and tender urine short rib stew is complete, as it spreads a delicious aroma. He adds, now to carefully plate it elegantly in a dish, then sprinkle finely chopped green onions on top. And he proudly says the key to unlocking the battalion commander's heart, the ultimate short rib stew, is ready. Some time later, as Commander Doras is enjoying his meal, he says good, he likes it. It's been a while since he enjoyed such an elegant, peaceful time. So he excitedly adds that passing Yuzaru on to Choi Hyun-seok was genius of him, and laughs. Right then, a goblin enters his room and informs him that the cooking squadron commander is there for him. Doras dismisses him, telling him that returning Yuzaru isn't an option. But the goblin tells him that that's now what he's there for. He confusedly informs him that as a token of appreciation, he said he wants to personally serve him a dish he made himself, to which Doras bashfully asks if he said a dish. A bit later, as he sent the goblin to bring Hyun-seok in, he thinks he heard that guy's cooking is delicious, so he wonders how good he is. At that moment, someone knocks on the door and Doras tells him to come in. Then Hyun-seok walks inside with his dish in hand and tells him long time no see, calling him Doras Nim. He gets really excited by that. Then he tries to control his emotions, saying wait, this isn't right, and tells him right, he heard he's there to thank him. Hyun-seok tells him yes, it was thanks to him that he could get a title in the kitchen, and he's sorry he didn't thank him earlier. He has been busy, as he puts the dish in front of him. Doras tells him it's okay. He gets it. Then Hyun-seok tells him with a smile that he may be lacking in his skills, but he put his heart into preparing these urine ribs as a token of his gratitude for him, and presents the dish, saying he hopes he enjoys it. Doras starts drooling seeing that delicious food in front of him, as he thinks wait, this fragrance, and stutteringly says well, he'll have a taste then. He brings a piece close to his mouth and says it smells so good. Then he puts it in his mouth and starts chewing with delight. Seeing that, Hyun-seok excitedly thinks this dish turned him into the god of the kitchen, so they should see if he doesn't give in to it. Then, Doras finds the food so overwhelmingly good that tears show up in his eyes, and he wearily says this is amazing, he can't take it. He adds that this tastes incredible and asks Hyun-seok how he did this, how a human can make something so godly. Hyun-seok gets goosebumps and stutteringly tells him he's glad he enjoyed that. Then he tells him that if it's okay with him, he'd love to have him try out new menu in the future, and Doras immediately tells him, of course, he'd be thankful. Hyun-seok tries his best to stand still, telling him yes, then he'll visit again from time to time. While Rachel starts to feel sick and tries her best to control herself, Doras gladly tells Hyun-seok he'd love that. No wonder the Corps commander favors him so much. And Hyun-seok hurriedly tries to leave the room, telling him yes sir, he'll get going to the kitchen now, so. He shouts goodbye as he quickly shuts the door behind him and finally manages to get Doras out of his sight. Then Hyun-seok and Rachel look at each other for a moment and let out the vomit they have been holding in for so long, as Hyun-seok says he can't take it anymore. After that, Rachel exhaustedly tells him that he sure has guts of steel. Hyun-seok tells her it's all his plan. He'll keep feeding him, fatten him up. He adds with a determined look on his face, and then, when he least expects it, he'll slaughter that pig. 1 week later, as Doras is busy enjoying meals brought for him by Hyun-seok, he suddenly releases a sigh and tells him that he doesn't have an appetite that day for some reason. He explains that the next day, he has to fight a duel for the position of battalion commander. He guesses he has just become such a big shot that people can't help but look down on him. Hyun-seok gets startled to hear that and tries to ask. Then, if he loses, if that means, Doras tells him with a tear in his eyes. That's right, he'll lose his title as the battalion commander. But he gets back to eating, saying he should know the saying. Even a ghost who dies after eating still has his color and charm, which shocks Hyun-seok and he thinks he's screwed. As Doras enjoys the food, he says slow-cooked meat really is so tender, while Hyun-seok devastatedly wonders, his entire week, his time, effort, and ingredients, if it was all for nothing. At that moment, Doras tells him if he's free to come out to watch the duel the next day, as he's his lucky charm. And Hyun-seok tells him yes sir. He wishes him victory as tears keep flowing from his eyes. The next day, for the battalion commander duel taking place at the Grand Training Ground, most of the demons there have gathered and are seated in the audience seats. Rachel tells Hyun-seok to cheer up, as who knows, Doras might evolve into Super SSS rank Boar. But Hyun-seok says as if. He distressfully adds that he can't even walk properly now after stuffing down all the food he made for him, so he asks how the hell he's supposed to win a duel. Right then, as a powerful-looking demon enters the arena, the announcer says that Demon King's 3rd Army Corps Regiment commander, Roiger, will be acting as the moderator instead of Jark. Then he tells both the challenger and defender to step into the arena, and immediately, Doras's opponent, a Minotaur, hurriedly gallops into the arena with a determined look on his face. Meanwhile, Doras finds it straining to even get to the fighting area. He exhaustedly says, as expected, the stairs are the hardest. But he regains some of his happiness as he notices Hyun-seok inside the crowd and gladly tells him he came. His lucky charm. And Hyun-seok nervously tells him all the best. Roiger says that he's a busy man, calling them fools, so he tells them in a harsh tone to just get on with it already, as the Minotaur demon starts rushing toward Doras. Seeing that, Doras releases a sigh and says he seriously can't be bothered. Then he quickly gets on his feet and stops his opponent's movement, grabbing hold of his spear, which startles the Minotaur. The Minotaur tries his best to free himself, but it's too late as Doras breaks the spear and hits him with a tremendous amount of force. Hyun-seok covers his ears and hides himself, wondering, geez, how the aftershock wave is coming all the way there. And Rachel screams out loud. Then Hyun-seok thinks it was only for a moment, but he's sure of it, this fight's going to end with. At that moment, Roiger leaves the arena, saying, so Doras was a few steps above. And he tells everyone that Doras is the winner, so to disperse, while Doras towers in front of the Minotaur's corpse with a terrifying look on his face. That night, at Bobo's house, Hyun-seok seems very thoughtful about how to deal with Doras. He clenches a map in his hand, as he says, he knew it, Bobo probably alone won't be enough, so they're going to revise the plan to hunt the battalion commander. He lays down everything in front of him and says, here, a monster encyclopedia and a monster distribution map he hand drew himself. It's a map they always use when they go monster hunting. He explains that according to his research, strong creatures like Queen Talas seem to have their own territorial domains. Thanks to the sacrifices of the culinary soldiers, he was able to figure out the territories around there. Rachel nervously questions if he said sacrifice. 3 days later, as the Great Forest, Rachel cries, saying that after memorizing the monster encyclopedia for 3 days straight, her head feels like it's going to explode. Hyun-seok tells her that he told her they should split it in half, and Rachel tells him, anyway, to give her the map quickly, before she throws up. Hyun-seok shows her on the map that the first target is 1 kilometer in front of them, and it looks like a large worm. Rachel says that must be the Surfib, and explains that it means forest worm in ancient language. There are also Morspit and Estunbia that look similar, but the Surfib is excluded as compared to its strength. It's less aggressive, so it won't initiate a fight. Then Rachel proudly asks Hyun-seok what he thinks, if she isn't amazing, like a genius girl. Hyun-seok finds it irritating, but says well, he guesses it might look that way, while he thinks sometimes even a fool can be useful. Right then, a soldier of the hunting squad under him comes up to him, asking if he has decided on that day's hunting location. Hyun-seok says probably up ahead and tells him to just wait. He calls Rachel and tells her to tell him about the dragon-like monster with steel-like scales. Rachel thinks about it and tells him that there are many similar dragon types, so she'll need to see it directly to know for sure. Hearing that, Hyun-seok looks back at the map, saying it looks like they have no choice but to confront them themselves from there. After a while, he tells his cooking squadron, alright, from then on, they're going to sweep that area clean, no need to capture anything that day. just to kill to their heart's content, and he'll let them eat that day's prey right away. Immediately, the cooking squadron rushes forward to hunt, shouting out loud due to excitement and saying the commander has finally come to his senses. They can eat until they're full that day. The soldiers start chopping down the beast, excitedly saying their meat, and giggle as in a short time, they manage to gather tons of meat. Seeing that, Hyun-seok confusedly wonders they've caught so many, but why the owner of the territory hasn't shown up. He frustratedly wonders if they have been doing this for nothing, as he tells everyone to put away their weapons, and they should stop there. Hearing that, one of the soldiers goes running toward the others, telling them that the commander says to put away their weapons, and to light the fire while Hyun-seok sits on the ground. But then, all of a sudden, the ground starts shaking violently, and Hyun-seok hurriedly gets up, saying, "That sound," worriedly wondering if it has finally arrived. After that, an enormous monster comes crashing down from the sky and lands in front of him, which astonishes him, and Rachel tells him it's a monster called Nidrak. Hyun-seok tries to analyze its power using his power meter, but it says unmeasurable, while the soldiers all start running around screaming, "A dragon has appeared, run away." Then the Nidrak starts moving toward Hyun-seok, and Hyun-seok excitedly says that's it. With that, they can defeat Doras. In the meantime, in Hemis' office, Hemis points at Reincarnation, telling him that something feels off, and Reincarnation confusedly asks, "Pardon?" Hemis says she's talking about Choi Hyun-seok, as she questions if it isn't right that it's been 3 weeks since they last heard from him. So she asks Reincarnation in a sweet tone if it could be that he's teaching him something extraordinary. Reincarnation tells her no, they are only doing ordinary training. Then Hemis asks in his opinion what the chances that Choi Hyun-seok can defeat the battalion commander are. Reincarnation tells her none, calling her his lord. Then he tells Hemis, speaking of which, he noticed that Hyun-seok seems to have gotten close to battalion commander Doras recently. Hemis surprisedly asks, "To that pig?" She says he said he would win against the battalion commander, but he's getting closer to him instead. So Hemis questions with a wide grin on her face what in the world Choi Hyun-seok is thinking. A few days later, at Doras's office, Doras continues enjoying Hyun-seok's cooking, blissfully telling him, as expected, the meat he grilled is the best. After he finishes everything Hyun-seok had for him that day, Doras lets out a burp and thanks for the food that day as well. But then, Hyun-seok releases a sigh and looks disappointed. Seeing that, Doras confusedly asks if something is wrong. In response, Hyun-seok tells him well, there's a big problem with the squadron. He thinks that day will be the last day he treats him to a meal, as he sheds a few tears. Doras worriedly asks why, what the problem is, and Hyun-seok explains that the corps commander says she wants to eat some special monster meat. But the monster is too strong, and even after several days of fighting, they still can't catch it. The cooking squadron is all dying. Doras gets shocked to hear that, as he thinks, speaking of which, he heard that there are many injured cooks recently, so he wonders what kind of vicious monster it could be. While Hyun-seok tells him that the monster's name is Marbling. Doras confusedly asks Marbling, as he has never heard of it. Hyun-seok gets startled by that and stutteringly asks why he would lie when their safety is at risk. Then Doras asks if he should lend him his soldiers. Hyun-seok releases a sign, telling him that even with 100 more useless soldiers, they can't catch that bastard. However, he says in a sweet tone that if the great Doras Nim himself intervened, that guy might be dealt with in no time. He adds in that case, the corps commander would come to know of Doras Nim's achievements. Hearing that, Doras imagines Hemis getting really close to him, delightedly asking, oh my, so if he wasn't a pig, but a cutie, which causes Doras to blush heavily, and he excitedly wonders if that's so. Then Hyun-seok tells him that since the corps commander and he are close, he'll make sure to convey that. Doras starts sweating and nervously says this might be a bit bothersome. But he tells Hyun-seok alright, then he'll help him, they're friends after all, while he shakes his hand. Hearing that, Hyun-seok acts really astonished, asking if he's serious, really, and thanks him so much, as he puts on a wide grin on his face. The next day, at the agreed location, Hyun-seok stands in front of his demon soldiers, and Rachel asks if he has memorized the map. Hyun-seok tells her of course, he's a human navigation system now. Then he tells Bobo that they're going to catch that pig, and Yuzaru to do as he's told to. Bobo excitedly woofs in the affirmative, and Yuzaru excitedly says, Yuzaru, meat giver's order, work hard. After that, Hyun-seok starts heading forward, telling them alright, they should go for it, as mission pig hunting starts. Some time later, in the center of the great forest, as Hyun-seok is heading further inside the forest, bringing along Doras and his soldiers with him. One of the soldiers asks another where they're going now, bringing even the battalion commander along. The other goblin tells him he doesn't know. The commander said they are going to hunt a strong monster. Doras, sitting atop a large beast, seems really exhausted and says the outside is truly ugly. He asks Hyunseok how much further they have to go, and Hyunseok, who's steering the beast, tells him that they're almost at Marbling's territory. He frustratedly thinks he's stronger than he looks, so they need to be careful. Moreover, he even brought 500 soldiers from his battalion, so he nervously wonders, surely, if it isn't right that Nidrak won't lose. Right then, they hear a loud noise, and Hyunseok hurriedly looks up, saying, "It seems like that bastard is coming." Doras also gets ready as he asks, then if they shall move. After that, the Nidrak from before comes down and lands in front of them, letting out a loud roar. It makes everyone anxious, and Doras asks if that's the Marbling. Hyunseok tells him yes sir. However, Doras says he feels like he has seen it somewhere. It looks like an ancient monster, Nidrak. At that, Hyunseok starts sweating, telling him that all the monsters look pretty similar. Then Doras says that's true, a monster is a monster, and tells Hyunseok with a serious look on his face that his battalion and he will take care of that monster. So to make sure to tell the corps commander about his achievement, as he immediately lunges at the monster to take it down, Hyunseok tells him, of course. As Doras charges up his magic into his fist and is about to punch the Nidrak, he orders his soldiers, now, they should go, everyone, charge, while the Nidrak also charges up its flames. Some time later, as the soldiers all take position surrounding the monster, making it hard for it to move, they say its movements have slowed down. They shout, warning others to watch all sides, and not to back off, to follow the battalion leader, while Hyunseok stands there stunned. After attacking quite a lot of times, Doras backs off for a moment, then tells everyone, alright, they should go again, as he curls up into a ball and hits the Nidrak's face hard using his skill, Meatball Smash, causing it to roar in pain. Seeing all that, Rachel worriedly says, at this rate, that pig will really kill the monster. And Hyunseok finds it hard to believe that he would use his soldiers like this. He finds that Doras's soldiers are taking all the hits for him, and thinks this is completely different from what he had in mind. At that moment, Doras backs off again and plans to go back in, telling everyone that they should end this marbling. But right then, a soldier comes rushing toward them, calling him Doras Nim and Hyunseok's squadron commander, and hurriedly shouts at them, telling them that another monster is coming. Doras gets startled to hear that, as he asks what, and Hyunseok terrifiedly wonders if it isn't right that this is Nidrak's territory. The soldier coming running toward them screams, they need to retreat now, and right then, a ginormous worm-like creature comes out of the ground from behind him and chases after him. Hyunseok gets shocked to see that, as he says, that's, and Rachel screams at Surfub. Hyunseok looks back, worriedly thinking he didn't care much about it, thinking it was a non-aggressive creature, but it recognized the commotion there as a territorial dispute. Then Doras shouts, this won't do, and orders every one of his soldiers to retreat. Hearing that, Rachel hurriedly calls Hyunseok and asks what they should do, as they can't let Doras go. Then Hyunseok frustratedly grits his teeth and thinks, it seems they have no choice but to try now. As he starts running straight at Doras, screaming his name, and Doras tells him that he should have realized it by then. All the monsters are rushing there. However, Hyunseok keeps going at him, as he uses his skill, Reincarnation-style combat. First form, instant obliteration, and punches him right in the chest, infuriatedly asking Doras if that's his fault, calling him a bastard. Doras gets shocked by that, then Hyunseok furiously tells him to cancel that command, as there's no retreat. He tells everyone to fight bravely like the demon race they are. He shouts that they shall meet in Valhalla, calling them his courageous demon comrades, while the Nidrak and Surfub get to fighting each other. The soldiers shout, asking each other if they heard, the retreat has been cancelled, and scream, calling for someone to save them, as they find themselves getting hit by the monster attacks. At that moment, Doras wonders, this pain, this sound, if he's being betrayed, by a mere primitive human. He regains his consciousness and infuriatedly says, a mere human bug dares. Then he shouts Choi Hyunseok's name out loud as he starts charging up an insane amount of energy, which frightens Hyunseok. Doras's power level starts increasing rapidly, as he tells Hyunseok in a terrifyingly loud tone that he will risk everything to kill him. Then he screams out even louder as he gets promoted to level 2, full bloom. Seeing that, Hyunseok anxiously questions what the hell the bastard is doing. Right then, Rachel notices something coming at them. She immediately tells Hyunseok to run. Hurry, but Hyunseok asks where they run to, as right at that moment, a tremendously powerful attack hits the area he was standing and he gets tossed away. As he falls to the ground, he wearily says he almost died, and wonders what the heck, if that was his skill. At that moment, he looks back and finds Doras standing there next to the corpses of Nidrag and Surfib. Then Doras tells Hyunseok with burning anger in his eyes that he will tear him to pieces while he's still alive. Hyunseok starts sweating heavily, thinking this is dangerous, and asks Bobo and Yuzaru where they have gone. Rachel tells him that it seems everyone got caught up in Surfib's attack, as the two of them find themselves trapped and hard to get to him. Hearing that, Hyunseok wonders if that means he has to take down Doras by himself, while Doras starts moving toward him. He calls out his name in a thunderous tone, but blood gushes out of his mouth, and Hyunseok surprisedly wonders if he's coughing up blood. He thinks he doesn't know what skill he's using, but he's overdoing it, and decides that he should buy some time first. As Hyunseok starts running away from Doras as fast as he can, telling Rachel to tell him the monster clusters from the monster map she showed earlier, to recite everything as she sees it. Rachel flies after him, telling him that a little to the left, 11 o'clock, if he goes straight, he'll reach the Warhound habitat. Hyunseok tells her okay. However, Doras goes chasing after him at a tremendous speed and slowly keeps getting closer to him, asking if he thinks he can survive by running away like this. He even knocks away the warhounds and other monsters in his path easily, furiously telling them to get out of the way. However, Hyunseok understands that while regular mobs avoid the strong, if it's a habitat with younglings, it's a different story. Looking at him, Doras frustratedly says it seems this cockroach is trying to pull some puny tricks, while he continues bleeding even faster. But he thinks he has decided, at the very least, he'll be sure to kill him, as he gets promoted to level 3, Falling Flowers. Doras excitedly tells Hyunseok to look at all this overflowing power, as promote is the strongest weapon of a demon. He tries to say that now he's done for, but before he could finish his sentence, he starts coughing out a lot more blood and falls to his knees. Seeing that, Hyunseok surprisedly asks what the hell, and Rachel tells him that his demonic energy is decreasing. Doras looks at all the blood on his hands, wondering if it could be that he reached his limits right after casting Falling Flowers, as he must have used way too much energy trying to catch demonic beasts. Then he gets up and hurriedly starts running in the other direction. Seeing that, Hyunseok asks where he's going, and Doras tells him that he's not happy about it. But it can't be helped. He frustratedly tells Hyunseok to just wait, as he'll come back to kill him as soon as his strength recovers. As he keeps running back to the Black Fortress as fast as he can, he says he won't forget this humiliation, and thinks that if his body just manages to recover. Right at that moment, Hyunseok calls him from behind, "Pig," and Doras hurriedly looks back. He finds him coming at him, lunging up high and trying to punch him, telling him that he might have come there as he pleased, but he can't leave as he likes. Doras gets ready to fight back, furiously calling him a foolish human and asking if he'll defeat him with his fist, while Hyunseok charges up all his energy in his fist, telling him to take this Reincarnation style. As he uses his skill, Reincarnation Combat Arts, 7th Movement, Explosive Destruction Wave, and clashes with Doras's fist, which sends out an insanely powerful shockwave. Hyunseok surprisedly wonders if he actually held out against this attack, and Doras sends everything he has through his fist, shouting, calling him a fool, and telling him that he underestimated him. Right at that moment, Hemis arrives at the area and seeing the two fighting, she says oh my. Then she causes an energy ball to show up between Hyunseok and Doras, which startles both of them, and irritatedly asks what all this commotion in front of the castle is. Then the energy ball explodes, sending Hyunseok and Doras to two different sides with a lot of force. Hyunseok gets tossed away quite far and hits his back against a tree, which badly hurts him. After that, he slowly gets up, finding his head hurting, and surprisedly tries to ask what suddenly happened. Then he finds Doras at Hemis' knees, begging her to save him, as he hasn't lost yet. This isn't even the final battle. However, Hemis tells him with a terrifying look on her face to shut up, which startles him. She asks just how stupid he has to be for a human to beat him up this bad. They're at war with the humans, and the thought of someone like him being a battalion commander just makes her shudder. Then Hemis tells him that she ought to end him right there, as she kicks him with an insane amount of strength, tossing him straight toward Hyunseok, while Doras calls out her name for the last time. At that moment, Hyunseok takes the opportunity and jumps up, shouting at Hemis, just like she said, right then, right there. He defeated the battalion commander, as he hits Doras's back from behind and completely knocks him out for good. Seeing that, puts the stitches back on her face, saying oh my, and tells Hyunseok with a wide grin on her face, right, they had that bet. Then Hemis tells him to come with her, as it looks like they have a lot to talk about. After a while, at Hemis' office, Hemis asks Hyunseok, so if even a Surfib came charging at the end. Hyunseok nervously tells her yes. He didn't expect that either, so he never thought a huge monster battle would break out there. Hemis finds it amusing and giggles. Then she asks just what on earth is going on in his head for him to think that. If he'd mind if he cuts it open once to see. Hyunseok finds it frightening and tells her he'd be grateful if she endured her curiosity. Hearing that, Hemis says with a smile, it seems he's using her orders against her. What a sly way of thinking. She tells him she doesn't like it, but she'll acknowledge this as a success this time. She'll just have to be more precise with her orders next time. To which Hyunseok nervously tells her, of course. Then Hemis tells him in a scary tone, instead, there won't be a next time for him. As if he causes trouble or uses underhanded methods again, if he doesn't know what'll happen. Hyunseok tells her, yes, calling her corps commander. Some time later, at Bobo's house, Hyunseok lies on the floor and exhaustedly says he somehow managed to make it alive that day as well, and Rachel says she knows, right. Hyunseok confusedly asks Doras's polymorph, Promote, what she thinks that was. Rachel thinks about it and tells him it looks like a martial art exclusive to the demon race, and she thinks they should ask the cowhead about it. Right then, Bobo lets out an excited woof, and Hyunseok tells him yeah, he had a rough time being swept by those monsters. He pulls him close and pats him, asking if it isn't right that the corps commander took care of them in one go, and Bobo again excitedly woofs. But Hyunseok says that he feels kinda sorry for Doras. He wasn't that bad of a pig, and Rachel asks who the guy was who took all the EXP points by dealing the last hit to him. Hearing that, Hyunseok hurriedly covers his face, saying sorry, he's sorry, and Rachel asks if really. Hyunseok tells her of course, he's so sorry. But the wide grin on his face can be seen from the side, and Rachel tells him to put that hand away, as she asks if it isn't right that he's smiling. Then Hyunseok opens up his status window, saying he wonders how much he leveled up, while Bobo gets fast asleep. Looking at his stats, Hyunseok surprisedly says he leveled up quite a bit. But he questions why there are squares and question marks in the status window, if it's a system error. Hearing that, Rachel asks what nonsense he's talking about, and Hyunseok tells her, no, really, there are squares and question marks. Rachel annoyedly says that there can't be errors in the hero system, so she asks if it isn't right that he's just messing with her again. And Hyunseok tells her whatever, they should just not talk about it. At that moment, Rachel brings out the power meter, telling him to stop with his boring talk, as they should check his combat power to celebrate his 48 level up. Hyunseok says yeah, it's been a while. Then Rachel checks his combat power using the power meter, excitedly saying, alright, they should see, the result is. She gets shocked to see that as she says 13,936, and Hyunseok arrogantly says, whoa, it really went up a lot. It feels like just the previous day that he couldn't do anything even against a goblin. Rachel says she knew this would happen, so she prepared a surprise and brings out a mug of beer, excitedly telling him that they should just keep going strong as they are, to have a drink to that. Hyunseok gets amazed to get that and says, until the day he takes the Demon King's head. Cheers, to his wealth and glory, cheers. Choi Hyunseok's daily routine, sleep, preparation, hunting, eating, cooking, training, rest are repeated infinitely. One day, a bit before training, Hyunseok thinks that no matter how strong he has become, he can't skip this routine. As he gets prepared for his training, he wonders if he should go see Miss Abelson after training that day, as he still has some questions left. Right then, Reincarnation arrives there and calls him. He tells Hyunseok that he has come a bit early that day, to which he gets surprised to see him and tells him he's there. Then Reincarnation asks with a smile, so if he defeated Doras, and congratulates him. Hyunseok happily thanks him for that. After that, he walks up to him, telling him that actually, he was just about to ask him something regarding that fight. He asks if he knows the technique called Promote. Reincarnation thinks about it and tells him that if it's Promote, that's the ancient informal combat style. To which Hyunseok gets confused. Reincarnation explains that combat is generally divided into two forms, formal combat, which involves movement, and informal combat, which lacks formal structures. He adds that compared to formal combat, informal combat has significantly fewer variations. While combat itself is rare, informal combat is passed down even more secretly. Hyunseok understands that, so it's the difference between attack skills and enhancement buff skills. However, Reincarnation continues that Promote is an ancient combat skill that has been passed down for a long time. Any demon that uses demonic Kai can learn it, Nevertheless, it's an extremely dangerous skill, and few people dare to use it. Hyun-seok asks if there's a chance he could also learn promote, as if it isn't right that he has, well, some demonic kai. Reincarnation questions if that can be considered some, as it just happened to be in his body. It's not really demonic kai. Then Hyun-seok tells him that there shouldn't be any major issue. Even if there is, they still have Abelson. But Reincarnation seems hesitant as she tells him that he still feels a bit worried, and Hyun-seok frustratedly wonders why he's taking so long to decide. Then he grabs his leg, crying and telling him that without promote, he's going to die. He explains his life is so body and he keeps wondering when he'll die, so he begs him to try just once. Reincarnation tells him he got it. He understands, so to get up, Hyun-seok immediately gets up, saying yes. Then Reincarnation tells him that he feels a bit uneasy. But a promise is a promise, so he puts his fists together and shouts they should get started and to follow closely. Meanwhile, in the Divine Empire of Gartrin, at the cathedral's underground prison, the Emperor and Pope, Orvan IV goes to meet Sir Jeffen, who's locked up, and asks if he has come to his senses. Jeffen says with a smile he was wondering who it was, and it's the Pope. He tells him that he said he had no further business with him, so he asks what he wants. Orvan tells him that he'd like to give him a special opportunity to make amends. There's no eternal sinner before God, after all. Jeffen irritatedly asks what he has to do, and Orvan tells with a creepy look on his face that he must eliminate Abelson Marriott. Jeffen gets shocked to hear that, as he asks if it's not retrieve, why the order has suddenly changed. He wonders what the church will gain if the Saintess dies. Then Orvan asks, well, why he needs to know that. Jeffen tells him that there's a black glutton there, so even if he goes, Orvan tells him not to worry, as he'll assign 4 knights to him. The glutton will be away for a while as well. So he brings forward the keys to his cell, telling Sir Jeffen this time to make sure to succeed, as failure is not tolerated on the path of glory. Meanwhile, back in Reincarnation's training area, Abelson worriedly keeps calling Hyun-seok and tells him to get a hold of himself, as demonic kai surges throughout his body, and he screams in pain. Abelson furiously asks him and Reincarnation if they're both out of their minds, a human practicing demon-exclusive combat, while Hyun-seok's mouth starts frothing as if he's badly poisoned. Reincarnation worriedly tells Abelson no. Hyun-seok said he was fine now, and that as time passed, there wouldn't be much demonic kai left. Abelson furiously asks if they're priests, as how they can decide something is okay when they're not even an expert. She frustratedly explains that when she did was wrap and bind the demonic kai, but they released the demonic kai, claiming that they could control it. Reincarnation stutteringly asks then what'll happen to him, and Abelson tells him that he can't hold out like this, since it's too late to rebind the released demonic kai. While Hyun-seok holds his chest tightly, so Abelson holds his hand, telling Reincarnation that she'll try to make his body accept it instead. She'll compress the demonic kai and suppress it with divine power to spread it widely and thinly, changing it to a concentration that his body can withstand. Abelson explains that it's like building resistance to poison. Reincarnation surprisedly asks if that's even possible, and Abelson anxiously tells him she doesn't know that either, as she has never done it, and there has never been a precedent. There's also a possibility that the demonic kai inside will rebel against the divine power and go wild. However, if either way leads to the worst outcome, they have no choice but to at least try, as Abelson lifts up Hyun-seok's hand and starts using her divine power to help him. Some time later, Hyun-seok regains consciousness and gets confused to find himself in his bed. He gets up, finding his head hurting, and questions what this is, as it seems like a lot has happened. Right then, Rachel and Bobo come rushing at him and hold him tightly. Rachel cries, saying that he's awake. He finally woke up. Their hero has finally. After 3 days, Bobo also cries tears of joy, and Hyun-seok surprisedly asks, 3 days. Rachel asks if he doesn't remember anything. Hyun-seok tells him that his memory cut off at learning promote, and brings out his status window, questioning if he encountered a status anomaly or something. Immediately, he gets shocked to see something and says wait a second, the hidden stat is now revealed, and he wonders what this is, if it's demonic kai. Right then, Hemis enters the room and says oh my, which startles Hyun-seok. Hemis excitedly asks Reincarnation if she wasn't right, as she said he'd wake up. Seeing her, Hyun-seok hurriedly tries to get out of his bed, telling her she greets her, but Hemis tells him to sit down, as with that body, crawling is probably the best he can do. Then Hemis tells Hyun-seok with a smile that she heard everything from Reincarnation. He tried to use demonic kai as a human. She asks why he didn't tell her about such a fun thing, and hearing that, Hyun-seok nervously laughs. After that, Hemis looks closely at his body and asks, So if this is the handiwork of that saintess, as it seems she's worthy of being revered as a saintess, not at all bad, Hyun-seok asks what about her. But Hemis ignores that and says with a creepy look on her face, the ending is boring, it's not fun. She walks up to Hyun-seok and puts her finger on his chest, telling him so this time, she'll help him specially, as he's, what was it, time-limited ant-observation? Well, something like that. Hemis tells Hyun-seok to consider it an honor, as she uses something kind of demonic spell on him, pushing him back with a lot of force and making him fall on his back on the bed. Hyun-seok finds it hurting, and Reincarnation worriedly calls Hemis, but Hemis tells him not to worry, as after sleeping and waking up again, he'll be fine. Then she tells Reincarnation that they should head back to the office, as the Demon King has summoned her, and she has something for him to do. While Hyun-seok's eyes slowly shut close and he falls unconscious. A few days later, at Bobo's house, after the accident with demonic Kai control, Hyun-seok lies on his chest while Abelson uses her magic on him and tells him, that's it for that day's healing. Hyun-seok gladly says oh my, and tells her that he's always thankful to her for treating him, as she comes to treat him almost every single day. As Abelson walks toward the exit, she tells him not to mention it. After all, it's his will that helped him get through the crisis. She mumblingly adds, he's also her only hope so. At that, Hyun-seok confusedly asks what she just said, but Abelson ignores that and leaves the room, telling him that it's for that day, so she'll get going. Hyun-seok wonders what she means sometimes when she suddenly says stuff like that, and what on earth is happening in this world. He has a lot of questions, but he understands that he's an outsider in that world, so he has no choice but to wait for her to tell him that herself someday. Later that night, he goes to Reincarnation's office, where Reincarnation says that he keeps asking him, so he's teaching him the theory of demonic Kai manipulation. But he tells him not to push himself too much. Hyun-seok tells him it's okay. It's already been 3 days since he woke up, and they said he'd be fine as long as he doesn't use magic or demonic Kai. Hearing that, Reincarnation wonders if it has been 3 days since Hemis left, while Hyun-seok tries to talk to him about the Cotton tribe's combat style. Reincarnation understands that the meeting at the Demon King's castle is an annual event, but for some reason, he keeps having a bad feeling about it. Hyun-seok keeps calling him, but he seems lost in thought, so then he shouts Reincarnation's name, which startles him, and he tells him sorry, he got distracted. Hyun-seok laughs and asks if it isn't right that he's very busy these days with the acting duties of the Corps Commander, so if there's anything he can help with. Reincarnation says with a smile, it's fine, the Corps Commander will be returning soon anyway. Though she was called quite early this year, it won't be much different than before. So he tells Hyun-seok not to worry about him and focus on taking care of himself. Hyun-seok bows before him and bashes his head on the table, telling him yes sir, understood, as he commands. At that moment, Reincarnation thinks that Hyun-seok's getting stronger by the day, with the demonic Kai seeping into his body. His physical body must be developing too. He understands that if he just manages to stabilize his condition like this, he'll surely make tremendous growth, while Hyun-seok finds his forehead hurting. Right then, all of a sudden, Reincarnation senses sudden and worriedly wonders if it's divine power. He hurriedly gets up from his chair, which startles Hyun-seok, and he confusedly calls him. Reincarnation grabs his weapon, telling him that there's another divine power wilding being in the castle right then besides the saintess. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear about divine power and asks if it could be that. Reincarnation says there's an intruder, he'll check out what's happening, and tells him to wait there as he hurriedly heads out of his office. In the meantime, Sir Jeffen and other knights manage to get into the castle and head toward Abelson's room. While one of the soldiers says getting in was unexpectedly easy. Another knight asks Sir Jeffen if it could be because the glutton isn't there. At that moment, Jeffen stops and shushes the others, telling them to lower their voice, as the glutton may not be there, but there's another monster in that castle called the Red Nightmare. Right then, Reincarnation shows up before them and asks how he knew Hemis isn't there. Seeing him, all the knights quickly bring out their weapons and get ready to fight, stutteringly asking if that's the Red Nightmare, and Jeffen tells them not to be flustered. He hurriedly calls Lucas and Nell, and orders them to go to the Saintess, and tells Orca that they'll fight the Red Nightmare. The rest of the 3 knights tell him yes, understood. Hearing that, Reincarnation realizes that they're after the next Saintess, and her confinement chamber isn't far from there. He clenches his fist, understanding that fighting 4 humans isn't hard for him, but dealing with 2 while stopping the other 2 from escaping is. Right then, Hyun-seok comes running toward him, calling his name out loud, and tells him that things seemed pretty serious. So he came too? He asks if he's okay, which startles Reincarnation. He looks back at Hyun-seok, telling him that he clearly told him not to follow him, but he thinks, for now, he must say he's grateful. Then Reincarnation hurriedly tells him to listen, they're after the next Saintess, so to take the Saintess with him and run right now. Also, he tosses a necklace at him, telling him, for now to take it. Hyun-seok catches it and confusedly asks, necklace, what he should do with it. Reincarnation tells him to use that necklace as proof to summon the high-ranking officers of the unit there. Right then, Jeffin rushes up to him and tries to attack him with his sword, asking where he's going. Hyun-seok tells Reincarnation all right, and hurriedly starts running toward Abelson's room. Seeing that, Jeffin shouts at the other knights, asking what they're doing, and tells them to stop him right now. But at that moment, proceeds to punch him with an insane amount of force, furiously telling him that he can't take the Saintess with him without Hemi's permission. As he uses his skill, Reincarnation-style combat, 7th movement, explosive destruction wave, which sends a powerful shockwave straight at Jeffin. Meanwhile, as Hyun-seok is heading toward Abelson's room, Rachel gets surprised to hear that a hero quest popped up. In that situation, Hyun-seok tells her yeah, and asks how many times she wants him to repeat that. The system says, wicked humans have come to kill Abelson Marriott. As a hero, it's his duty to protect the next Saintess, and who knows, maybe if they overcome hardships together, love may bloom. So it tells Hyun-seok to protect the Saintess at all costs, and confusedly wonders if it said wicked humans, if humans are trying to kill the Saintess. And what's with the huge 1000 points reward? Just what on earth is going on right now? After that, Hyun-seok barges into Abelson's room, hurriedly telling her that they need to get out of there right then, as humans have attacked them. Abelson gets shocked to hear that and worriedly asks what he means. Hyun-seok tells her he doesn't know the details, but it seems the same guys from last time are back. At that moment, the humans drag their swords on the floor as they head toward demons blocking their path in the next room. One of the demons says that the intruders are there, and another demon tells the others to follow Reincarnation's orders, as they'll hold them off there. He also tells Hyun-seok to take the Saintess with him and escape, calling him human, which startles him. Then he grabs Abelson's hand. Abelson hurriedly tells him to wait, but Hyun-seok ignores that and lifts her up, telling her to excuse his discourtesy as he dashes out of the room. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's Army 3rd Corps headquarters meeting room, Roger says he figured Doras would lose Hemi's favor sooner or later, but he questions just how stupid he has to be to lose to a lowly human. He recalls Hemi's telling him in a sweet tone before leaving, to make sure he fixes everything while she's gone. And Roger irritatedly wonders why he has to do that. After that, he tells the other executives there that there's probably nothing else to discuss, so they should end the meeting there, and to just follow orders as if anyone tries to act clever. Right then, a goblin soldier comes rushing into the room, calling him Regiment Commander Roger, and tells him urgent report. Roger asks what it is, and the goblin informs him that the human head chef came there with Reincarnation's necklace, and he says humans attacked the castle because they're after the Saintess. Roger gets shocked to hear that and furiously asks what the hell this is now. After that, he walks out of the room, and Hyun-seok asks if he's the regiment commander, calling him sir. Roger tells him yeah, and to explain the report he just submitted in detail to him. Hyun-seok hurriedly tells him what happened was Reincarnation detected divine power. He rushed out, and it turns out humans are trying to kill the Saintess. Roger gets surprised to hear that and wonders why the humans want to kill the Saintess. Then he tells Hyun-seok to calm down, to take a deep breath and calmly explain. But right at that moment, he senses an intense divine power and hurriedly shouts at everyone, telling them to get down. Immediately, one of the human knights rushes straight through the hallway with insane power. Most of the soldiers there get badly hurt, and shout telling others that humans are attacking them to light the signal fire. They're after the Saintess, so to protect the Saintess, while Roger seems stunned, thinking this is ridiculous, as he finds it hard to believe that the humans are really trying to kill the Saintess. After that, he jumps up high and quickly uses his skill, Move Restraint, which sends out chains using his demonic kai to stop the intruders. But then, he worriedly thinks no, it's way too far to stop both of them, as one of the knights keeps moving toward Abelson. Right at that moment, Hyun-seok activates his skill, Reincarnation Combat Art's 7th movement, Explosive Destruction Wave, which sends out an insanely powerful energy beam and hits the knight from behind. As Hyun-seok shouts, he'll protect Abelson. Meanwhile, as Reincarnation manages to take out one of the human knights, Jeffin giggles, saying poor Orca, to think he lost such a faithful friend so meaninglessly, and Reincarnation surprisedly wonders if he used his subordinate as a shield. He thinks he expected this, but he's really strong. Even if he considers that fact that holy power and demonic Kai are natural enemies, he's still at least division commander level. So Reincarnation wonders if this is the level of those worshipped as heroes by the humans, while Jeffen laughs and says so the red nightmare that made the entire Drasen shake in fear is just a simple demon after all. Reincarnation tells him he should know that he can't win, yet he sure is talking it easy. But Jeffen asks what else there is to do, as without the glutton there, red nightmare, he's all that fortress has. He readies his sword, saying with a wide grin on his face that all he needs to do is keep him occupied and wait, as his subordinates can easily handle any low-level grunts. Reincarnation realizes he's certain that Hermes isn't there, and he's aware of the skill level of the executives in the fortress, so he worriedly wonders just how much of their information has leaked out. Then he tells Jeffen that that's enough talking. He doesn't have much time, so they should end this quickly as he starts charging his energy. Hearing that, Jeffen asks and how he will do that, as he knows fully well that his powers are completely incompatible with his. Reincarnation tells him with a furious look on his face that in that case, he needs to carve this into his mind that true strength can overwhelm incompatibility. At the same time, the knight who got hit by Hyunseok's explosive destruction wave annoyedly says he didn't hear about the Demon King's army having another hero. He tells Hyunseok, the Saintess, him, and even that traitor who knew there'd be 3 corrupted humans. Right then, Hyunseok tells him that they failed. All of the fortress soldiers will rush there soon. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly fight an entire army, so not to waste his strength and just surrender. The knight asks Hyunseok with a smug look on his face, failed, if he's sure about that. While Roiger keeps the other knight that he managed to capture tied up, he questions when Hyunseok learned Reincarnation's combat art. That helped him catch the knight though, and the knight keeps struggling. But then, the knight's body starts glowing brightly as he says his body belongs to God. He burns this body and offers it back to him. So he begs God to grant him the strength to punish evil. Immediately Roiger moves away from there, as the knight's body erupts in flames. Roiger gets startled by that as he worriedly wonders, these flames, if they're holy magic. He understands that it's a spell where they burn their own body, but no one in their right mind would use it, as the flames start spreading and entrap the other knight, Hyunseok, and Abelson in it. The other knight explains that it's a wall of flames infused with the divinity of a high-ranking holy knight. Most people would burn at the slightest touch. He adds that even the high-ranking demons outside can't get through it easily, so he tells Hyunseok to just give up and hand over the Saintess, calling him hero. But at that, Hyunseok furiously asks him why he's hell-bent on killing her when he's a human himself. He shouts, regardless of him, Abelson is on his side, so he asks why. Hearing that, the knight annoyedly asks their side, what nonsense, after seeing all of this, how he can. Right at that moment, Abelson shouts out loud, telling Hyunseok no, the Divine Empire abandoned God a long time ago, as she starts crying. Suddenly hearing that from her, Hyunseok stutteringly asks what she means, and Abelson says all they want is a puppet who'll obey their every command. She tells Hyunseok that it doesn't matter if that puppet is the real Saintess or not. Right then, the knight makes a clang sound by hitting the tip of his sword on the floor, and says enough with the tear-jerking speeches. He tells Hyunseok to come at him, he'll give him 10 seconds. Then, as he starts counting down from 10, Hyunseok frustratedly wonders how long he can last against him. He understands that all he can do is, he says there's only one way, as he calls forth the demonic energy within him and activates Promote Level 1. Bloom. Seeing that, Abelson worriedly asks if he's trying to use demonic Kai right now. She tells him to stop, as she told him that his body won't be able to handle it. Even though Hyunseok finds it extremely painful, he shouts, saying that at this rate, they're all going to be dead anyway, and understands that he needs to do it no matter what. So then Hyunseok activates Promote Level 2, Full Bloom, while he recalls Reincarnation telling him to listen carefully. He explained that Promote flows through 3 stages, Bloom, Full Bloom, and Falling Flowers. Each step up in the martial arts signifies that it becomes much more dangerous, so he told Hyunseok not to ever. Right then, Hyunseok annoyedly completed his sentence, saying not to skip to the next level without mastering control of the first, and told him that he has gotten calluses on his ears from hearing that so often. So now, he tells Reincarnation that he's sorry and screams that he'll just overdo it this one time, as demonic energy starts surging within his body at an extremely fast rate. Hyunseok finds that his heart feels like it's about to explode. His body feels like it's screaming at him to stop this lunacy. Rachel also gets really worried to see him use so much demonic Kai and asks if he's crazy. She gets that the situation is bad, but Promote However, Hyun-seok tells himself not to listen to all that, to focus, as he activates Promote Level 3, Falling Flowers, and his whole body turns black. Then he tells Rachel with a determined look on his face to cast the buff, and keep it going without any pauses. At that moment, the knight before him finishes his counting and amusedly says, "A human who uses Promote, so it seems he's not their regular hero." However, Hyun-seok ignores that and says here he goes. Then he rushes straight at the knight and tries to punch him with immensely higher strength than his usual. The knight proceeds to block it with his sword, telling him that that black body is proof that he used Promote to its 3rd level. He doesn't know how a human is using demons martial arts, but he'll probably bottom out on stamina in a few minutes. Right then, Hyun-seok increases his demonic Kai output. The knight continues blocking the attack with his sword as best as he can, telling Hyun-seok with a nervous smile that he just needs to wait and victory's all his. But then, all of a sudden, his sword gets pushed away, and the knight gets shocked to realize that he parried his sword with the snap of his wrist. He terrifiedly thinks that he has never seen someone move this way, right as Hyun-seok manages to punch him straight in the chest with an insane amount of strength. After that, the knight steps back and holds his chest as he finds it really hurting, frustratedly calling Hyun-seok a rascal, using dirty tricks, a human getting corrupted by a demon's temptations. The knight furiously asks Hyun-seok if he isn't ashamed of himself. However, Hyun-seok can't pay attention to that, as he thinks, damn it, he's already at his limit. But he looks back at Abelson, who looks terrified, and understands that if he falls down now. Right then, Hyun-seok remembers Reincarnation telling him that Promote is a technique that pushes the body to its absolute limits, and if he strains his body by using combat arts on top of it, he may never recover from it. But Hyun-seok says right now, the icy silver-haired beauty is crying in front of him, so the possibility of dying is. He screams out loud, "Who gives a trash?" as he starts charging every last bit of demonic Kai inside his body. He understands that his body is already beyond its limits. Even stopping there wouldn't keep his body from collapsing. And he decides with a determined look on his face, if there's nowhere to fall back on anyway, he'll just give it his all. Abelson gets even more worried to see Hyun-seok using up so much of his demonic Kai and thinks demonic Kai and holy power are opposites. She understands that using holy power on Hyun-seok right now could make his body explode instantly, so she prays to God not to take him. Then Hyun-seok gets ready to attack the knight again, as he activates Reincarnation combat arts. Seeing that, the knight puts up his sword and laughs, asking if he's stacking another combat arts on top of it, as he finds it hard to believe that he chose self-harm in the end. Then he lunges up high, activating his skill, first form, instant obliteration, as he goes straight toward the knight, and the knight tells him to come at him, as he'll make him repent with death, calling him a heretic. Hyun-seok closes his fist, putting a lot of energy into it, and tries to punch the knight, but the knight easily knocks his fist away, asking if that's it, and calls it pathetic. But then, Hyun-seok furiously tells him that he has still got more left, as he swings his other fist at him, shouting, "Combo, strike form." It activates Reincarnation combat arts, first form, instant obliteration, combo strike form, which sends out countless punches at the knight with insane demonic Kai, and the knight stands there stunned. He seems shocked, understanding that Hyun-seok is not only using 2 combat arts techniques, but he even altered them. Right as the attack hits the knight, it causes an immensely powerful explosion, which breaks through the roof. After the smoke from the explosion dissipates, the knight can be seen fallen on the floor, completely taken out, and Hyun-seok also seems completely gassed out. The demonic Kai cannot be seen on his body, but he seems unconscious as he immediately falls to the floor. And both Rachel and Abelson call him out in worry and rush toward him. Abelson hurriedly holds his body and says, "My God, his condition." She gets terrified finding that Hyun-seok is barely breathing, and tells him if he can just hang in there a little longer, she'll. But then, all of a sudden, the knight rises back up and tells Abelson with burning anger in his eyes that he underestimated her, which startles her. As blood keeps flowing out of his eyes and mouth, the knight tells Abelson that she has gone beyond the norm. She'll be a threat to the Empire someday if she lives. So, he'll end her right there and right at that moment, before the knight could do anything and say anything more. Reincarnation arrives there and lifts him up by holding his face tightly, while he apologizes to Hyun-seok as he's late. Then the knight screams out as loud as he can because of the pain of getting his head crushed alive by Reincarnation, while Abelson seems stunned. But it doesn't take long, and Reincarnation tosses away the knight's body after he's dead, telling Hyun-seok, so he used his combat arts after all. Then, looking at the pale and devastated look on his face, Reincarnation asks Abelson if she can save him, and Abelson tells him she'll do her best. Immediately, she starts healing Hyunseok using her magic, begging him with tears in her eyes not to die, as it's not his time yet. In the meantime, at the Demon King's castle executive's waiting room, Hemis annoyedly says, seriously, she came all the way for these lousy snacks. Demon King Army 4th Corps Commander Park Hyuna, previous job hero, tells her to quit whining and eat what she has been given, calling her big mouth. At that, Hemis amusedly asks when their dear Hyuna will learn respect, as she should know that she'd have died at her hands 100 times by then if it weren't for the no fighting rule between the corps commanders. Right then, a demon soldier hurriedly enters the room, calling Hemis, and tells her urgent report from the Black Fortress. Hemis asks what it is, and the soldier informs her that the Gartran Empire has attacked the fortress. 4 knights attacked, including one of the hero rank, and many soldiers were killed or injured. Hemis seems surprised by that, then he giggles, saying that the corps commander's regular meeting was suddenly changed, and humans just happened to use that opening to attack the fortress. She asks the Demon King what a great coincidence, if that isn't right, while enjoying her snacks. Some time later, Hyunseok regains his consciousness and finds himself back on his bed, so he amazedly says he made it out alive again. Awesome. Right then, Rachel pulls his hair hard, furiously calling him a crazy freak and asks if he said he made it out alive again. As she tells him to just die, Hyunseok finds it hurting and screams he's still a patient. Then Rachel lets go, and Hyunseok rubs his head, saying he must really be alive, judging from how much it hurts, as he thought he'd definitely lost. Rachel releases a sigh and tells him he did, as she starts sketching out in a notebook what happened, and tells him about it. She explains that he managed to use the combat arts, but that monster survived his direct hit too. But Cowhead suddenly got there, he saved him and ended everything with one blow. Hearing all that, Hyunseok understands what happened back then. Then Rachel tells him that after that, Cowhead and Saintess took turns caring for him every day. Bobo and she looked after him whenever they could too, and she furiously adds they both said that he making it out alive is a miracle. So she begs him never to do that again, as she's going to die before her time just worrying about him. Hyunseok reluctantly agrees, then he extends his finger toward Rachel. Seeing that, Rachel frightenedly screams, asking what if he's planning to beat her up again. But she says she was totally right this entire time. Right then, she gets surprised to find him rubbing her face with his finger. Hyunseok tells her with a bright smile on his face, yeah, he's sorry for making her worry, and she did great. At that, Rachel starts blushing, but she tries to act cool and stutteringly tells him not to mention it. A few hours later, Reincarnation furiously tells him, so he managed to pull that technique off not because of his own ability, but Hyunseok tells him yes, it was all thanks to the Hemis' demonic Kai. He said that exactly 189 times now. Reincarnation continues lecturing him that he admits he's talented, but not to pull a reckless stunt like that even again, as without Hemis, he'd be dead already. Hyunseok cries and requests him that's enough. Hemis also tells Reincarnation, yeah, enough already, as she's bored, while she's playing with Bobo. But Hyunseok calls her corps commander and curiously asks how the meeting was. At that, Hemis calls him a silly boy, as she says her kids are getting beaten up at the headquarters, so who cares about some meeting? She tells Hyunseok that she ditched the meeting and came back, which shocks Hyunseok, as he asks what. Hemis adds that the Demon King might be a bit mad and giggles, which sends chills down both Hyunseok and Reincarnation's spines. But Hemis understands that that's not important right now, as though she planted her demonic Kai in him. She finds it hard to believe that a human at the mere level of a company commander used it like it's his own, while Reincarnation seems scared of the Demon King. And Hyunseok cries, asking if they'll really be okay. So Hemis seems really intrigued about him and says Choi Hyunseok, he's a fun human after all. Hemis calls the Demon King her lord and asks if he remembers, even when they first broke through into that world. And even when he finally said he would join hands with that man, she always followed his will, because she knew what he was trying to protect. Hearing that, the Demon King Tegret asks Hemis, so what it is that she's trying to say. Hemis tells him with a smile that if he goes this far with someone like her, it's a problem. At that, Tegret says how arrogant, that almost sounds like she's saying she won't obey him anymore, and asks Hemis if she has lived so long that her senses have gone dull. Hemis tells him she knew he'd say that. she doesn't want to fight with him, so she'll be taking her leave. But she stops for a moment and asks with a smile if it's really she who's gone dull from all the time that's passed, as she tells him to think carefully. It's her last piece of advice as his longtime companion, and with that, Hermes gave her farewell to the Demon King and left the room. Now, as Hermes and Reincarnation leave Bobo's house, Hyun-seok walks out and bows before them, telling them to take care on their way, calling them masters. Then Hermes tells Reincarnation, by the way, congratulations. Reincarnation confusedly asks what, as he's not sure what she means. Hermes asks if it isn't right that he took down a hero-class human all by himself, so if it isn't time for him to move on from there to a higher position. Reincarnation understands what she means and tells her with a smile that he appreciates her words, but he doesn't think it's time yet. Hermes disappointedly asks why not, and Reincarnation tells her that part of him still wants to watch Choi Hyun-seok grow, and he wants to keep learning under Lady Hermes so he can grow even more himself, which surprises Hermes. Then she excitedly says, "Alright, time to get to the point," and asks if it isn't right that the castle's been turned into a wreck thanks to the humans' invasion. Reincarnation regretfully says yes. He has no excuse. Hermes says she guesses everyone got lazy since it isn't even the front lines, so she's thinking of holding a tournament to select a new commander for the entire 3rd Army Corps, which shocks Reincarnation. Some time later, Hyun-seok seems thoughtful as he says, even after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate, he still has 950 points left. It'd be a waste to let them just sit there, so he wonders if there isn't anything worth buying. Rachel tells him, well, he did finish a quest and got another 1,000 points after all. Hyun-seok asks, still, just because it's intermediate, if that means there's a lot more stuff now, as there are all kinds of items, and even a miscellaneous category, so Rachel asks if he wants to gear up a bit. Hyun-seok says they're all just basic armor though, terrible value for the cost, and none of them even have stat bonuses. Rachel says true, as even Cowhead crumples them like paper. Then Hyun-seok looks back at the status window and says some of the accessories come with different options, but it's hard to figure them out, so he decides to just upgrade the combat power meter first, and does that. Then the system now shows decent combat power meter, a scanner that calculates a target's combat power based on his stats. But then Hyun-seok notices something and asks what the hell this item called Wrath and Magic Creation. Rachel explains it's probably like a unique skill creation system, like if they turn his kick into a skill and upgrade that, it'll hit way harder, probably. Hyun-seok says it sounds like something out of an insurance policy. Then he buys it and immediately gets bombarded by several system notifications, like 500 hero points will be deducted, skill creation process initiated. His mana and physical movements are recorded for a set period. Start and end time can be manually designated by him. Seeing all that, Hyun-seok amazedly says, so this is how it turns their move into a skill. He quickly gets up, saying, alright then, and the system says, recording the movements and mana of the hero candidate Choi Hyun-seok. After that, he shouts, starting with a kick, and throws a massive kick upward, and then the system starts notifying him, ending the recording, generating wrath, optimizing physical balance, optimizing mana control, auto-tuning balance, and Hyun-seok surprisedly questions what kind of cutting-edge system this is. He sheds tears of joy, saying, at last, his life is finally turning into a proper isekai reincarnation story. But right then, the system throws a warning alert at him. It says that Wrath creation failed and requests him to approach through the correct path. Hyun-seok gets shocked to see that and asks what the hell. He did exactly what it told him to do, so why the hell it isn't working? Rachel mockingly tells him it looks like the system can't recognize bug users who use demonic kai. The hero system's security is literally the strongest in the world. It's not the server's fault, it's his fault. At that, Hyun-seok grabs her and furiously starts slamming her on the floor like an insect, while Rachel keeps screaming. Right then, another hero quest pops up. Hyun-seok looks at it, saying he's already pissed off, and now this, then he finds the quest telling him that it looks like he just blew 500 hero points. Oof. But it's too early to despair, as he can always earn more points, and tells him to create his own wrath through his own strength. Hyun-seok frustratedly says screw that, and tells it to just give him his points back already. A few days later, at Reincarnation training grounds, Hyun-seok kneels before him and cries, begging him to just help him this once, and Reincarnation finds it troublesome. He asks Hyun-seok so if he wants to develop his own personalized wrath, and Hyun-seok excitedly tells him yes, that's right. Reincarnation thinks about it for a moment, then he tells him alright, he'll help him out. He was actually just thinking he needed to train him that day anyway. Hearing that, Hyun-seok sheds tears of joy. Then Reincarnation tells him to follow him. The training begins now as he starts heading somewhere, and Hyun-seok hurriedly follows after him, telling him, "Yes, Sir Reincarnation." And thus, training begins. Hyun-seok understands that he's training, still training. Soon he finds himself completely out of gas and lying on his bed, exhausted, and it was just day one. However, just a few days later, Hyun-seok says with a bright smile he has finally done it, and clenches his fists tightly. The system notifies him that he has completed a hero quest. He has achieved a great feat, surpassing the limits of a hero and breaking free from the conventional mold. So a special reward will be granted, and his combat power goes up to more than 25,000 and keeps increasing. While Hyun-seok says his very own Raf, he understands that it's a modified version of Reincarnation-style martial arts and calls it Fourth Noblesse. After that, on the tournament day in the arena, the announcer excitedly announces, "Hello everyone, this is their returning host, Jark." The tournament they're holding this time is a massive event to select one company commander and 13 battalion commanders. Jark asks if they're wondering about the estimated number of participants, as it's over 1,000. As Hemis and Hyuna get to their seats, Jark explains that this tournament consists of a total of 3 matches, and will proceed in a completely different format from the usual commander selection matches. Then he announces that the long-awaited first match, starting in just 1 hour is, he says, "Whoops, the knife slipped by accident," while all the participants seem ready and Hyun-seok is among them. After that, Jark excitedly shouts, telling everyone, "The outlaw of the highway, killer run." A while later, as Hyun-seok is busy stretching his legs, Hyuna goes up to him and calls him. She tells him that she has watched him for some time, and asks if it isn't right that he's a human, which startles him. Hyuna looks closely and says black hair and combat power meter. He seems like an ordinary hero at first glance, but for some reason, she feels demonic Kai in him, while Hyun-seok seems really nervous. Right then, Reincarnation comes there and tells her, "Excuse me, but if she can step aside," calling her 4th Corps Commander Park Hyuna. He explains that he has to deliver an order to their cooking commander by the order of Hemis. Hyuna asks, "An order to this guy?" and Reincarnation tells her yes. Then she quickly heads back, saying, "Whatever, if she's told to step aside, she'll step aside, it got boring anyway." While Hyuna surprisedly wonders if that cowhead is putting a human at his side, not as food, but as a commander. She says with an excited look on her face, this could bring more results than expected. At that moment, Reincarnation tells Hyun-seok that she acts a bit weird sometimes, but she's still the commander of the 4th Corps, and she's also a former hero like him, which shocks him. Reincarnation explains that Hyuna came to observe the tournament because the Demon King ordered her to do so, but Hemis used the word surveil, so he tells Hyun-seok to stay away from her. Hyun-seok understands that there's something going on. Then he seems a bit relieved, telling Reincarnation all right, he understands, and asks what about the order from Hemis for him, and Reincarnation remembers. He tells him she said that he should make it to the final top 8 of the tournament, and if he doesn't want to be sent to the 2nd Corps as research material, which frightens Hyun-seok. 2 hours later, at the start of the tournament, Roiger tells everyone to let him explain the rules. The first race is simple running. Arrive at the destination, there are no further rules, and that day, they'll be forgiven if they accidentally kill one of the competitors. The goat demon asks Hyun-seok if he heard that. They'll be forgiven if they accidentally kill someone, so he tells him to make sure he doesn't end up next to him, calling him arrogant human, to which Hyun-seok tells him, yes, sure. After that, Roiger tells everyone, now then, let the race start, and immediately all the contenders start rushing forward as fast as they can. After going ahead a bit, a bat demon comes flying above them, calling them barbarians who can't even fly, and tells them to let him drop this by accident, as he rains down several energy beams on them, which badly hurt the demons, and Hyun-seok hurriedly calls Rachel for a shield. Immediately, Rachel creates a shield that saves him from the attack. Then Hyun-seok tells her to tell him what is going on at the front, and Rachel tells him that he'll just make the 100th cut if he keeps running. Right at that moment, the goat demon from before shows up beside Hyun-seok, telling him, so he has managed to stay alive until then, while he charges a powerful energy ball. Then he throws it at Hyun-seok, telling him to die. Immediately, Rachel says that she'll block that and puts up a barrier on his side, which blocks the attack, and Hyun-seok tells her nice. But then, the goat demon creates an even more powerful and enormous energy ball, laughing and asking, how about this, then? He takes a moment to make it as large as possible. Then he cuts it down into small pieces and showers it on Hyun-seok. However, Rachel's shield easily manages to keep him protected from it, and Hyun-seok surprisingly says the attack got weaker because he split it into many. So he looks at the demon, calling him an bastard, and tells him that it might have been a fancy attack, but there's nothing to it. But then, the demon shouts, "A human!" The human is attacking them with his long-range weapon. Hyun-seok gets shocked to find him using such tactics and frustratedly says that crazy son of a dog. But right then, before he could finish his sentence, a bunch of huge demons come straight at him from behind, furiously shouting at others to kill the human, as they have never liked him anyway. At the same time, the goat demon runs past Hyun-seok at an insane speed, laughing and telling him to keep up, if he can, that is. At that, Hyun-seok infuriatedly says that damned goat and tells him that he's dead once he catches him, while he keeps running from the mob of demons behind him. Then he asks Rachel how many are still ahead of him. Rachel tells him that he has already passed 76, about 24 left in front. At that moment, a demon hits Hyun-seok from behind and breaks the shield. Hyun-seok finds it really hurting and says, damn it, he can't take it anymore. But right then, he remembers Reincarnation's word. Reincarnation explained to him that the combat skills he has learnt so far are fundamentally incompatible with humans. Promote and his combat skills were made for demons, so he has to make his own new skill set. Hyun-seok also remembers saying with a smile that it's finally completed. He understood that the fusion of the demonic Kai Hemis gave him, and the magic power of humans. His skill, that is his combat skill, a skill only he can use. Yeah, purple has been a symbol of nobility for a long time. So Hyun-seok excitedly wondered, how about they call his skill Noblesse? Immediately, he activates his magic power, and the system notifies him that his magic power has increased from D to C. His demonic Kai has increased from E to C. Noblesse, born in purple, an ancient term referring to noble birth, the fusion of two existing forces giving birth to a new force. It's Hyun-seok's unique combat technique based on a purple force combining magic and demonic Kai. Then he activates his skill, Noblesse first form, King's Stride, and hits a huge demon right in the face. The impact from the punch sends the demon flying, and Hyun-seok tells the others in the front to move out of his way as they start running ahead even faster, terrified of his power. However, Hyun-seok uses his magic to dash past them at lightning speed, leaving the demons behind shocked. As Hyun-seok keeps running toward the finish line with a tremendous amount of speed and force, Roiger announces that 95 have reached the destination. There are only 5 spots left, so Hyun-seok pours out even more magic energy and starts running even faster, while Rachel screams, holding his shirt tightly. At that moment, the goat demon notices Hyun-seok quickly catching up to him, so he frightenedly asks how he's already there. As the goat demon almost reaches the finish line, Hyun-seok gets really close to him and says good that they met there. Then he activates his skill, Reincarnation-style combat third form, Assault, as he crosses his arms and lunges straight at him. Hyun-seok shouts at the goat demon, telling him to die by mistake, as he hits him in the back with a tremendous amount of force, and sends him flying ahead while they both cross the finish line. Then they both go flying and hit the Colosseum wall, which badly hurts them, and after that, Roiger announces. In 99th and 100th place, they have Hallgoat and Choi Hyun-seok, as Hyun-seok gets up looking completely exhausted, and Hallgoat remains lying on the ground, finding it hard to move. Then Hyun-seok sheds tears of joy, saying he did it, and Hallgoat gets up, furiously calling him a dirty human, and telling him that he'll kill him. But then, Roiger kicks him away from there, irritatedly telling him that the race is over, and announces that the 100 people who have passed the final round will have their second match in 3 days. Everyone is dismissed. That night, in a forest near the Black Fortress, Hyuna asks Hemis if she's really going to release it in the tournament. Hemis ignores that as she summons someone using her magic and tells them, long time no see, calling them Modem. A person wearing a huge knight's armor rises from a pool of blood in front of her and tells her it's been exactly 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days. So Hemis' familiar Modem, boasting a combat strength of close to 200,000, asks her what he can do for her. After that, Hemis explains to him what he has to do, and Modem asks so if he just needs to take all the flags from the participants. Hemis tells him yeah, but not to be reckless with it. If there's a decent participant, then to go easy on them. Hyuna asks with a smug look on her face if she said go easy, as she tells her that she has gone a lot softer, calling her mouthy. However, Hemis asks with a serious look on her face if she said softer, as she calls her 4th Corps commander, and asks why she thinks the demons are losing to humans. She explains it's because they're fighting way too fair. Demons try to solve everything by brute force. If they lose in strength, they lose, and if they lose, they die. They accept that way too easily, but humans are different. If they're at a disadvantage, they avoid the fight, and they can even come up with schemes to level out the playing field. Hermes points her finger at Hyuna and tells her that's why their Demon King's army keeps losing to weak humans, which surprises her. Then Hermes asks if she has to study up, calling her 4th Corps commander, which irritates her. After that, on the day of the second tournament, the rules get stated. Groups of 4 are formed randomly. Each group is assigned 2 flags. After 48 hours, the 10 teams with the most flags move on to the next round. After the teams get formed and by the end of the round, Hallgoat excitedly asks how that is, using a human as bait to ambush others. Hyunseok sheds tears, saying, "Yes, absolutely brilliant," while he frustratedly wonders why he had to be on this guy's team, as Team 9 is Hallgoat, Kigli, Fedison, and Choi Hyunseok. Hallgoat keeps shouting while holding 4 flags, saying that's to look, if they just wait it out, they'll clear round 2-2, and Hyunseok thinks he's so annoying. He looks at the second round ranking and finds that Team 5 at first place with 9 flags, but gets surprised to find that their rank suddenly changed to 4th. But then, within a few seconds, Team 5 just disappears from the ranking, and they rise up to the 3rd rank, which shocks everyone. At that moment, Hyunseok gets startled to hear sound of metal approaching them and hurriedly looks behind. Then he gets terrified to see Modem standing there, with a combat power of close to 200,000, and wonders if he's the one messing with the scoreboard. However, Hallgoat laughs, pointing at Modem and asking what he is, if he's a golden goblin, as the 3 demons get ready to fight him. Hyunseok warns them, telling them not to go at him, as they must not fight him, but Hallgoat tells him to shut up, calling him a coward, as the 3 demons lunge at Modem, aiming to take him down. They all charge up their attacks and try to hit Modem with them, as Hallgoat tells him to die and become his flag. But Modem takes all 3 of them at once, which badly hurts them, and snatches away their flags without much effort. Then he places the flags on his back, along with the rest of the flags he snatched from other participants. And seeing that, Hyuna annoyedly tells Hermes she doesn't know what she's expecting. But it's pointless, as they can't win against Modem with their skills. However, Hermes doesn't say anything in response and seems thoughtful about it. While only 11 minutes remain and Team 9 is at the last with 0 flags. Quite some time later, as only an hour remains for the round to end, Hyunseok catches up to Modem and shouts at him, telling him to stop right there, calling him armor. He tells every one of his teammates to charge when he gives the signal. He says, especially the goat. He tells him to use his head, while Modem thinks those guys, they're the ones he took flags from earlier. He believes it's just some primitive attack. Then Hyunseok shouts at Hallgoat and tells him magic attack. Immediately, Hallgoat starts charging up a huge magic ball of energy, frustratedly saying damn it, and telling him not to order him around. Then he throws the energy ball at Modem, which causes a huge explosion and surrounds him with fire, but it doesn't do much to him. Immediately after that, Hyunseok calls a Kigli, and the hawk demon comes flying down straight from above, shouting at Hyunseok, telling him he knows already. He comes flying at Modem, aiming for the flags, and Modem turns towards surprisedly questioning if it's a joint attack, as this is the first team using little tricks like this. However, he calmly says, how refreshing, as he easily stops a Kigli by tightly grabbing hold of him by his neck. Then Modem looks back at Hyunseok while he comes rushing at him and tells them all, but they're all way too straightforward and slow. Even the demonic Kai they have is pathetically weak, as he puts his other hand forward to grab hold of Hyunseok as well. Right at that moment, the 4th member of Hyunseok's team comes straight at Modem from underground. Then Hyunseok tells him, now's the time, calling him a centipede, as the centipede demon comes out of the ground and wraps himself around Modem in the blink of an eye. After that, Hyunseok cries out loud and lunges at Modem, as he activates his skill, Nobliss, First Form, King's Stride, and tries to grab the flags on Modem's back. Hyunseok manages to get really close to him and excitedly thinks, that's it, now he can steal them. But right at that moment, Modem tells them, great teamwork, not back for an improvised plan. But that's as far as they go, as he manages to grab Hyunseok tightly by his face, which hurts him a lot. Also pins down the centipede demon with his legs. After that, as only 15 seconds remain, Modem tells Hyunseok that he used a power he has never seen before and asks what the purple energy just then. At that moment, Hyunseok notices that the timer is showing 10 seconds left, and he thinks damn it, time's almost up. So he decides it's all or nothing now, and tells Modem if he wants to find out that badly, to take the hit, and he'll find out. As Hyunseok grabs his arm tightly and activates his skill, Magic Demonic Kai Explosion. Then, as the timer comes down to 5 and keeps counting down, Modem gets hit by the immense power of Hyunseok's noblest combat technique and loses grip of him. Then Hyunseok falls to the ground, completely exhausted and not able to move anymore. Modem also loses his balance and is about to fall. But at the last moment, as the time hit 1 second, he plants his feet firmly on the ground and remains standing. Then, Roiger announces, match over. Modem looks at Hyunseok and questions, he exploded his magic, if it was self-explosion, but it wasn't powerful enough, while Roiger tells everyone the flag count begins. But at that moment, Hyunseok opens his eyes and tells Modem with a smile to look behind him. Right then, Modem gets shocked to find Holgoat holding an flag and wonders just when he took it. Hyunseok asks if he thinks he'd explode himself without a plan, and Modem finally realizes that it was all planned. After that, as Roiger is announcing the teams who will move on to the next round, Hyunseok tells Modem that it was trashy as hell meeting him, so they should not ever see each other again, while Roiger announces that Team 9 also advances to round 2. Then System explains that Hyunseok's Magic Demonic Kai Explosion is a technique harnessing magic and Demonic Kai's traits to trigger power blasts with small collisions. After the end of the second round of the tournament, Modem goes to report to Hemis at her office, and there Hemis asks him, so, what he thinks of Choi Hyunseok. Modem tells her that he's human, but he used Demonic Kai, mixed it with mana. He has never seen anything like that before. Hemis giggles, saying she figured, and asks if there's any other evaluations. Modem tells her that he's talented, quick on his feet too, he's got guys and the judgment to back it up. Frankly, he's better than most demons he has seen. Hearing that, Hemis recalls someone telling her that they need change, a new wind, and believes this must be what they meant by a new wind. Then she looks outside and says, well, she guesses that might be interesting in its own way. In the meantime, at the Divine Empire Gatrin, Pope Orvan disappointedly says, so Sir Jeffen ended up failing after all, as he finds it hard to believe that a hero-level talent would vanish so meaninglessly. One of the priests sitting in the room calls him Your Majesty and asks what he will do about the Saintess now. Hearing that, Orvan looks at him with a disgustful look on his face and says, no matter how well-liked that dog is, she's still just a princess from a minor nation. So he declares that he hereby strips Abelson Marriott of her candidacy for the next Saintess, and tells the priest to announce that the dog is a heretic in league with the Demon King's army, which startles him. Then the Pope sits on his chair, asking, next agenda item, if the glutton isn't stirring up trouble again. The priest explains that she's apparently reorganizing the troops and command structure. She plans to select officers based on ability through a tournament, from what he has heard. Pope Orvan looks carefully at all the intel in his hands and asks if there's no way to sabotage her. The priest tells him that they requested cooperation from the Demon King, but he refused, and it seems that causing further conflict with the glutton would be problematic. Then Orvan asks with a devilish grin on his face, what if they deploy one of their heroes, as he asks if it's Lord Kinley, if he wouldn't be able to fight the glutton on equal footing. However, the priest tells him it's said that the traitor, Park Hyuna, is currently staying at the Black Fortress, and she's also a powerhouse at the entry level of hero, so it'd be difficult to face both of them at the same time. Hearing that, Orvan irritatedly says, of all times, for the traitor to be at the Black Fortress now. So he says with a creepy look on his face, surely the Demon King isn't trying to side with the glutton, and asks the priest if it isn't right. At that moment, the priest tells him that perhaps it'd be best to cancel this operation after all, which irritates Orvan even more as he calls him, Cardinal Elrond, out for that, and asks him if he has forgotten how their Dusi's Church and the Dracan Empire came to be the two colossal powers that divide the continent. Orvan explains it's thanks to the necessary evil known as the demons. Evil must exist, so that the light of good that stands against it can shine even brighter. That brilliance fuels the faith of the ignorant masses, and that very faith becomes the national power of Gartran. So Orvan says up until then, they've been co-opting with the Demon King, manipulating the course of war. But he understands that if the demons continue to change or evolve, they'll become too difficult to control. Then he asks Elrond, come to think of it, if the new spy didn't mention something, that the location for the next tournament is changing. Elrond brings out a map, saying that's right. He points to it on the map and tells Orvan that the main match, it's said to be placed there, in an Amaset, famous for the Forest of Beasts. Seeing that, Orvan realizes that it's quite a distance from the Black Fortress, so he gladly says it seems God is lending them his hand. Then he excitedly orders the cardinal to summon the heroes, as they should take this opportunity to put their abilities to the test. Some time later, back at the Black Fortress, Hyunseok amazedly says, now that he has started mixing demonic Kai and mana, his skill window's gotten crazy complicated. Rachel annoyedly says that before this, he was basically a one-trick pony with nothing but cowhead martial arts. Then Hyunseok tells her, anyway, the Reincarnation-style martial arts variant has now been officially registered in the skill window, and both Magic Demonic Kai Explosion and Noblesse got registered separately too. He checks his status window again with all those adjustments and thinks, so altogether he has got 5 skills now. He finds that his leadership went up to C, and it says, when a subordinate follows the commander's orders, their execution ability increases, so Hyunseok says the newly added effect's actually pretty useful. Hearing that, Rachel asks if he isn't steadily climbing the Demon King's army executive track. But then, Hyunseok looks through the shop items and asks if there aren't any items for inflating his stats even more. Right at that moment, Hyuna shows up really close to him out of nowhere and says, not at that level. She tells him to wake up from that dream, while Hyunseok starts sweating heavily. Then he jumps out of his chair, because of getting startled to find her there so suddenly, and stutteringly calls her 4th Corps commander. Then Hyuna annoyedly tells him that he's noisy, so to shut his damn mouth, and just tells her exactly how many hero points he has got. Hyunseok nervously tells him that he has got 1,300. Then Hyuna asks him shop rank and Hyunseok replies, intermediate. Hearing that, Hyuna says damn, he's trash tier. Then Hyunseok requests her, asking what she bought at this level, calling her corps commander, as if she could maybe share a veteran's guide. At that, Hyuna arrogantly says, look at this guy trying to mooch off someone else's experience, and tells him if she tells him, then he has to answer everything she asks later. If it's a deal, Hyunseok tells her yup. After that, Hyuna says among the skill, Aura type 1s are good, but he already got it. Then she tells him to just go ahead and upgrade his shop level and buy a pocket dimension. It's like an inventory. Crazy good value for the cost. Hyunseok seems surprised to hear about the pocket dimension and questions if it comes with the next upgrade. Hyuna tells him alright. Then it's her turn now. She asks, first, if it isn't right that he's a hero. Hyunseok embarrassedly tells her he somehow ended up as one. Yeah. Then Hyuna asks, second, why the hell he's in the Demon King's army. Hyunseok tells her he somehow ended up there too. Hyuna asks, third, how the hell he's using demonic Kai and mana together. Hyunseok nervously tells her that it also kinda just happened. Then Hyuna says, so to summarize, he's a hero, but somehow ended up in the Demon King's army, and somehow he's mixing demonic Kai and mana. Hyunseok tells her that's about right. Immediately, Hyuna kicks him in face hard and tosses him to the side, furiously saying this little trash-talking crap. As he's flying off, Hyunseok tells her, but she's in the Demon King's army too. A moment later, Hyuna calls Hyunseok as she's sitting on his bed, keeping her legs on his back while he has put his head on the floor and raised him up, and says yes, ma'am. Hyuna asks if he wants to transfer to the 4th Corps, as she'll raise him herself, but Hyunseok tells her, no thanks. Hearing that, she raises the force of her legs on him by 50 kilograms with the snap of her fingers, which hurts Hyunseok even more. Then Hyuna asks if he has any reason, if he even has a purpose for being there. Hyunseok cries, saying, well, first of all, Lady Hemis looks like she's going to kill him. Hyuna surprisedly asks first, so what his next goal is then, and Hyunseok tells her his next goal is marry a rich blonde noble lady and become a dad of 5 kids. Hearing that, Hyuna immediately increases the force of her leg by 50 kilograms, which is too much for Hyunseok, and he lies flat on the ground. Then Hyuna gets up and proceeds to walk out, telling him to forget it, mood's ruined, so to do whatever he wants, as just like he said, that damn mouthy doesn't seem like she'll ever let him go anyway. So she tells Hyunseok to take a rest now and leave, but then Hyunseok says, also, and adds one more reason with a smile on his face. He thinks he might have grown kind of attached to life there more than he expected. After that, on the round 3 tournament day, Hyunseok puts on his gear and prepares to head for the tournament area. He tells Bobo to guard the house well, as Big Bro's going to come back with first place, and Bobo excitedly woofs. Rachel asks if it isn't right that they head to Inamosit via Lidongjin after moving to the arena. Hyunseok tells her yup. Then he opens the door, asking, alright then, if they shall get going, and Rachel excitedly says, to the land of beasts, Inamosit, as they both head out for the tournament. Some time later, after round 3 of the tournament starts, Hyunseok keeps on getting notified that he leveled up, and surprisedly asks if he's gaining 1 level per mob. He chases after dryads and keeps capturing them, excitedly saying he has already leveled up 4 times, so he questions if this is for real. Then, as Hyunseok grabs hold of another dryad, he looks at a purple orb floating in the air above him and wonders if it's that thing, double XP field. The third round rules are, survive in the demonic beast forest. Tournament ends when 10 of 24 participants get eliminated, and each participant gets a magic item. And the system tells Hyunseok about the purple orb that it's a military-use tracking orb. A demonic Kai tracking orb made for Hemis' amusement. It displays everyone's location every hour, and includes GPS. Rachel points at the orb, saying that the Demon King's army's magical skills are impressive by the way. They can even use such complex spells. Then Hyunseok starts walking, saying, anyway, they should grab these herbs and leave before someone catches up. Right at that moment, something hits his face from the side hard, which badly hurts him, and the guy who hit him excitedly tells him, finally he found him, calling him human. Hallgoat shouts at Hyunseok, telling him that this time, he's going to put an end to this. Seeing him, both Hyunseok and Rachel find it troublesome. Meanwhile, Roiger is lying on a tree branch and releases a sigh, annoyedly saying what a hassle. He questions why he's always stuck with the role of the dog guarding the house, as he's in front of the teleportation gate at Inamosit. One of the soldiers tells him not to say that, as he asks if he doesn't remember that it's the only one link to the gate, and if it breaks, Roiger irritatedly tells him he knows. But he asks who's going to come to that remote place anyway. However, right at that moment, he senses something unusual. Roiger hurriedly gets up and uses his skill, wondering if it's someone's presence. But then he gets shocked, wondering if it's a group of humans out for a monster hunt. But he doesn't sense any special amount of magic from them. Roiger understands that it'll be a hassle if they find out the gate's location in case he attacks first. However, Inamosit is huge, so it's unlikely they'll run into them. Then he says that he has a weird feeling about this, but he'll let them be for now. In the meantime, Hallgoat shouts at Hyunseok, telling him to tremble before his power and beg for forgiveness from the great Hallgoat Nim. Calling him human, he asks if he doesn't want to beg, how about running, as there's no shame in running. Scars on the back are shameful for swordsmen, not for those who fight with their fists. At that, Hyunseok annoyedly asks if he should just kill him. Immediately, Hallgoat gets on his knees and hurriedly tells him to wait, as if he kills him, he'll regret it. Hyunseok asks what regret. Hallgoat tells him with a very serious look on his face, because he has very valuable information. And Hyunseok asks what that is. Hallgoat informs him, that is, all they demons have him on top of their hit list. Hyunseok asks if that's so. Then he asks Hallgoat with a smile, so where the others are, why he's there alone. At that, Hallgoat starts shaking heavily and says 5, which confuses Hyunseok. After that, Hallgoat starts counting down, 4, 3, 2, and then other demons come out of nowhere and come rushing at Hyunseok, excitedly saying Hallgoat found the human, and to kill him. Hyunseok gets shocked to see that and shouts at Hallgoat, frustratedly telling him to stop abusing the rules for God's sake. Meanwhile, at the Black Fortress Grand Arena, Hemis and Hyuna see all that's happening in the tournament using a surveillance magic circle. Hemis amusedly says she didn't expect everyone to target Choi Hyunseok, what a shame, and laughs. Hyuna asks if she said what a shame, as she tells him yeah, right, to at least stop laughing before she says that. But right then, all of a sudden, Roiger calls Hemis using the purple orb and worriedly tells her that they're under attack. The humans are trying to shut the gate. He explains that the enemy is a human raid team fully equipped with stealth devices, and for some reason, they knew the exact location of their gate. After that, the feed turns completely dark, and the surveillance magic circle starts malfunctioning. Right at that moment, Hemis calls Reincarnation, and Reincarnation tells her yes, he'll head out immediately. Then Hemis gets thoughtful and says okay, so it seems they're thoroughly prepared. She grips the armrest on her chair, saying, clearly, information's leaking from somewhere, which makes Hyuna nervous. But Hemis asks in a terrifying tone, from where, which startles Hyuna. Some time later, Hyunseok is hiding from the demon participants, irritatedly wondering, seriously, how they can rig a sacred ranking match like this, and why they aren't stopping the abusing. What the moderators are doing. Right then, Rachel calls him and shushes him. Immediately, Hyunseok tries to hide himself even lower. At that moment, a few demons show up close by looking for him, and one of them says that the human isn't there either, they'll have to wait until the next tracking update. After they leave, Hyunseok falls to the ground, as he feels a bit relieved, saying he's scared to death and wonders how he even survives this. Rachel tells him that leveling up is going good, so she asks what if they start a monster war there, if he doesn't have something in the shop. Hyun-seok says right, and questions if there isn't something in the shop, like some game-breaking item to save him from this abusing. As he looks through the shop, suddenly, he notices something and surprisedly says this one's bit. But at that moment, out of nowhere, someone shows up in front of him and asks if he's the rumored hero. Then the person removes his hood, and all the people behind him also remove their hoods, while Hyun-seok hurriedly gets up and finds himself shocked seeing all of them. He looks closely at their faces and gets startled, as he wonders if they're humans, but he thinks something's off. Then the person at the front apologizes to Hyun-seok for the late introduction, and tells him that he's the hero, Andrew Taylor. And immediately, the hero system gives Hyun-seok a new hero quest, telling him, oh no, he has encountered the vile hero group. There's no hope to be seen in the fight against those villains, so to just survive somehow. Immediately, Hyun-seok bows before him, greets him, calling him Sunbinim. He tells him that he's the new hero Choi Hyun-seok, and asks what brings him to that lowly place. Andrew replies hunting demons. Hearing that, Hyun-seok nervously tells him a noble mission indeed. Slay demons. Bring justice. Then he gets up and proceeds to run off, telling him then he'll be off to smash some demons too, and good luck. But right then, Andrew draws his sword and sends a powerful slash toward him, which frightens Hyun-seok, and he falls to the ground. After that, Andrew adds with a terrifying tone, also to eliminate the human traitor. Right at that moment, Hallgoat and the other demon participants also show up there, and Hallgoat excitedly says he found the human. He laughs, asking Hyun-seok if he thought he could run from him. But then, looking at the other humans there, the other demons confusedly ask if the humans split, if he can use cloning spells. Andrew also seems confused to see so many demons there together. Then something comes to Hyun-seok's mind. He shouts at all the participants and tells them to recite the chant of the Demon King's army's third corps now. Hearing that, all the demon participants there seem clueless, and Andrew wonders what this dumb's deal is. Then Hyun-seok starts chanting himself, in a roaring voice, we are the great Demon King's army. Let's crush the humans, which surprises the other demons, and Hallgoat continues, let's devour the humans. Hyun-seok shouts out loud, telling them that's it, calling them fellow demons, and continues chanting. Let's defeat the enemies of their father, the Demon King, as the true warriors of the Demon King army. At that moment, the system notifies him, activating hidden stat charisma and hidden stat leadership. Allies' morale is boosted, and Hyun-seok roars, charge. Hallgoat tells other demons, he means he's not wrong, and another demon asks if that isn't right. Demon King army is still an army. So then, Hallgoat also shouts, charge, and tells the others that they should destroy the humans, as they all rush straight at the human invaders. Hyun-seok seems amazed to see that. He calls them his comrade and tells them that he'll remember their brave sacrifice, as he starts running the other direction to save himself from the human invaders, and cries saying that they should meet again in Valhalla. He understands that they probably won't last long. Andrew will catch up soon, so he worriedly wonders how he should escape. But right then, someone grabs the scarf tied to his neck from behind and stops him. Hyun-seok gets surprised to see that it's Commander Roiger and asks what on earth is going on. Roiger tells him that the gate linked to the castle got destroyed during the human ambush. Hyun-seok gets shocked to hear that and asks what about his gate guards. Roiger tells him that they're probably wiped out. He barely made it out alive. Hyun-seok worriedly asks if he said wiped out, but there are only about 40 enemies at most. Roiger explains that all of them were at battalion commander level. 3 were like him, at regimental commander level, and 1 near division commander level. Then Hyun-seok asks how they can make it out alive, and Roiger tells him neither of them can. He explains that Hyun-seok has got a tracking spell on him, which shocks him, and Roiger adds that he's a higher up in the Demon King's army, so they are going to come straight for them. Hyun-seok desperately asks if he can't lift the spell, as he's good with magic, but Roiger tells him no, it takes too long. They don't have that kind of time. Right then, the purple orb above them starts beeping. It warns them, saying, danger, a master-level demonic beast is nearby, and to check the location. Hearing that, Hyun-seok excitedly thinks, with this monster perhaps, so he hurriedly calls Roiger, which surprises him. Then Hyun-seok tells him that he has an idea. A while later, one of the human knights under Andrew tells him that they have eliminated the demons. But Andrew says that the traitor hero escaped, so he tells everyone to move out. After that, they all start heading in the direction Hyun-seok went at a tremendous speed, and one of the knights tells Andrew, east, not far from there, there's the traitor. But Andrew says that he's not the only one he's sensing, so he wonders if it could be, if it's Flocklade. Flockblade, average combat power 250,000 to 300,000, Inamos its strongest predator. A massive plant-type demonic beast, classified high risk, requiring at least one hero-level fighter to subdue it. Andrew understands that it's not impossible, but the damage will be massive. Right at that moment, they all find the massive Flockblade coming out of the forest, towering above them and roaring out loud. Andrew readies his sword and tells his subordinates to draw its attention. As for the traitor, he notices Hyunseok and Roiger on top of a part of the Flockblade, using an item, pheromone perfume, which has a scent that demonic beasts like. The two also wear female dryad bark and pollen, as Hyunseok uses promote and taunts the human, telling them he'll do anything to survive, even if it means becoming a female tree, while Roiger seems irritated. Andrew finds it really weird and doesn't understand what to make of it, as he says he'll handle him, then jumps up with a lot of strength and goes straight at them. Hyunseok hurriedly tells Roiger that here he comes, and Roiger says he knows that too, as he immediately steps forward and deflects Andrew's attack. The attack, falling on the ground, makes a big explosion at that place, so Roiger quickly steps back to save himself from getting hit by that. Then Andrew activates his skill, Advanced Hero Swordsmanship, Form 1, Hero's Path, and takes a deep breath as he charges his attack. After that, he rushes at Roiger and starts swinging his sword at a crazy speed, trying to land a hit somehow, while Roiger tries hard to keep deflecting the attack and continues stepping back. But then, suddenly, he gets startled to find other human knights coming at him from above. However, Hyunseok shows up there right on time and kicks them out of the way. He shouts at Roiger, telling him that he'll take the small mobs as per the plan, and to just hold on a little longer. At that moment, Andrew comes down and annoyedly asks Roiger if he plans to just keep stalling like this, and Roiger doesn't reply to that. Before engaging with the enemy, on top of the Flockblade, Hyunseok discussed with him about the plan and told him that it'll make the best use of their strengths. He told Roiger to keep running and tire him out, and to use the demonic beast as a shield against his attacks, as he's a mid to long range support type, and Hyunseok said, meanwhile, he'll handle the rest. He explained that the key to this plan is to never fight head-on, and the operation name is You Come At Me. Now, as Roiger keeps dodging Andrew's attacks and keeps moving back, Andrew calls him a sneaky bastard and asks how long he's just going to keep dodging him. Roiger continues jumping all around the Flockblade's body, wondering if this is how humans fight. What a cowardly method. But seeing the demon beast interrupting Andrew's movements by trying to attack him, Roiger thinks thanks to this, they can buy some time. Meanwhile, as Hyunseok continues fending off the other humans, one of the knights gets back on his feet, looking exhausted, and strugglingly says, "Order, kill the traitor." Then he rushes straight at Hyunseok, furiously telling him to die, while Hyunseok repeatedly moves sideways and keeps dodging all of his attacks. He understands that the knight is strong, just a graze of his sword could cut him in half. But Hyunseok also finds that he moves way too predictably. No mind games, no feints, he's just swinging it like a machine. So then, he quickly goes up to him and puts his leg in front of his, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Then Hyunseok hits him on the back of his head with his boot and kills him in an instant. Immediately, the system starts notifying him that he leveled up, and Hyunseok surprisingly questions if he got defeated just like this, as that was way easier than he thought. Even their movements, so if these guys are even humans, as a bunch of knights are lying dead around him. But then suddenly, Hyunseok finds his body badly hurting and thinks he used promote for way too long. At this rate, his stamina will. However, at that moment, the system notifies him that his demonic Kai handling skill has risen from rank C to B, temporarily synchronizing body with demonic Kai, and transformation initiated, as Hyunseok gets startled to find his body transforming and looking more like a demon's. Meanwhile, as Roiger keeps dodging Andrew's attacks for quite some time and keeps falling back, he exhaustedly thinks that he's at his limit now. He finds the Flockblade covered in blood and deep wounds, and realizes that here the demonic beast can't hold out much longer. At that moment, Andrew tells him that he has got nothing special about him besides his running skills, but even his fancy footwork is going to end now. He excitedly says that the heroes get stronger every time they kill demonic beasts, and his level is already 983. Andrew adds that once he kills this demonic beast he's using like a shield, he'll probably easily hit 1000, as he lunges straight at Roiger. Immediately, Roiger starts swinging his weapon again as fast as he can, trying to deflect every attack. At the same time, as he keeps grabbing the Flockblade's body to jump up high, he leaves his magic imprint on some of the parts. Andrew also keeps chasing after him at a tremendous speed, not giving him any room to breathe. He finally manages to trap Roger into a corner and excitedly shouts at him, telling him that once he levels up his specs, handling a small fry like him will be a piece of cake, as he proceeds to shove his sword into the Flocklade's body to get XP from the kill and level up. But then, Roger tells him he should see that he hasn't been running without a reason either, as he activates the magic imprints he left, spread all through that place, and uses his skill, Move Restraint, Multiform, which materializes dozens of binding chains from all the imprints. Roger controls the chains by using the spell and making hand gestures, then he throws all of them straight at Andrew. Immediately, Andrew puts up his sword to block the chains. Before confronting the humans, Roger remembers Hyunseok telling him, and now for the second plan, and excitedly said, its name is Kill Steal. Roger confusedly wondered if that's some kind of code word among heroes, and Hyunseok explained to him. First, he'll take care of the minions before the demonic beast falls, Roger asked, and after that, Hyunseok told him that he keeps getting in his way, and when the time comes, to help him defeat the demonic beasts. Roger annoyedly said they don't have any other options anyway, but told him that there are two flaws in his plan. 1. He asked if he can really come back before the promote wears off, and 2. If he can beat the guy after he levels up. Hyunseok replied to that, saying, honestly, the chances of everything working out is less than 1%. But if they give up, there's 0% hope for them. And he added with a determined look on his face that if his only choices are 0 and 1, he's betting everything on that 1%. Now, as Andrew gets trapped by Roger's chains and finds it hard to move, he frustratedly asks if it's restraint skills, as what he's going to do with this cheap binding trick. However, Roger told him that he'd better look forward to it, because they have a hero who can level up too, as right at that moment, Hyunseok lunges up high and comes rushing at Andrew from behind, which startles him. He looks back at Hyunseok, and seeing his new look, Andrew frighteningly wonders what that form is, if he's a demon. Then, Hyunseok moves past him and hits the Flocklade's body with an insane amount of force, which badly wounds the demonic beast, and the system notifies him that he leveled up. The Flocklade cries out loud as it bleeds profusely and its giant body falls dead to the ground. After that, Roger gets on the ground, looking exhausted, telling Hyunseok that he really came at the perfect time. And Hyunseok thanks him for his hard work, calling him commander. And then he points at Andrew and tells him in a serious tone that now it's time for him to get a beating from him. Andrew readies his sword and irritatedly asks if he thinks he can win just because he stole a kill from him. As he activates his skill, Advanced Hero Swordsmanship Form 3, Dragon Slayer, and swings his sword at Hyunseok, sending out powerful slashes. Hyunseok puts up his hands in front of him and easily manages to block the attack, while Andrew thinks that his guy's a close combat fighter, so he must not let him get close. But then, before he could think of a strategy, Hyunseok breaks through the attack and comes straight at him, which startles Andrew. He hurriedly tries to activate another skill, Advanced Hero Swordsmanship, Form 7. But it's too late, as Hyunseok kicks him with an insane amount of strength and sends him flying. Andrew comes straight down from the top of the Flocklade and hits his back against a large rock, which badly hurts him, as he bleeds out of his mouth and finds himself fatally wounded. He terrifiedly wonders who the hell he is. He wonders if Hyunseok is a real demon, as Hyunseok comes down in front of him and walks toward him, telling him he should know that every opponent he has fought till then was stronger than him, as he again kicks him in the stomach. And Andrew finds it so hurting that he can't even scream. After that, Hyunseok grabs his face and bashes his head to the ground, telling him, through it all, he realized something, while Andrew stutteringly tells him to stop. Hyunseok charges all of his demonic Kai into his fist, saying in the end, level, while Andrew desperately asks if he isn't a hero too, as they're on the same side. Then Hyunseok punches him in the face with all his strength, which instantly kills him, and Hyunseok finishes saying, is just a number. Immediately, the system starts notifying him that he leveled up, and that hidden stat, Fighting Spirit unlocked, increased resistance to mental debuffs, and boost in focus during combat. After that, Hyunseok returns back to normal and lies on his back on the ground, exhaustedly saying while covering his face, he's going to die. At that moment, Roger arrives there and asks if he's alive. Hyunseok cries, telling him no, he's dead. Then all of a sudden, Roger pours some kind of red potion straight on his face, telling him to drink, which startles him. Hyunseok hurriedly gets up and asks what this awful tasting potion is. Roiger says that his fairy brought tons. Right then, Rachel tells Hyunseok, while crying and holding one of the potions, that it's a high-grade healing potion. So to have another, the system says it heals wounds and slightly restores mana. Seeing that, Hyunseok surprisedly asks where she got it, and Rachel replies, from dead heroes. They drop everything when they die. Then Hyunseok says the heroes in that world are so weird. Rachel confusedly asks what he means, and Hyunseok explains that heroes are supposed to be righteous, fight evil, save the world. But he frustratedly says even if they kill another hero, there's no penalty. Plus, they get XP and items. He did something a villain would do, yet nothing happened. At that, Roiger says that that's from a human point of view. In his eyes, he's a good hero. He saved him after all. So he tells Hyunseok not to cling too hard to human morality, as there are two sides to everything. He explains that right and wrong, they're not absolute, which astonishes Hyunseok. Then he nervously asks if he's comforting him. Hearing that, Roiger kicks him, frustratedly telling him to shut up and rest. And Hyunseok cries out loud, telling him, his bones, he's hitting his bones. Also, Roiger tells him that he sent a request for support before the signal cut off, so help should be on the way. Right then, they find something explode nearby as Reincarnation comes rushing at that as fast as he can. After that, he creates a portable warp gate for them to go to the Black Fortress right away, and Roiger immediately kicks Hyunseok inside. Right as they step onto the other side, they find themselves at the Demon King's Army 3rd Corps, Black Fortress. Hyunseok says he's home, but then he gets shocked to see the whole of Black Fortress burning in front of him, and shouts, asking why their house is on fire. Right at that moment, they look to the side and get startled to find Hemis floating in the air, engulfed by her enormous demonic Kai and looking really furious. Hyuna shouts at Hemis, asking if it isn't enough to vent her anger, as she knows that she's not a traitor. But Hemis says in a terrifying tone that it doesn't matter if she's a traitor or not, as what's important is that right now, she's pissed off. So she doesn't want to let anyone be, if they're siding with Demon King Nim, as she changes an insanely powerful energy sphere at the tip of her finger. Seeing that, Hyuna quickly charges up her own energy sphere, frustratedly saying, that crazy dog, she knows it wasn't her and still. After that, the two outlandishly powerful Demon Army Corps commanders throw their attacks at each other. But another demon shows up right in the middle and stops the attacks, which causes a huge explosion. After the smoke from the explosion starts to dissipate, the Demon King Army 5th Corps commander, Cotton Tribe Chief, Ozges, tells Hemis that the Demon King sent a message telling her to stop now. Hemis sounds surprised by that as she asks how he found out, as even if he were to come there when the attack started, he'd barely make it there. So how the Demon King knew before that and sent him. At that moment, Hyuna also seems confused as to what's happening. Seeing that, Hemis realizes something and says with a creepy smile, so that dog was just bait. He has someone else spy on her. At that, Ozges tells him that she's reading too much into this, but Hemis infuriatedly asks if he said reading too much, as she charges another attack at her fingertip. She gets down, pointing the attack at Ozges, telling him, okay, she's overreacting, even though she was punished for saving Rodach from humans, and spent 100 years confined in that fortress. But Hemis infuriatedly adds, he's saying she's being arrogant and paranoid, that it was a mistake on her part to save Rodach, which worries Ozges. Hemis asks him if it isn't right that he thinks that too, as she creates an eternal abyss on the ground around her, which starts to spread toward Ozges, while he can't think of a way to stop her. Right then, Reincarnation calls Hemis out loud by her name, as he and the others come rushing at them, as he tells both of them to stop it. Ozges gets surprised to see him there. At that moment, Hemis walks past him, telling him no need, she has had enough. And she grips Ozges' shoulder, telling him to thank his nephew, as she leaves that place and heads back inside the fortress. Some time later, Hyunseok releases a sigh while lying on his bed, wondering what on earth that fight was, and says, even the Demon King's army is a mess. Abelson tells him she heard he's becoming a battalion commander now, so she asks if he's really going to stay in the Demon King's army. Hyunseok gets up from his bed, saying, probably, as it seems they're total enemies with Gartran now. Besides, he asks if living with humans won't be a bit hard now, as he has got horns growing out of his head. And he uses demonic Kai. Abelson nervously laughs. Then Hyunseok says, anyway, about the heroes he met, something was off about them, except for the strongest hero. He explains that they looked completely dazed, and even when he killed them, their faces were blank, so he asks Abelson if she knows something about that. Abelson thinks a bit and says she's not sure, she was kicked out, so he doesn't know about their inner workings. Hearing that, Hyun-seok nervously laughs. But Abelson explains it's true that the Divine Empire has a lot of strong heroes, and most of the war with demons is handled by heroes of priestly rank. However, the reason as to why the Divine Empire has so many heroes, and how their heroes get so strong so quickly is said to be a secret. The Drasen Empire, on the other hand, is known for rejecting heroes. Right at that moment, Reincarnation enters the room, saying with a smile, sorry to kill the mood, and tells Hyun-seok and Abelson that Hemis wants to see the two of them. After that, they all head to Hemis' office, where Hemis excitedly tells them that that day they have an errand. They need to install a spatial interference magic field. Hyun-seok seems confused by spatial interference, and Hemis tells him to just think of it as a barrier that stops unauthorized teleportation, as they wouldn't want an assassin warping into their bedroom. Then Hemis adds anyway, only the second core can make that, which surprises both of them, as Hyun-seok asks by that if she means. Hemis tells them with a smile, yep, they're going on a work trip, as he messenger and her messenger's personal doctor. Then she tells them, honestly, she's protecting both of them from humans, so to at least earn their keep by doing this simple errand. The words hurt them deeply. Hemis adds, instead, she'll send a super competent guide with them, while Roger frustratedly questions why he has to do this grunt work again. As he finds a letter from Hemis, calling him her dear competent Roy, telling him to take good care of Hyun-seok and the Saintess, and if anything happens to them in the second corps, he knows what'll happen. A few days later, all the Demon Army Corps commanders head to the Demon King's castle to sit in a meeting with him, and one of the commanders says Rodach is absent again. Ozjaz says Rodach never showed up in the meeting before, so, at that, Doratugas, the first corps commander, says meeting isn't mandatory. But he's still annoying. Park Hyuna adds while putting up a leg on her chair that he's only going to speak nonsense even if he's there, and Hemis remains silent. Then the Demon King's Supreme Commander, Tegrad, tells everyone that they will continue the meeting. He explains that that day's meeting is about the third commander Hemis. She held a grand event without reporting. And while their border was left exposed, humans launched an ambush, resulting in heavy casualties. Ozjaz reports to him, 97 dead, 100 more wounded, and still more unaccounted for. Tegrad continues that then, Hemis attacked the fourth commander for no reason, and according to the rules, combat between commanders requires prior approval. So he says that they are there to discuss Hemis' punishment and tells everyone to freely speak if they have. Right then, Hemis says objection and raises her hand. She explains it happened because someone was spying on them, and she attacked the fourth commander because she thought she was the spy. So Hemis tells Tegrad that she thinks it's more important to find who the spy is. Hearing that, Tegrad irritatedly asks if she's challenging him right now. Hemis tells him with a smile that she's just making a suggestion. At that, Tegrad infuriatedly asks how dare she. After the meeting ends, in the hallway in front of the meeting room, Ozjaz tells Doratugas and Hyuna how terrific. Neither of them could keep their emotions in check. This meeting was pointless. Hyuna questions if Hemis and the Demon King, if they'll ever be friends again, as she says this is annoying. Doratugas tells her it's nearly impossible, especially since they used to be so close. At that, Hyuna says she really doesn't like where this is going. Then Doratugas suggests that they should think this through, as this kind of thing will only happen more often from then on, and they have to decide whose side they'll be on. In the meantime, Hyun-seok, Roger, and Abelson arrive at the second core magic tower, and Hyun-seok looks up, asking if this is the famous magic tower. Right then, the guards at the entrance stop them, asking if they're new guests, as they tell them to identify themselves. Roger hands them the letter of recognition from Hemis, introducing themselves to the guards as 3rd Corps Regiment Commander, Roger, and 2 humans too, and the guards say okay. Looking at the letter, the guards happily tell them that if they're from the 3rd Corps, the commander is waiting for them, and they'll show them to Commander. After that, they all head to 2nd Corps Commander Rodach's office, where Rodach seems thoughtful, saying, a human who can use dark mana, and his body is also transforming into a demon. He got a letter from Hemis, informing him that a human will come to see him soon, to take a look at him, and not kill him. However, he believes that a human is still a human, no matter how good they are at imitating demons. Right then, they enter his office. Roger and Hyun-seok salute Rodach, and Roger tells him, greeting, calling him 2nd Corps Commander. But at that moment, Rodach senses something unusual. Hyun-seok also tries to greet him, but right then, Rodach jumps out of his seat and comes in front of Hyun-seok, which startles him. Then Rodach holds his hand and starts shaking, thinking he can't sense anything, so he surprisedly says, this human. He tells Hyunseok that it'll hurt, but to bear with it, as he uses some kind of skill which activates the demonic Kai within Hyunseok's body and hurts him really bad. Then he falls to the ground because of the pain, and seeing that, Abelson worriedly asks if he's okay. Rodach thinks a bit and tells him, impressive, an amazing evolution, calling him human, while Hyunseok keeps shaking due to the pain. But Rodach asks if he knows that if he stays like this, he'll be dead in 3 months, which shocks him. Rodach explains that his body is quickly transforming into a demon. He has been lucky so far, since only minor parts have changed. But sooner or later, his organs will be corrupted by the dark mana. The liver and kidneys are important. But if his heart or lungs get corrupted, he'll die instantly. Hearing all that, Hyunseok worriedly tells him that can't be. He doesn't feel anything wrong. But Rodach walks toward his desk, telling him he's full of doubts, so to just wait and see. Then he shows Hyunseok a contract, telling him that this is called a demon's contract. It only reveals the truth. Hyunseok finds that it says Rodach is certain that the human, Choi Hyunseok, will die in 3 months. Therefore, Rodach, will treat the human. Hyunseok agrees to participate in his experiment, and Rodach will conduct experiments that will not result in Hyunseok's death. Hyunseok will not protect if his body becomes deformed during treatment, and he'll not protest if his intelligence or ego is diminished during treatment. Hyunseok nervously wonders if it's a body waiver. Abelson worriedly asks what contract this is, as she'll treat him, so she tells Hyunseok not to sign that. But Rodach calls her an arrogant woman and tells her she knows dark mana and divine power clash with each other. Her healing worked because Hyunseok was still mostly human. But the more he becomes a demon, the less her divine power will matter, which frightens both of them. Then Rodach repeats 3 months at best, considering everything, and tells Hyunseok to choose, calling him human. After that, at the second core men's quarters, Rachel cries, asking what's going to happen to her hero. He has a terminal illness, the doctor's a psycho, and he has to sign a body waiver. Hyunseok releases a sigh and says he managed to buy some time to delay signing the paper, but he wonders if there's a way to get treatment without being part of the experiment. At that moment, Roijer asks why he doesn't reach out to Hemis, and Hyunseok surprisedly asks if he said his commander. Roijer explains it's unofficial, but there's a ranking system among the commanders. With Hemis' pressure, maybe the second commander will give up. After that, someone knocks on the door of Rodach's office, calling him commander, and tells him that Choi Hyunseok and the 3rd Corps captain came to visit. Rodach tells him to let them in, then Hyunseok opens the door, telling him with a smile to excuse him, as he and Roijer enter the room while Roijer is holding something in his hand. Rodach asks what that is in his hand, but Hyunseok doesn't tell him. Then Roijer puts it on Rodach's desk and reveals a purple sphere. After that, Roijer puts his hand on the sphere and activates it, saying he'll contact her now, and it starts glowing. Seeing that, Rodach worriedly asks if it's a communication orb, if he's. Right then, Hemis tells Rodach through the orb, yeah, it's her, and asks how he has been. Rodach stutteringly tells her, long time no see, and Hemis tells him that the last time they saw each other was at the last regular meeting. Then Rodach worriedly asks what she wants to talk about, and Hemis says, oh, it's nothing, she just wants to ask him a favor. So she tells him to make sure to write this down in the contract. 1. Rodach will do his best to treat Choi Hyunseok. 2. Rodach will not harm Choi Hyunseok. Rodach gets shocked to hear that and asks why, but Hemis continues. 3. Rodach can't alter Choi Hyunseok's body without his permission. Lastly, Rodach will not let Choi Hyunseok die until the contract is over. Hearing all that, Rodach frustratedly asks why he should do that for a human, but then, Hemis calls him in a serious tone. She asks who took him in and fed him when he was thrown away by his king 350 years ago, who helped him win the commander selection tournament 200 years ago, who saved him when humans nearly killed him 100 years ago. Hearing Hemis remind him of all that, Rodach gets infuriated and clenches his fists tightly. And Hemis also asks who got locked in the Black Star because of it. She tells Rodach if he knows, then to shut up and sign it, while Rodach remains standing there speechless. Some time later, when no one else is in his office, Rodach furiously asks how dare she, as he won't let this slide, that humans and Hemis, as he bashes his fist on the table. Then he shouts, asking if there's anyone outside, and tells them to bring him a communication orb now. The next day, as Hyunseok arrives at his lab, Rodach tells him to come on in, as there's a lot to talk about, so they should cut to the chase. Hyunseok thinks surprisingly. He seems totally fine with this. Then Rodach asks if he knows why the demonic Kai is altering his body. Immediately, Hyun-seok raises his hand, saying ding ding, and answers because it's outrageous for a human to use demonic Kai, to which Rodach tells him wrong. He explains, like he said, humans can't handle demonic Kai. A normal human would explode and die the moment demonic Kai is infused into them. But probably due to a mix of coincidences and fate, it looks like the demonic Kai has taken root as a part of his body. Rodach tells Hyun-seok that's why his body is changing. It's reshaping him, his entire being, into something more suitable for the demonic Kai, so it can settle in deeper. Hyun-seok asks if he can't stop the changes from happening, and Rodach tells him that he can't stop the transformation, but he might be able to guide the direction it takes, so he's planning to transplant parts of a demon or magical beast's body into him. Hearing that, Hyun-seok starts sweating heavily, and he nervously asks if he says he doesn't want that. Rodach says then he just keeps living like he's terminal and dies. However, he tells him not to worry too much, as they'll keep his appearance and core organs intact, and only transplant things that won't be too noticeable. After that, Rodach takes Hyun-seok to the second core indoor training arena and tells him, now then, they should see him use that so-called noblest thing. Hearing that, Hyun-seok releases a deep breath and says here he goes, as he activates his noblesse, which starts radiating powerful energy waves from his body. Rodach observes that he's producing incredibly efficient output by using the clash between demonic Kai and mana. On top of that, he's got the physical strength and mental fortitude to withstand it. So he amazedly thinks, truly, a talent bestowed by the heavens. Then he tells Hyun-seok next to try using promote. Hyun-seok does that, and immediately the demonic organs, like horns, show up on his body, and his body turns black. Seeing that, Rodach thinks it seems the biggest change is the horn. He's not sure if it was intentional, but he got lucky, as it's an efficient transformation that protects internal organs. So he frustratedly thinks he wants to study it. He wants to replicate it. If it weren't for Hemis, he would have dissected him on the spot. Rodach understands that if he could mass-produce this ability as chimeras, no one would dare to look down on him. But for that, he'll need a packed scroll first. Seeing him lost in thought, Hyun-seok calls him and asks what he should do after promote. Then Rodach nervously tells him that they should stop there for that day. Starting the next day, he'll begin fixing his body and abilities one by one, so to go on and get some rest. After that, for a few days, he went through various tests, which put strain on his body and severely hurt him. However, Rodach doesn't stop, and Hyun-seok doesn't give up as well, as they both keep on with the tests to find a way to fix his body. Hyun-seok repeatedly gets hurt from the tests, then is patched up and healed by Rodach. His friends seem worried about him, but he keeps going on with Rodach's methods, while Rachel tries her best to keep her eyes on him, but sometimes gets distracted. Quite a few days later, the system tells Hyun-seok that his demonic Kai manipulation technique and mana manipulation technique stats are at level B, and his promote is at 28% proficiency. But he puts his face on the floor as he exhaustedly says he's going to die. No, actually, he might already be dead. Rodach tells him trash. Still, his body and aura are way more stable than before, so they should call it a day. Then Hyun-seok gets up and leaves the room, telling him okay. Right after he leaves, Rodach uncovers a communication orb on his desk. Then he activates it, tells the person on the other side that it's him, and asks if she can talk right now. At that, the person on the other side asks what's going on all of a sudden, and Rodach tells her that he's there to hear her answer about the proposal from before. Hyuna confusedly asks, proposal? Then she remembers and asks if he means the one where he wants to team up with her to take down the third core, as she says sheesh. She tells Rodach no, seriously, she just doesn't get it. She means, sure, she doesn't exactly get along with her, but she asks if it isn't right that it wasn't like that between the two of them. If Hemis didn't basically raise him like her own kid, carried on her back and all that. Rodach replies, not anymore, Lord Hemis and he went their separate ways a long time ago. He recalls desperately asking Hemis what they should do, as the chimera research is definitely going to become a powerful technique. But Hemis asked how long he's going to keep relying on cheap tricks like that. She explained to Rodach that no matter how strong his chimeras are, it's pointless if he, the one controlling them, is weak, and right now, he's too weak, which shocked Rodach. Now, he tells her anyway to answer him if she's in or not. Hyuna irritatedly asks, even if they've split up, if they can't just keep ignoring each other like they've been doing. And yet, if he insists on taking down Hemis, Rodach tells her that's how it's been until then. But there's a very interesting individual in Hemi's hands. If he could just replicate that individual's ability, they could pull off something huge. Hearing that, Hyuna surprisedly asks that guy, Choi Hyun-seok or whatever, if he's really talented enough to take on Hemi's. Rodach tells her that he's a talent worth it. And no matter how strong Hemi's is, she can't handle 2 core commanders on her own, so they should team up. Then she says, well, fine, no matter how much he talks, 2 against 1 is tough, and tells him to hit her up when he has a detailed plan. Rodach tells her alright, he'll contact her again within a few days, and stops the communication orb. However, Rachel, who is busy stealing his cookies, hears the whole conversation. After that, she tells about it to Hyun-seok and the others, and they report it to Hemi's. However, Hemi's asks, so if they contacted her in such a rush just to tell her this, Hyun-seok asks if she's not surprised. Hemi's asks with a smile why she would be, as she already had a hunch. Then she again asks, so if that's it, if that's the reason they called, and Hyun-seok nervously says no, that's not all. He tells her that he just wanted to ask what someone like him, stuck in the middle like a shrimp between fighting whales, is supposed to do, and Hemi's thinks about it for a moment. Then she asks, in that case, how about this? She tells them with a devilish grin on her face that she has got a great idea. An idea that'll put their dear Rodach in a really tight spot. After Hyun-seok and Roijer finish talking with them, they head to Rodach's lab and knock out the guards outside. Then Roijer enters a room, telling Hyun-seok that way he found it, and Hyun-seok follows after him inside the room. He finds various vials with different colored liquids inside and asks if this is it. The treasures of the 2nd Corps commander that Hemi's mentioned. Roijer says yeah, demonic Kai ampoules from ancient beasts, all extinct. Hyun-seok picks up a vial with red liquid and asks if that one's supposed to be the most potent ampoule. Roijer tells him that should be the one. But before he does it, to hold on a second. He promises him that if something goes wrong, he'll make sure to pocket his funeral condolence money. Hyun-seok sheds a tear, telling him he's deeply moved, and thanks him very much. Then he stutteringly asks if he should drink it now, and starts gulping down the liquid in the vial, as Operation Fraud and Scam Squad is underway. When Hyun-seok asked Hemi's what he should do now, Hemi's thought a bit and told him to hurt himself, which frightened him, and he asked what. Getting that reaction from him, Hemi's asked if he's scared. But she told him that she's serious. It's just, she got the report that Rodach has been lazy with his treatment. He's probably doing the bare minimum because of the pact, and is going to get rid of him after. But Hyun-seok worriedly asked how that leads to him hurting himself. Then Hemi's explained that their dear Rodach has essences of demonic Kai he's spent his life gathering. He's going to absorb that top-grade demonic Kai, but Hyun-seok terrifiedly asked if that won't kill him. At that, Hemi's asked if he doesn't remember the demonic pact. As long as that pact holds, there's no way he'll die in front of Rodach. He won't leave him to die because of it. Hemi's added that if he's still anxious, then to trust her as she raised him. Rodach was an amazing doctor who got her acknowledgement. Then she excitedly laughed and said this is why they should always read contracts carefully. Now, after Hyun-seok finishes gulping down the demonic Kai of the extinct demon, Rachel worriedly asks how it is, if he's okay. Hyun-seok releases a deep breath and looks down, saying it unexpectedly feels okay. But the taste is kinda. Right then he drops the vial on the floor and it breaks. He finds himself bleeding from his mouth. Then he falls on his knees and pukes out a lot of blood along with the liquid he just drank. Roijer says there it is and Rachel confusedly asks what it is. Roijer explains that he drank concentrated demonic Kai from an ancient demonic beast race. Of course, it's going to be as agonizing as death, and Hyun-seok frustratedly tells him he could have at least told him it had hurt this bad. Roijer acts surprised and asks if he forgot to tell him, as he tells him, well, it's common sense. So, while Hyun-seok's eyes slowly start shutting close and he falls unconscious. After he regains consciousness, he finds himself on a bed, wearing different clothes, and confusedly wonders where that place is now. Rachel, who's floating over him, tells him, 2nd Corps Commander's office, that White Rat took care of him for 4 days straight, along with a whole lot of cursing. At that, Hyun-seok giggles. Then Rachel asks how he's feeling. Right at that moment, Hemi's enters the room along with Rodach and Roijer and tells Hyun-seok long time no see. She gladly says she came since Roijer said he's recovering, and he's really looking good. Hemi's walks up to Hyun-seok and puts her hands on his shoulder, telling him that he got stronger than she thought, which makes Hyun-seok really nervous, and he starts sweating heavily. He confusedly asks if she said stronger, as he's not so sure right then. He gets shocked to find his hand pitch black and emitting some kind of aura, so he shouts, asking what this is. Rodach explains to him that the demonic Kai of the ancient demonic beast race he drank is settling in his body. That demonic beast was known to have an indestructible body, so he got that trait too. But Hyun-seok keeps crying, looking at his hand. Then Hemis turns to Rodach, telling him that she's kinda jealous, as she asks if he was secretly keeping that good stuff from her. However, Rodach ignores that and brings out the contract, telling her that the human's treatment is complete, so he asks if he can destroy the pact scroll then. Hemis puts her finger on the contract, telling him yeah, the contract only covered treatment after all, and the contract turns to ashes. After that, Rodach tells her with a furious look on his face that she'll regret this, but Hemis asks if she will. Whatever the case, if she'll really be the one to regret. But she tells Rodach with a smile that regardless, she'll be looking forward to it, while Hyun-seok seems really worried. A few days later, after they all return to the Black Fortress, at Reincarnation's training ground, Hyun-seok rushes at Reincarnation, trying his best to hit him. Seeing that, Reincarnation taunts him, which irritates Hyun-seok, so he goes up to him and throws a punch at him using his noblest combat technique, and Reincarnation puts up his arms to block the attack. Then Hyun-seok throws even more punches at him, and Reincarnation keeps blocking the attacks, but he gets pushed back a bit. After that, Hyun-seok lowers his body a bit and throws an uppercut with a lot of his strength, and manages to hit Reincarnation in the stomach. Because of that, he excitedly thinks he landed a proper punch, but before he could see it coming, Reincarnation elbows him right on the head hard. Immediately, Hyun-seok falls face first on the ground and gets badly hurt, so he cries, telling Reincarnation that everyone says he got stronger, but he's no match for him. Hearing him complain, Reincarnation asks if that's so, and says he's still the fastest progressing out of everyone he has seen, and he doesn't seem to have any growth plateau. He tells Hyun-seok with a smile that, though it looks like his body still hasn't adjusted to its new strength, he'll adjust to it in no time. Hyun-seok gets up, asking if really, he's not so sure, as he releases a sigh and says even during the last attack, he ended up just receiving help. Then Reincarnation extends his hand to him, telling him not to be impatient, as he'll get his chance to prove himself, which surprises Hyun-seok. After that, he grabs his hand and asks with a smile if it isn't right that he thinks so too, as next time, he'll show him how good he is, for sure. Meanwhile, everyone in the Demon King's army, 2nd Corps, gathers together to prepare for battle. A captain orders the soldiers moving resources to move quickly, and the battalion commanders order everyone in their battalion to arm themselves and put all the chimeras into the cages. One of the soldiers informs the Corps commander Rodach in his office that they're ready. Then Rodach says they should head out, while he thinks that their target is to recover the human test subject that Black Fortress and Hemis stole. So he says with a furious look on his face that arrogant 3rd Corps commander, that cunning human rascal, and everything else, he's going to crush them.